Chapter 401 is simple and crude. Caroline, where are you going? After all the minor nobles left, there were only 3 people left in the meeting tent. The eldest prince and the middle-aged man beside him, plus Caroline. However, when she heard the eldest prince speak so brazenly about wanting to kill Gervais, although Caroline didn't say anything, she turned around and prepared to leave the tent. However, Caroline's actions at this moment obviously became a catalyst and completely angered the eldest prince. The eldest prince could no longer suppress it and immediately shouted loudly to stop Caroline from leaving. I'm a little tired and want to go back and rest. Caroline's expression was slightly stiff. There were still outsiders here at this moment. She was the fiancée of the eldest prince after all. And she was also the granddaughter of the Lord of the North. The eldest prince calling and drinking like this would obviously make Caroline very embarrassed. Eldest prince, since there is nothing going on here, I will leave first. The middle-aged man also discovered the conflict between the eldest prince and Caroline at this time. He was only responsible for the eldest prince's safety, so he was not prepared to get involved. So he stood up and said something to the eldest prince, and then prepared to leave the tent. Okay, Viscount China, walk slowly. When the eldest prince, who was still furious at first, heard what China said, his expression and tone instantly changed, and he said goodbye to Viscount China very politely. This Viscount China is the commander-in-chief of King Lawrence, and his strength is that of a golden knight. As for the golden knight, even if China is just a retainer of his own family, the eldest prince does not dare to neglect him. After all, if he gets the support of these people, he can safely sit on the throne of the king in the future. After Commander Zeno walked out of the tent, the prince's face suddenly turned cold, and he looked at Caroline, who said nothing. Why didn't you just vote? Don't you know the relationship between the Welton family and the Jones family? How could I vote? Besides, even if we didn't vote, wouldn't your calculation have been achieved? Caroline also became a little angry. She still remembered what happened 2 days ago, so she didn't look good to the eldest prince. Boom. What's your attitude? Are you still my fiancé? The eldest prince slammed a silver cup on the table and took 2 steps forward angrily to question Caroline. You know very well whether I am your fiancé, but I would like to ask you if you regard me as your fiancé. Don't tell me. I've never heard of anyone having sex with a prostitute in front of his fiancé. Snapped. How could the eldest prince, who already had a strong desire for control, endure such a confrontation with Caroline? Especially when Caroline used to be submissive in front of him. Now she was so aggressive, and the eldest prince found it even more unbearable. Therefore, the eldest prince couldn't hold back and slapped Caroline on the face. In an instant, a blood-red handprint appeared on Caroline's fair face. You dare to hit me? Derek, remember this slap. If it happens again, I will definitely tell my grandfather. Caroline didn't expect that the eldest prince would dare to hit her, and she covered her cheek with her hands in disbelief. After being stunned for a moment, Caroline finally came to her senses. Her eyes turned cold when she looked at the eldest prince, and she finally said harsh words before covering her face and running out of the tent. Seeing Caroline running out of the tent, the eldest prince felt a little regret in his heart. However, the pride of being the eldest prince made him not chase Caroline, because he knew that Caroline could not escape from his grasp. Moreover, the eldest prince's affection for Caroline is more about his fascination with Caroline's appearance and his emphasis on the marriage of the Welton family. So the eldest prince doesn't care whether Caroline is sad or not. He only cares whether the marriage between the 2 families will break down. But from what Caroline just said and her yearning for the position of queen, the eldest prince knew that although the relationship between Caroline and him would cool down for a while, it would not completely break down. It's all your pretty face, Gervais. The eldest prince returned to the main seat in the meeting tent with a gloomy face. The eldest prince sat on a long table and gritted his teeth, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, due to the lack of evidence about what happened that night. The eldest prince did not immediately go to confront Caroline. Instead, he sent several spies to follow Caroline to see if Caroline and Gervais would get in touch next. If there is, he can take the opportunity to kill Gervais directly at that time. Anyone who dares to miss his woman must die. Gervais, what should we do? The eldest prince's arrangement is obviously to make our Jones family work as coolies. If we want to fill in the moat that is tens of meters wide and have enough channels for attack, it will probably take us all night. The most hateful thing is that by then we will probably take the risk to fill in the moat, which will make the Charles family's idiots cheaper. In the Battle of White Rock City, the Jones family gained the first victory, but the second place was the Charles family. This was because the king made the decision based on the fact that the Charles family would suffer the greatest loss. Otherwise, except for the Jones family, the contributions of the other Earl families would be basically equal. It's okay. They can't wait for this cheap one. I'm going to attack this Baron's castle tonight. Gervais' tone was calm, not as anxious or angry as Pat. Viscount Gervais, what can you do? If ours needs to be used, I promise to cooperate fully. At this time, Bertram, who had been silent until now, also spoke, although Bertram's expression was not as exaggerated as that of Fatty Pat. His brows were furrowed, and he obviously felt unfair about the Jones family's experience. When Bertram heard Gervais's words, he immediately thought that Gervais had used a strategy to capture White Rock City without a single soldier a few days ago. Now since Gervais said that he could break through the Baron Castle tonight, maybe he could actually do it. Yes. Gervais, do you have any idea? Fatty Pat also had a look in his eyes, and immediately turned around and asked Gervais happily. No one is willing to innocently take advantage of others, especially if the advantage is taken by the enemy. You'll find out later. Gervais smiled slightly. To deal with a Baron's castle and only have one knight, there is no other good way but hard steel. This is Gervais's plan. Half an hour later, by the moat of the castle, there were countless figures pulling carriages to fill the moat with soil and stones in the dark. These people were the soldiers and serfs of the Jones family. Gervais did not ask the soldiers of the Jones family to take turns in several ways, as the eldest prince said, because if it is really arranged like this, it will allow the soldiers to get a short rest. But the progress of the siege will naturally slow down. Then, just as Fatty Pat said, their efforts tonight will turn into making wedding dresses for the Charles family. Therefore, Gervais decided to let everyone in the Jones family mobilize, except for the small nobles and a few soldiers with other tasks. They did not need to do such physical work. Everyone else, whether they were armored soldiers or ordinary serfs, became a soil hauler. When the Jones family began to fill the river, the people on the top of the castle naturally saw the Jones family's actions. They immediately set up their bows and arrows on the towering city wall, shooting some sparse arrow feathers. And from time to time, they would hit one or two Jones family members. Unlucky guy. In the end, Gervais had 20 of his slave longbowmen, which reduced the danger of the river-filling team. Of course, this risk is only slightly reduced. The castle's defenses are different from the city walls. There are many towers on the castle, and these towers have shooting holes. No matter how powerful the archery skills of Gervais's longbowmen are, they cannot really completely defeat them. Suppress these firepower points. Your Highness, everyone in the Jones family seems to be out in force. Do they want to take advantage of tonight to capture the castle? Not far from the castle, the eldest prince and a group of nobles were watching every move of the Jones family. This is not only to watch the good show of the Jones family, but also to prevent the Jones family from cheating and being lazy when the time comes. Ha ha. Even if they all mobilize and can fill up enough channels for attack, it will be in the middle of the night. Not to mention that their people will be exhausted by then. Even if they want to attack the city wall, it won't be possible in a short while. The eldest prince is not so kind to your Charles family. Your Charles family has made a lot of money. The few little nobles who were following the eldest prince couldn't help but laugh, and began to joke with each other, mocking the Jones family for not overestimating their capabilities. As the home of Lord Seignior, the castle has both living and defense functions. Naturally, the possibility of various enemy attacks was considered when it was built. So although this small barren castle is not big, it really takes a lot of effort for hundreds, or even thousands of people to capture the barren castle. The walls of this Baron's castle are not as low as White Rock City. Even the lowest front wall is more than 20 meters high, and even large siege vehicles cannot reach it. The only way to climb was to use simple wooden ladders. Under such circumstances, even if there were only a few dozen defenders on the castle, the attackers would feel desperate. Moreover, judging from the observations just made by the eldest prince and others, there are at least hundreds of people in this Baron's castle. Therefore, even if the Jones family can quickly fill in the moat and attack the city, it will be in vain. Let them move out the trebuchets. Gervais also saw the eldest prince and others not far away, but he ignored them. Attacking a Baron's castle may indeed be a tough battle for other small nobles, but for Gervais, he doesn't take it seriously. This not only reflects the difference in the traveler's vision, but also their confidence in their own strength. In modern warfare, apart from air supremacy, the most important thing in land warfare is artillery. No matter how strong your troops are, I will blow you to pieces at any cost. Gervais was ready to do just that. At this time, there were more than 20 carriages parked next to him, And these carriages were all loaded with small trebuchets captured by Gervais from White Rock City. The number of these small trebuchets is astonishing. There are 50 in total. And they are all the trebuchets owned by Gervais. Under Gervais's order, Igori and others immediately began to unload the parts of the trebuchet from the carriage, and then began to assemble them. Although the manufacturing process of this trebuchet is complicated, the disassembly and assembly of the finished trebuchet is very simple. This is purely for the convenience of portability and use. As for how to assemble the trebuchet, after being taught by the prisoners captured by Gervais and watching the assembly process twice, Ike and others learned to disassemble and use it. Ike and others skillfully assembled the parts of the trebuchet on the grass. In less than an hour, all 50 small trebuchets had been assembled and placed 150 meters away from the castle. "Sir! All trebuchets are assembled and ready to shoot." I quickly came to Gervais to report. "Very good! Then give me a blast! Don't stop until the castle is destroyed." Gervais Damascus sat on a soft chair, put down the quilt in his hand, and ordered to Ike. "Yes, sir!" I quickly ran back to the trebuchet position and shouted loudly at everyone. "Your Majesty has an order. Target the castle ahead. Emission!" Boom, boom, boom. Following the order conveyed by Ike, the soldiers who had been waiting beside the trebuchet raised their hammers and knocked hard on the switch of the small trebuchet. As the launching mechanism was pried open, the thick swinging arms of the 50 trebuchets began to rotate rapidly, and then threw 50 stone bullets into the sky and flew towards the castle. Although the shooting distance of the small trebuchet is not as far as that of the large trebuchet, it has the advantage that it can be equipped with two kinds of stone bullets. One is gravel shot, which was used by the White Rock City defenders against the Principality of Xi'an. The other type is the whole stone bullet, which can weigh up to 100 kilograms and is used to deal with buildings. And the stone bullets Gervais is firing are not made by himself, but collected from White Rock City. Gervais was originally not prepared to bring these stone bullets. After all, the stones were heavy and worthless. However, when he saw the stone bullets that the soldiers had collected from White Rock City, he changed his mind. Because these stone bullets are processed. Each stone bullet is round and spherical. Not only can such stone bullets be more accurate, but they are also more powerful. Boom, boom, boom. As the first wave of dozens of stone bullets hit the castle wall, the dull sound of the stone bullets hitting the castle wall could be heard near the battlefield. Gervais looked at the castle wall in the distance through the night, and found that the first wave of stone bomb attacks did not cause any obvious damage to the castle. But Gervais was not in a hurry. Although the walls of the castle are very strong, they are not as thick as the walls of White Rock City, which are several meters wide. Therefore, as long as the bombardment continues, the walls of the castle will not be able to withstand it, and collapse is only a matter of time. Later we will separate two trebuchets to blast at the castle gate. Gervais wanted to conduct an experiment to see what effect the trebuchet would have on the castle gate. "Yes, sir." "Well, then you continue. You don't have to stop until the city wall is broken. I'll go back and sleep for a while. Call me when the city wall is broken." With that said, Gervais stood up and prepared to return to his tent. He had been on the road all day today, and although he spent most of the time lying on the carriage, he had nothing to do now. He was going to continue to catch up on his sleep. After all, there would probably be a real battle in the second half of the night. After giving instructions to Ike and others, Gervais returned to his tent on his war horse. He wasn't worried about what would happen here after he left, because in addition to him, there were other vassals of the Jones family such as Bertram sitting and watching. At this time, Bertram and the others finally knew why Gervais had the confidence to claim that he would capture the barren castle tonight. Those are 50 trebuchets. A trebuchet as valuable as 50 fine war horses. Moreover, the trebuchet is a consumable item. It does not mean that it can be used forever, but it has a limit on the number of years and times it can be used. Gervais's unscrupulous attack with a trebuchet was really beyond their expectations. Because of such intensive use of trebuchets, these small trebuchets may very well turn into a pile of rotten wood and be scrapped within a month. He is indeed very wealthy. Fatty Pat used to think that he was a relatively luxurious person among the vassals of the Jones family. But now compared with Gervais, he found that he and Gervais were simply dwarfed. Chapter 402 The castle is broken. Gervais was leisurely preparing to go back to sleep. But there was a strange silence where the eldest prince and others were. When Gervais's 50 trebuchets were started, the eldest prince and others felt that their proud words just now were like slaps on their faces. Especially the vassals of the Charles family, who originally thought that this cheap good thing would fall on them. But now it is very likely that they will not get even a cent. For such a small baron's castle, the trebuchet is simply the most deadly siege weapon. Therefore, in this world, the trebuchet can become a strategic weapon. When they arrived in Bayonne City, they immediately searched for trebuchets, hoping to seize a few. However, it was finally discovered that most of the intact trebuchets had been taken away by the Jones family, and the remaining trebuchets had been completely scrapped because they had been soaked in water for too long. But they didn't expect that the Jones family would get so many intact trebuchets, and that Alice would be willing to give them to her vassals. As the banging sound came, every time the stone bullet hit the baron's castle in the distance, the eldest prince felt as if he had been slapped by Gervais. No wonder you want to ask me about the ownership of the loot. It turns out that you were sure of capturing this castle. The eldest prince clenched his fists so tightly that veins appeared. At this moment, he felt that he was being played by Gervais. Gervais's deliberate objection in the meeting tent was just to make fun of him, and the hatred for Gervais in his heart could not help but deepen. Gervais didn't know that the eldest prince hated him so much that he returned to the tent and lay down on the small bed to rest without even taking off his clothes and armor. But even if Gervais knew the eldest prince's current state of mind, Gervais would not offend him. The eldest prince wanted to deal with Gervais, and Gervais wanted to find an opportunity to trick the eldest prince to death. After returning to the camp and closing his eyes, Gervais fell asleep quickly. I don't know how long I slept, but I was woken up by Ike's shout. Sir, a gap has been created in the castle wall by a trebuchet. Oh, did you create a gap? I'll be there right away. Upon hearing this, Gervais immediately sat up from the bed. A few minutes later, Gervais rode his war horse and came to the baron's castle again. As expected, he saw that a small section of the wall in front of the castle had been smashed into a gap. This gap is not very wide, only 2 or 3 meters wide, and this section of the city wall did not completely collapse. Only the upper part collapsed, and it was still 8 or 9 meters high. However, compared to a city wall of more than 20 meters, this 89-meter city wall is obviously much easier to attack. In addition to this gap, some of the towers above the castle were also badly damaged, apparently suffering from the trebuchets. As for the gate below the castle, several large holes have been smashed into the suspension bridge, but the castle gate inside is still intact. Gervais, you are finally here. Can we attack now? As soon as Gervais stood still, Fatty Pat ran over and asked eagerly, while the other vassals also stretched their necks and looked here. Obviously, with this gap, everyone can't wait to take over the baron's castle. Gervais looked at the moat in front of him. It was almost paved to the bottom of the castle. Now the soldiers were transporting soil towards the gap, preparing to fill it up so that the siege ladder could be safely erected. Gervais, we can't wait any longer. 5 or 6 hours have passed, and we don't have much time left. Seeing that Gervais did not answer him immediately, Pat thought that Gervais wanted to wait for a while before attacking the city. But there are still 2 or 3 hours until dawn. If they don't attack, they may not have enough time. Go tell the other nobles that we have 2 choices now. If we start attacking the city immediately, let them put on their armor, and we attack the city ourselves. The soldiers have been tired all night. If we let them charge, there will definitely be heavy casualties. The other option is to let the soldiers rest for an hour before allowing them to attack. What Gervais was thinking about just now was the casualties. These soldiers of the Jones family had not slept all day and night. If they were allowed to go up to attack the city immediately, many of them would be unable to hold their swords firmly now. They don't know how much they would have to pay. Human life. Okay, Gervais, wait a minute. I'll go over and talk to them now. Fatty Pat smiled happily and immediately ran to the place where the young nobles gathered. Fatty Pat whispered a few words to the little nobles over there, and immediately ran back. Gervais, they all want to start attacking now. Very good. Let everyone prepare. We will start the official attack in 10 minutes. Next, the little nobles began to change their armor one after another. Those who had full body armor all put on full body armor, and those who did not have full body armor also wore 2 more pieces of leather armor. Gervais also put on his mithril full body armor with the help of Ick and others. Although the full body armor is a bit heavy and inconvenient to climb the siege ladder, the defense is very good. The ordinary arrow feathers on the head won't do them much harm. Everyone, listen up. Our main goal is trophies. If the people in the castle are willing to surrender, don't kill them. But they are worth a lot of silver coins. Did everyone hear you clearly? Gervais was worried that these people would kill him later and leave no one alive, which would cause huge losses. The captives were one of the trophies he wanted most during this southern expedition. Okay. Viscount Gervais. Viscount Gervais. Don't worry. We will remember it. Because of the identity of the Earl's husband. And because Gervais has shown his strength now. These little nobles began to unconsciously follow Gervais's command. In addition, everyone also knew the situation in Gervais's territory. And understood Gervais's intention of doing this. And they responded one after another. Thank you, everyone. Then let's start the attack. Gervais nodded with satisfaction. Then pulled out his long sword and took the lead in charging toward the gap in the city wall. Fatty Pat was next to Gervais, also wearing a set of full-body armor. But the size of this full-body armor was definitely rare. It was simply an iron can. Gervais, why do you want me to carry the siege ladder alone? Fatty Pat carried a 9-meter-long siege ladder on his shoulders, in order to allow the ladder to bear the weight of Gervais and others. The ladder was bundled extremely firmly, and even the wood he stepped on was as thick as an adult's arm, weighing hundreds of kilograms, and little fat Pat was already out of breath carrying it. Pat, I am doing this for your own good. The danger of attacking the city later is not small. So you don't need to attack the city after you carry the ladder and set it up. You only need to stabilize the siege ladder below. Gervais answered Pat seriously. What he said was half-truth. Of course, he was not worried about Pat's safety. After all, the full-body armor Pat wore was airtight. Gervais was actually worried that Pat would break the ladder if he climbed the stairs later. All right. Fatty Pat had a look of helplessness on his face. He was holding the siege ladder with one hand and holding his helmet with the other hand. For comfort, his helmet was an extra-large size, so it swayed a lot when running. Obviously, Pat had never thought about wearing full-body armor to fight in the past. He just wanted to be comfortable. Chapter 403, A Little Green on the Head. When dozens of Gervais men, fully armed, approached the castle, the defenders on the castle also knew that the last moment was coming. The arrow shot down from the city wall became more violent, and stones fell like raindrops. However, Gervais and others all held large shields and were blessed with fighting spirit, so this method was completely useless to them. Gervais took the lead in climbing up the ladder, and then climbed up hummingly. To be honest, this was the first time Gervais personally participated in a siege battle. If he didn't have fighting spirit, he wouldn't have the courage to brave arrow feathers and rolling stones to climb the city. In addition to arrow feathers and rolling stones, the defenders on the castle actually prepared pots of boiling dung juice. Fortunately, Gervais had already prepared it, and had already ordered a quarry, and more than 20 people to hold muskets. Take aim, and hit him to death whenever you see someone trying to splash gold juice. That's why Gervais and the others didn't have something disgusting and as harmful as a biochemical weapon spilled on their heads. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to protect themselves even if they were wearing full body armor. Without any obstruction. The 89-meter city wall only takes 3 to 5 seconds for knights like Gervais. And soon Gervais climbed to the gap in the city wall. Climbing up with him was Bertram, the Silver Knight. The two men raised their shields and looked toward the inside of the castle. Another flurry of arrows came, but they were immediately blocked by the two men with their long swords. The gap inside the city wall is different from that outside. The outside is 8 or 9 meters from the ground, while the inside is only 5 or 6 meters from the ground. Gervais and Bertram looked at each other, then used their fighting spirit to jump off the city wall without hesitation. Heading towards it fell into the castle vestibule. Put down your weapons! Surrender without killing! As soon as Gervais landed, he saw a man also wearing full body armor rushing out from the front, with 7 or 8 fully armed guards behind him. If you want me, Babette, to surrender, you are just dreaming! A young man's voice came from the armor on the opposite side. This man sneered at Gervais's persuasion to surrender, and rushed towards Gervais and the two with a long sword. Baron Bertram, stay alive! When Gervais saw this guy named Babette approaching menacingly, instead of being anxious, he reminded Bertram again, Viscount Gervais, don't worry. Gervais stopped talking and immediately met Babette, who was rushing towards him. Kill! Babette shouted and slashed at Gervais with his sword. When? Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the two was too great. Gervais's long sword only used 7 points of strength to strike, and Babette's long sword was knocked away. After knocking away Babette's long sword, Gervais continued to move forward. The hilt of the sword hit Babette's helmet hard, and then kicked him to the ground when he was dizzy. After Babette fell to the ground, Gervais stepped on Babette's chest, lowered his head and asked, Can you surrender now? Gervais had already seen Babette's strength with his perception turned on. He was just a low-level bronze knight, So Gervais calmly told Bertram not to kill anyone, because if he kills more people, he will have one less prisoner. Everyone, stop now. Look who's in my hands now. Gervais grabbed Babette, who was trampled under his feet, then lifted his helmet off and shouted loudly at everyone in the castle. After hearing Gervais's roar, whether it was on the city wall or the castle defenders not far away who were preparing to come for support, they all stopped when they saw the person Gervais was holding. Action inside. Don't listen to him. Keep fighting. Even if I die, my father will avenge me. Oh, you have quite a bit of backbone. The man caught by Gervais was about the same age as him and should be the son of the owner of the castle. Gervais really admired him for being so tough. However, appreciation is appreciation. In order to reduce trouble, Gervais still had to teach him a lesson. Snapped. Gervais raised the sword's spine and slapped it directly on Babette's mouth. His mouth was covered in blood instantly. And then he put the sword on Babette's neck. Now I give you one last chance to choose. Should I kill him first? Or should you drop your weapons and surrender now? Sir, please be merciful. Please be merciful. At this time, the inner gate of the castle was opened, and a man who looked like a butler walked out of it. The man ran over anxiously and shouted for mercy to Gervais. Sir, noble prisoners have the right to preferential treatment. Please be merciful. My lord Seignior will definitely pay a commensurate ransom for the young master. This middle-aged man was obviously an experienced castle steward. He did not tremble in front of Gervais and the others, although he was a little nervous. His words were still clear and coherent. Are you the castle steward here? At this moment, more than a dozen minor nobles had climbed up behind Gervais, and the defenders in the castle had stopped resisting, taking advantage of this opportunity. The little nobles scattered around the castle to control the enemies in the castle. Back to your lord. I am the castle steward of Kallenborg, serving my master Baron Bob Collin. The man you have in your hands is my master's son, so I hope you will be merciful. Master, he is still you are so young. You don't understand these things. It's easy to talk. It's easy to talk. Butler, take us into the castle to sit down first. Now that the castle's arrow tower and city wall have been controlled, and the castle gate is slowly being opened, the Baron's castle has fallen into the hands of Gervais and others. So Gervais was not in a hurry and asked the castle steward to lead the way, preparing to visit the inner castle first. In this world ruled by nobles, as long as there is no deep hatred, nobles will basically not kill each other. Therefore, this castle butler represents his master's surrender, and then Gervais and others can easily plunder. As for the young man in their hands, Gervais and the others can take it back and wait for his father to redeem it with a ransom later. If no one is willing to pay the ransom for him, it will be up to Gervais and the others to decide whether to kill him or stay as serfs. Your Highness, the Jones family has captured the castle. In the great prince's meeting hall, although it was already early in the morning, the lights were still bright, because the eldest prince had just received a report that the castle had been breached. He immediately got up and sent someone to summon the people of the Charles family. After one incident after another, the eldest prince now hates Gervais so much that his hatred is even comparable to that of the Charles family. The Charles family has a dead heir, and the eldest prince suspects that he has a green head, and Gervais has failed him again and again. I know. Go down. The eldest prince coldly dismissed the soldiers who came to report the news. Unexpectedly, instead of harming the Jones family this time, it actually allowed them to take advantage. What exactly is Count Nino's plan this time? Can you tell me now? If that pretty boy Gervais is allowed to continue like this, his reputation in the principality will become more and more famous, and it will not be so easy for you to deal with him. The eldest prince looked at several vassals of the Charles family. Nino actually greeted him before setting off this time, hoping that it would be convenient for the Charles family. Of course, the eldest prince is willing to do this, and he also wants to get rid of Gervais very much, since Count Nino is eager to take action. The eldest prince is also happy and relaxed in arranging this attack. The eldest prince originally just wanted to collect some interest to vent his anger. Unexpectedly, instead of embarrassing the Jones family, it actually allowed them to gain their first military exploits. Although the Jones family's loot does not need to be turned over, it is just an additional reward. The military exploits will still be recorded, and after the southern expedition is over, there will be other rewards based on military exploits. Therefore, the eldest prince could no longer sit still. As long as Gervais appeared in front of him alive for a day, he would have trouble sleeping and eating. Once upon a time, such a little viscount could be allowed to jump up and down in front of his eldest prince. Chapter 404 Nino's Plan. Several vassals of the Charles family couldn't help but look at each other when they heard the eldest prince's question. They were also very clear about the conflict between the eldest prince and Gervais at this time. And before setting off, the Earl also explained that the eldest prince would provide convenience in this matter. So one of them paused and was about to speak. Your Highness, the Earl is planning to let us take advantage of the opportunity when the Jones family is alone. There is a Peak Silver Knight in our team. He has hidden his identity. When the time comes, he will take the lead in dealing with Gervais. A Peak Silver Knight? The vassals of the Jones family are all here. Even the Peak Silver Knight is not 100% guaranteed to kill Gervais. Right. The eldest prince thought thoughtfully. It would be okay if Gervais was alone or in a team of his own family. However, there are thousands of people in the Jones family, and there are several middle-level Silver Knights among the vassals. So there is still a certain chance of failure in such an action. Moreover, for things like assassination, as long as one hit is missed, it cannot be used again next time. Gervais will definitely take precautions. Your Highness, the Earl wrote a letter before we set off and asked us to hand it over to you when we arrive in the Earl of Gemai. As he spoke, the vassal of the Charles family took out a letter from his arms, with the paint on it still intact. The eldest prince was not surprised. He took the letter from the vassal, peeled off the wax paint, opened the letter and looked at it. The content of this letter is very simple. He hopes that the eldest prince can, within his duties, disperse the other vassal teams of the Jones family and leave the Gervais team alone, so that the Welton family can have a chance to deal with Gervais and others. And the Welton family will definitely be very grateful when it is done. In the next few days, I will ask the Jones family to transport the loot back to the City of Glory. You will have about 6 days for this trip. After reading the letter, Nino's suggestion was not difficult for the eldest prince at all, and it could also make the Welton family a favor, which was truly in line with the eldest prince's wishes. Therefore, the eldest prince stopped covering up and directly stated his own solution. Yes. Thank you, eldest prince. The castle steward of Kallenborg is called Gabby. What Gabby did after entering the castle really made Gervais treat him differently. Thank you for your hard work. Adults, please sit down and take a rest first. Butler Gabby brought Gervais and others to the reception hall of the castle, and spoke to Gervais and others in a very respectful tone, as if Gervais and others were distinguished guests visiting the castle. After Gervais and others sat down with their golden swords, Gabby quickly gave instructions to the trembling servants. You guys, go get some beer and food for the adults. No need for beer. Just bring some food. Gervais shook his hand. Now he really couldn't drink the beer, so he just asked the servant to bring some food. Did you hear that? Come on, you idiots. After scolding several trembling servants, Gabby turned to Gervais with a smile on his face and continued. Sir, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if I can tell you about it. Gabby obviously saw that Gervais was the leader of those who attacked the castle today, so he naturally chose Gervais as the person to talk to. Oh, what can you say? Now that the castle has been breached, Gervais and others have plenty of time, so they don't mind hearing what the castle steward has to say. The most important thing is that Gervais admires Gabby, a housekeeper who is calm and calm. The more senior he is, the more he likes talents. Gervais also has this mentality now. Yes, sir. That's what the villain said. If you feel that what the villain said is wrong, please don't blame me. Butler Gabby bowed deeply to Gervais again before speaking. My lord, I would like to ask you not to plunder Kallenborg. After saying the first sentence, Gabby carefully observed Gervais's reaction. At this moment, Gervais has taken off his mask, so Gabby can see Gervais's face clearly. However, Gabby found that Gervais had no reaction after he said these words, so he did not dare to show off and immediately continued. Because every autumn, the nobles of the Earl of Gemai pack up valuable things and take them to Maze City. The things left in the castle at this time are not very valuable. Even if the adults take them back, they are of little use. As the castle steward of Kallenborg and a loyal servant of Master Bob, I hope to preserve the dignity of the castle and prevent the interior of the castle from being damaged. Having said this, Gabby continued to glance at Gervais and found that Gervais still had a calm expression. I thought to myself that this nobleman in front of me was so calm at such a young age. He was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, he was also the leader of the siege team, so his status was obvious. Of course, the adults have captured Kallenborg. If you rely on my words alone to tell the adults not to sack Kallenborg, this is naturally impossible. So I think I can make the decision on behalf of my master and guarantee to pay you a certain amount of gold coins to offset your losses in Kallenborg. After saying that, Butler Gabby stopped talking and waited for Gervais's reaction with a low eyebrow. After Gervais listened to Gabby's words, he tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest, because the fingers were covered with mithril armor. The sound of Gervais tapping the armrest became the only sound in the hall. Snapped. After tapping for more than 10 seconds, Gervais slapped his palm on the armrest with a little force, then sat upright and spoke. Follow Baron Pat to the castle. Butler Gabby, do you mind this? Gervais did believe most of what Gabby had just said, because there were indeed a lot of furnishings missing in the reception hall, and many of the tables were empty. These barons were not themselves, and they had no valuable furnishings because they were poor. Of course, Gervais would not be convinced just because of Gabby's words, so he needed to verify it. This is what it should be. Sir, I'll let my servants lead the way for the adults. Butler Gabby nodded quickly without any hesitation. Soon, Fatty Pat, Ike, and others left the hall under the leadership of several servants. At this time, Kallenborg servants also brought food, and Gervais simply ate with Bertram while waiting. Of course, he was still wary of others. Bertram cut off a piece of each food and put it in Babette's mouth, letting him eat it first, although Babette was still a little unconvinced. Seeing the housekeeper comforting these villains, she could only reluctantly sit aside and swallow the food in her mouth. After eating the food and waiting for about 20 minutes, Fatty Pat and I came back. When he saw the wretched look on Pat's face, Gervais knew that what Gabby said was most likely true. Sure enough, Ike immediately came to Gervais' ear and whispered, Sir Pat and I just went to check. All the valuable things in the castle have been taken away. There are only some grains and ordinary daily necessities. Lord Pat also found 2 warehouses on the 3rd floor of the castle. One is at the end of the corridor, and the other is in the dark room of the study. The total coins in the 2 warehouses do not exceed 5 gold coins. After listening to Ike's report, Gervais was a little helpless. He didn't expect that these small nobles in the Principality of Alban would actually do such a thing and move their wealth all the way to a big city. But it's normal to think about it. The Duke of Jean comes to fight the Autumn Breeze every year, and these little nobles have long been afraid. Some of their assets will be transferred to Earl City in the autumn, thinking that it is the safest place. Chapter 405 Ransom. Gabby, tell me, what price are you willing to pay to redeem your young master? Although Gervais was a little helpless because he failed to obtain any rich loot, Gervais still had an important hostage in his hands, and the other people in the castle totaled about 100 people, so he should be able to get a ransom. A big gain. Steward Gabby, I want to remind you in advance that there are thousands of people in our group. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, even if I'm not angry, I won't be able to tell what will happen to the others. Promise. Sir, 200 gold coins. I can make the decision for my master and pay you 200 gold coins to redeem my young master. When Gabby heard Gervais' threat, he was not nervous. Instead, he thought for a moment and said to Gervais respectfully, 200 gold coins? Gervais couldn't help but glance at Gabby. This butler was trusted by Baron Bob. 200 gold coins was the annual tax for a baron of 10,000 people. Butler Gabby paid it without even frowning. Pay the price and make the decision for his master. However, these 200 gold coins cannot satisfy Gervais's appetite. He has hundreds of minor nobles here. Butler Gabby, this price is too little. Sir, 200 gold coins are just the ransom to redeem the young master. If you can move the things in the castle, I think my master is willing to give you another 20 gold coins as a reward. As for the people in the castle, sir, there are currently 96 people in the castle. We are willing to pay 3 gold coins to redeem them. 223 gold coins? Too few. Butler Gabby, there are 3,000 to 4,000 people outside our city, and there are hundreds of nobles. Do you think they will care about 1 or 2 gold coins? Gervais was very happy with the transaction method proposed by Gabby. If he searched for miscellaneous things in the castle, it would not be valuable, and he would need to send someone back to the City of Glory first. It would be better to just use gold coins to exchange for them like now. Now suitable. As for the population, by the same token, as long as there are gold coins, those slave traders will deliver the goods directly to your door. On the other hand, Gabby, Gervais is considering whether to tie him back to the territory. This person is quite capable and can help him manage the territory. Although that girl Vivian was literate, Gervais really didn't think that Vivian could do a good job as a political officer. Sir, in the past, the ransom for the heirs of noble families was 200 gold coins. I don't dare to give you a penny less. It has been a common practice for both sides in this world war to redeem prisoners of war from each other. After so many years of exchange of experience, people have summarized the ransom amount for each level of nobles. As Gabby said, 200 gold coins for a baron's heir like Babette is about the same price. If the heir is the eldest son, it may be more expensive. And if it is the second son, the price can also drop. The specific situation depends on the specific situation. But the price basically fluctuates around 200 gold coins. If Gervais had captured Baron Bob of Kallenborg this time, he would have been able to obtain at least 500 gold coins as a ransom. If the Baron had a higher level of cultivation, such as intermediate silver level or high-level silver level, or even it can be raised to 700 or 800 gold coins. No problem. This Count Seignior's ransom can start at a few thousand gold coins. As for the Earl, no Earl has been captured so far, so there is no standard for judging. However, based on the ransoms of the following titles, the ransom for the Count's captive starts at least 5,000 or 6,000 gold coins, and even tens of thousands of gold coins is not uncommon. After all, the Earls are basically all golden knights at present, and there are still a few people who rush to inherit the title like Gervais's cheap wife. Steward Gabby, your estimate is just based on the usual price. We spent a lot of effort to capture Kallenborg, and you don't have much loot in the castle. Gervais shook his head and said in disapproval, "Humph, what a great strength. It's not just relying on a large number of trebuchets. There is no chivalry at all." Bang! Babette, who was pressed on the sofa beside him, became a little unhappy after hearing Gervais's words, and murmured in a low voice. But as soon as he finished speaking, Pat, who had sharp ears, heard him and hit him hard on the abdomen with the scabbard, making a crisp sound. "By the way, Master Babette would have forgotten it if you didn't remind me. My 50 trebuchets were launched all night, and their service life has been shortened a lot. These losses must also be taken into account. Let's do this. Butler Gabby, I don't want more. Let's set the ransom at 2,000 gold coins. This way I can also have an explanation to the hundreds of nobles outside and ensure that you and the castle are safe and sound." Gervais said what he thought was a reasonable ransom, as if he had made a lot of money. When Gervais finished speaking, the hall fell into silence instantly, and you could hear a needle drop. Not to mention Gabby and Babette. Even Fatty Pat and Bertram had their eyes widened. They didn't expect Gervais's lion's mouth to be so big. "You're dreaming. 2,000 gold coins. Even the Viscount can't pay for it. If you don't want to let us go, just say so." Babette was just a dazed young man who reacted first, and stood up from the sofa excitedly. Boom. This time Pat no longer hit him on the armor, but directly on his head. In an instant, Babette, the poor child, covered his head and sat down again. "Sir, the price you mentioned is too high. Even if we are willing to pay, we can't have so many gold coins." Gabby was helpless. Gervais was the most special among the nobles he had ever seen. Although other nobles asked for high prices, they were within reasonable limits and within their capabilities. But Gervais's asking price of 2,000 gold coins is completely exorbitant. 2,000 gold coins. This is about 10 years of tax revenue from a barony of 10,000 people. Gabby estimated that if his father heard this price, it would be more cost-effective to have a new son. 10 years later, he would still have a fat and healthy heir. "Sir, 300 gold coins. This is the limit of what I can do. What do you think?" Butler Gabby asked cautiously. Gervais said nothing and shook his head. "For 100 gold coins. I let people from outside come in and move things. The lampstand on the wall is also made of copper. You can knock it off and take it away to recover some losses." Gervais was unmoved and began to explain the matter to Ike. 800 gold coins. "Sir, this is really the limit. If it exceeds 800 gold coins, I will not be able to explain to Master Bob." Gabby's palms were sweating a little. He heard that the tone of the young noble in front of him didn't seem to be fake, and he knew that 400 gold coins really couldn't satisfy the man in front of him. So, Gabby gritted his teeth and set a final price. "Sir, if you still can't accept this price, then there is nothing I can do to save the dignity of the castle. I will only die to repay Master Bob." 800 gold coins? Gervais looked at Gabby's expression and knew that this was Gabby's limit, but it was less than he expected. The 2,000 gold coins he mentioned was of course a huge asking price, but his real expectation was 1,000 gold coins. Although the price was still high, I and others did not gain much benefit from the castle. Of course, they could only make a fortune from the hostages and the castle. "Steward Gabby, I have a request regarding the payment of gold coins. That is, I need to get the ransom within 10 days. Gervais finally agreed and fished it as soon as he could. If Wheatleaf City was also attacked by the Principality of Jean, Baron Bob would probably become a prisoner by then. Sir, the Principality of Alban and the Principality of Jean are currently at war, and it is not safe during the transportation of gold coins. Gabby was a little dumbfounded. Now that the Principality of Jean and the Principality of Alban are still at war, how could it be possible to pay gold coins? Usually, only after the war is over. The two sides will open special communication channels and complete various exchanges of prisoners of war. The noble in front of him wants to trade now, even if they are willing to pay. How can both parties ensure the safety of the transaction? Chapter 406 Another idea to make a fortune. You don't have to worry about this. You just need to send someone to May City to inform your master Bob and ask him to prepare the gold coins. Then I will bring your young master to May City. After preparing the gold coins, ask Baron Bob to send someone to guard the main gate of the city wall. When he sees the person with the rose flag, ask them to send someone out to trade with us. Ever since he learned that minor nobles such as the Earl of Jeanmai had moved their valuables to May City, Gervais knew that any hope of making money by capturing these castles and looting property was dashed. However, Gabby's idea of exchanging people for ransom to save the castle from destruction gave him another idea to make a fortune. That was specifically to kidnap the heirs of these noble seigneurs left in the castle for ransom. And Gervais also specially thought of a way to capture these noble heirs with the least cost. That is to ask Gabby, the castle steward, to help him lobby in nearby castles, and then let the noble children come out to accept his prisoners. After all, with Gervais's thousands of troops and 50 trebuchets, neither the Baron's castle nor the Viscount's castle could withstand his attack. Sir, are you sure? Gabby was a little unbelievable. He still didn't know the major trends in the Principality of Jean this year. He felt that it was impossible for Gervais and others to go to May City to trade prisoners with such arrogance. And even if Gervais and others do go to May City, there is still a question whether they can leave safely after collecting the ransom. Of course it's true. You just need to do what I say, and I will be sure to arrive in May City to make a deal with you. Gervais was even prepared to arrive at May City before the army of Alice, the king and others to make deals with these nobles. Otherwise, when the army of the Principality of Jean arrives at the gate of May City and defeats May City, then his ransom will probably be wasted. If even Babette's father was captured, who else could they turn to pay the ransom for them? But King Hayden? Okay, sir. I will send someone to May City right away. Seeing that Gervais didn't seem to be joking, Gabby responded respectfully. There's no need to send anyone else. Butler Gabby, go there yourself. I still have something to ask you to help me with. At that moment, Gervais said what he needed Gabby to do. Every time he passed a castle along the way, he told the nobles that they could hand over the heirs in the castle as the price for Gervais and others not attacking the city. At the same time, Gervais also promised not to harm them, as long as their parents paid enough ransom. Of course, Gabby also wanted to tell those people what happened to Kallenborg, especially how Gervais had 50 trebuchets and how he breached Kallenborg. After listening to Gervais's explanation, Gabby couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The Baron really dared to think that those noble heirs were not fools. Even if he really said it, no one would be able to arrest them. But of course Gervais also wanted this that Gabby could think of. He just asked Gabby to inoculate the little nobles in the castle first. When they were desperate, they would naturally choose this path. After all that needed to be said, Gabby left the castle with 2 followers, escorted by Ike and others, and headed towards May City. By this time, it was already getting dark, and the eldest prince also sent a herald to find Gervais and others. Gervais arranged for the vassals of the Jones family to be stationed in the castle to prevent other earl families from coming to attack the autumn wind. Then he took Bertram and Pat to the camp of the eldest prince and others. Early this morning, all the vassals of the allied forces of the Principality of Jean knew that the barren castle ahead had been captured by Gervais, and everyone had a depressed look on their face. It has been nearly 10 days since the southern expedition started from the City of Glory, but their group has not caught even a single scent. On the contrary, there were only a few casualties among the Jones family, and they were making great progress along the way, with many benefits. Inside the meeting tent in the Grand Prince's camp, I believe everyone knows that Viscount Gervais and the vassals of the Jones family have captured the barren castle ahead. Here I would like to commend Viscount Gervais. He has made a good start for our journey. I believe that our journey to the south will be smoother and smoother. The Jones family's achievements this time have been recorded and will be submitted to His Majesty after we join His Majesty's team. The eldest prince still sat on the main seat and began to talk loudly. with a smile on his face. Except for several vassal representatives of the Charles family. No one knew how ugly the eldest prince looked when he received the news that the Jones family had breached the castle. Now that we have this good start, we need to act separately as a family unit and try to plunge the entire Earl of Gemai into chaos so that the small nobles in May City cannot stay safely in the city. I have arranged the attack route for everyone according to His Majesty's wishes. I believe that with our strength, it will be no problem to deal with these Baron and Viscount castles. As the eldest prince said, a soldier in the tent came to the representatives of the 8 families holding a few simple maps and gave them the simple maps. Several attack routes are marked on this map. On these attack routes, each family can encounter the territories of 3 or 4 small nobles. The final meeting place for everyone is 50 miles away from May City. There, when the time comes, their team will rejoin the king and others, and then press towards May City together. Is there anything you don't understand about this offensive line? If so, you can raise it now. When everyone was looking at the simple map, the eldest prince asked. Of course, the people below had no doubts, because this attack route was drawn up by the king's advisors, and the eldest prince just randomly assigned the attack routes of these families. At this moment, these 9 routes have been marked with the names of each family. When the time comes, they only need to attack in the direction of this route. It seems that no one has any objections. Then in 2 hours, we will start attacking along this route. Then, I have another thing to arrange. The eldest prince saw that everyone had no objections and immediately began to discuss another matter. This territory called the Karen Barony has a total of 3 towns, 5 villages and 2 manors. Although most of the serfs in the territory escaped early, we still captured more than 1,000 people. In addition, a lot of loot was also found in these small towns and manors. There were more than 20 carts of wheat grain alone. In order to prevent these trophies from slowing down our offensive progress, I need one of your families to be responsible for transporting these trophies back first. After hearing what the eldest prince said, the vassal representatives below looked at each other. They all felt that the eldest prince was making a fuss. He just transported supplies and just sent 100 or 200 people back. Why did he mention it in the meeting? Chapter 407 Prepare to counterattack. I am going to leave this transportation task to the Jones family. The eldest prince ignored the strange looks from the vassal representatives and stated his arrangement. Since then, a group of vassal representatives finally knew why the eldest prince was making such a fuss and mentioned this trivial matter at the meeting. This is suppressing the Jones family. His Royal Highness, may I ask why you have us, the Jones family, transporting these supplies back to the City of Glory? This time even the little fat guy Pat, who was originally here to make soy sauce, couldn't sit still. They had successfully captured a castle today, and Pat still imagined that he would be able to prosper and make a lot of money relying on the big tree of Gervais. It's better now. The eldest prince directly asked them to send supplies to the City of Glory. I don't know how long the delay will be. By then, it is estimated that the Jones family will not even be able to drink soup. Your Excellency, the Baron asked a very good question. I think so. Your Jones family has already achieved a lot of military exploits in this southern expedition. So it doesn't matter even if you delay it for a few days. After all, other families don't have any decent military exploits yet. I think the Jones family should also be considerate of other families. Although this may make you Jones family members a little confused. For everyone's sake, if you want to blame, just blame me. The eldest prince was gentle, and his every move showed his magnanimity as the leader of this group. And his tone did not waver because of being questioned by Pat. Finally, he gave a high-sounding excuse for why he chose to let the Jones family be responsible for transporting the loot back. The nobles below originally knew that the eldest prince was seeking personal revenge, but they treated it as if it had nothing to do with them, and even felt pity for the Jones family. But I heard the eldest prince mention the gains gained by the Jones family from this southern expedition. The flames of jealousy in everyone's hearts were immediately stoked. The little pity they had for the Jones family dissipated, and instead, they felt that the eldest prince's approach was very correct. The eldest prince's answer made Pat's face turn red. But he had nothing to say. The eldest prince bluntly stated his motives. Not only would he not be criticized, but he would gain the favor of other vassals of the Earl family. And even if something like this were brought to the attention of the king, it is estimated that the king would not be able to find any fault with the eldest prince. Pat, sit down first. Seeing the eldest prince's awe-inspiring look, Gervais couldn't help but admire the world's nobles for their comprehensive training of heirs. The eldest prince is impeccable in everything he does. When suppressing the Jones family, he can also win over other families. Your Highness the Great Prince, I wonder how many people the Jones family will need to send to transport the loot back to the City of Glory. After Gervais called Pat down to sit down, he looked sharply at the eldest prince. Because there are so many supplies, it's best for everyone in the Jones family to transport them together. However, if you don't want to delay the southern expedition, you can also leave a team of 400 to 500 people to attack the city. Ordinary Baron castles and Viscount castles, with the strength of your Jones family, will be no problem. Right? What does Viscount Gervais think of this proposal? The eldest prince was not afraid at all when he saw Gervais's eyes. Instead, his eyes were full of provocation. Which means, I just want to suppress you. So what do you do? How about it? Of course I'll send you up to see Mr. Rongwang. Gervais muttered silently in his mind. Gervais's patience has been worn out. The eldest prince has made trouble for him again and again. So don't blame him for being cruel. At the same time, Gervais looked at the golden knight next to the eldest prince. This man's aura was restrained, and Gervais could not see the depth at all. This man was Gervais's biggest obstacle to dealing with the eldest prince. He was thinking about finding an opportunity to send the eldest prince to see Mr. Glory. But Gervais said, Okay, then we will follow His Highness's arrangements. Very good. Then the matter is settled. Let's go back first. Then we will attack according to our own routes. If anything happens along the way, all the families will quickly move towards me. The eldest prince's smile became even wider when he saw Gervais responding. Next, everyone stood up to salute the eldest prince and prepared to leave. Only the 3 members of the Jones family did not salute. They just stood up and followed the others towards the outside of the tent. Sitting opposite Gervais, and the others were members of the Charles family. After Charles's vassal representatives saw the 3 Gervais, their faces were full of ridicule. Bang! The door of the tent was very wide. But the little nobles walked out of the tent in an orderly manner one by one. When it came to the Jones family and the Charles family, neither side gave in to each other. Gervais was not polite, and secretly summoned up his fighting spirit, heading towards the people of the Charles family next to him. In an instant, he knocked the little nobleman with a mocking smile away, allowing Gervais to walk out of the tent first. Ha ha! A good dog stays out of the way! After walking out of the tent, Gervais burst out laughing. Pat and Bertram followed closely behind, also smiling. The face of the vassal of the Charles family, who was knocked away by Gervais, turned green and white. He couldn't understand why he was knocked away by Gervais, since he was also a junior silver knight. Although Gervais was the first to launch the attack, he was not slow in arousing his fighting spirit. But unexpectedly, he was still knocked away by a bronze knight. This made him feel very embarrassed. But Gervais walked out of the tent after knocking him away. And behind him was Bertram, a silver middle-level knight. So he couldn't have an attack for a while. Gervais, the eldest prince is obviously trying to suppress our Jones family. Why did you agree to it? In the discussion tent, Fatty Pat did not question Gervais's promise. When the 3 of them left the tent, Pat finally couldn't help it and asked Gervais in a depressed tone. Pat, what the eldest prince just said has pushed our Jones family into opposition to other families. Even if we still oppose it, the eldest prince will use voting methods, like last night, to make it impossible for our Jones family to refute. But didn't the eldest prince also say that? We can still leave a few hundred people to continue the attack. So Pat, you don't have to worry. Gervais felt the same as Ming Jing. When the eldest prince said those words in a high-sounding voice, the Jones family would not be able to escape from this arrangement. So it was better to agree quickly. Okay, but this big prince is really nothing. Our Jones family's contribution is not for the Principality of Jing. But he suppresses our Jones family like this. Pat nodded helplessly, but still felt dissatisfied with what the eldest prince had done. Ha ha. Okay, Pat. Let's transport the supplies. It won't take a few days. There are still a lot of achievements waiting for us. You and Baron Bertram will take everyone to transport the loot to the City of Glory later. And I'll just stay here to take charge of the attack. Gervais, this is inappropriate. Those people in the Charles family are quite hostile to you. How about Baron Bertram and I stay here, and you take the others back to the City of Glory? Or, both Lord Bertram and I can stay and attack with you. Pat heard what Gervais meant, and was preparing to break away from the main force and continue the attack. And couldn't help but be reminded. It's okay. I have more than 200 people under my command. They don't dare to blatantly trouble me. Gervais shook his head and rejected Pat's offer. Now that Gervais has the incredible kiwi fruit as his trump card, he has no worries about his own safety. Instead, I want to do something earth-shattering with this trump card. Since the eldest prince was so unyielding towards him and the hatred had been forged. Gervais felt that he should take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. Otherwise, when the eldest prince ascends the throne in the future, there will definitely be more trouble waiting for him. Gervais asked Pat and others to go back just to scare them away so that he could act with peace of mind. Chapter 408, Practicing the Breathless Slash. After Gervais and the others returned to the castle, they announced the news about the eldest prince to everyone, and a group of young nobles almost went berserk. However, with the comfort of Gervais and others, they had no choice but to accept the arrangement. 2 hours later, the teams of other earl families and eldest princes in the Principality of Jean had already set off, leaving only the team of the Jones family still outside Kallenborg. Gervais, then be careful yourself. If that doesn't work, wait for us to come back in this castle. Fatty Pat and a group of young nobles were riding on war horses, while other soldiers were already escorting thousands of prisoners in the open space outside the castle, waiting to set off. Don't worry. Go back quickly. Gervais waved to Pat and the others. Pat and the others then urged their horses to head towards the castle gate. After watching Pat and his group drift away and disappear at the end of the road, Gervais withdrew his gaze. Let's go too. Yes, sir, Ike responded quickly, and then shouted to the team behind him. Your Majesty has your order. Let's go now. Afterwards, Gervais took the lead and led more than 200 of his subordinates out of the castle gate of Kallenborg and headed towards the Jones family's attack route. When Gervais and others left the castle, the gate of Kallenborg was immediately closed. At this time, a rose flag of the Jones family was planted on the castle of Kallenborg, and the more than 20 soldiers staying in the castle were also soldiers of the vassals of the Jones family. They stayed in the castle specifically to prevent the castle from being occupied by others. Destroy? Since he promised Gabby not to destroy the castle in exchange for gold coins, Gervais would certainly do it. Moreover, the original guards and servants of Kallenborg, Gervais, were not taken away. Instead, they were disarmed and imprisoned in the dungeon of the castle. The only person Gervais took away was Babette, the heir of the Baron. This was a prisoner worth several hundred gold coins. Gervais would not be at ease if he did not take him with him. After leaving the castle, Gervais and his subordinates walked quickly. When they walked 3 miles away, they saw an empty town. At this time, the town was in a mess, apparently caused by the eldest prince and others when they sent people to search for supplies. When they first arrived in the Earl of Jean, the team of Gervais and others were lined up at the rear and did not release their scout cavalry. So they really didn't know the specific location of the small town in the barony of Karen. Now that the town has been looted, Gervais and others will no longer stay. Passing through the town, Gervais and his party continue to move quickly. Each of them has a horse and carriage, so they are traveling at a very fast speed. Quickly, I finally left the confines of the Karen Baron as the night was approaching. Let them camp here. Yes, sir. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Gervais was not prepared to travel at night. He chose a suitable place to camp on the border of the Karen barony and continue the operation tomorrow. After giving instructions on everything, Gervais waited for 3 to 5 minutes before walking towards his tent. Gervais's tent is always the fastest to be erected in the camp. This fact makes Gervais very satisfied with what these subordinates do. Back in the tent, Gervais first took out the simple map he got in the meeting tent. The map clearly marked the attack routes of the eldest prince and each earl family. This is to prevent unexpected situations from happening, so that the vassals of each earl family can find their teammates in time. I don't have a professional scout team, so I can't monitor the movements of the eldest prince and his companions at all times. If I want to ambush the eldest prince, I have to get in front of them and wait for them. Looking at the route on the map, Gervais began to think about how to deal with the big prince. First, he needed to know the movements of the eldest prince, but he did not have a professional scout team, so he could only choose the stupidest method. As for how to deal with the eldest prince, Gervais's first choice is of course to assassinate him alone. This is the most likely method to succeed. But again, it is not easy to assassinate the eldest prince. The eldest prince is not only protected by thousands of troops, but also protected by a golden knight. Although Gervais has the black kiwi fruit with incredible effects, he can't guarantee whether it can deal with the golden knight because he has never taken it. Under such circumstances, Gervais's plan was to march quickly, run in front of the great prince, then find a place to hide his team, and set off alone. When the time comes, he will find a way to sneak into the eldest prince's camp, and then take black kiwi fruit to assassinate the eldest prince. Although Gervais was not sure whether black kiwi could allow him to fight the golden knight head-on, he thought it would be no problem to escape from the golden knight. Of course, Gervais only had 1 hour, so there was still danger. After briefly checking the map, Gervais put the map away. The plan had been figured out, and now he needed to strengthen his strength as much as possible. So Gervais took out the secret martial arts skills that Baron Bertram gave to him as a thank you from his arms. Breaking Wind Slash. Gervais opened the severe breath of the wind, turned directly to the training method for the second level, and then read it intently. Although Gervais is busy these days, he has not stopped practicing. Whenever he has free time, he will practice Do Chi and practice the secret technique of breaking wind. The first level of breathless wind, Gervais, has been initially mastered. Whenever it is released, it can induce a weak breeze to carry sand and dust around the body, and the power of the sword slash can be increased to 3 times the power. However, Gervais was unable to practice at the second level of the severing wind slash, because the minimum requirement for the second level of training is to start as a silver knight. Although Gervais's physique is higher than that of an ordinary bronze knight, and he can defeat the junior silver knight with a critical strike and a single slash. However, whenever Gervais wanted to try to practice the second level of breathless slash, he always felt that there was something missing that he couldn't get started with, and he couldn't even bring out the breeze. The reason why Gervais continues to look at the second level cultivation method now is because he wonders if he can solve this problem by taking black kiwi fruit. After all, theoretically, his physique at that time was equivalent to the strength of 50 junior silver knights. This time, Gervais was not only preparing to memorize the second level of severe wind slash, but also the third level, which was the highest level. When the third level of breathless slash is used, a violent whirlwind can be formed within 5 meters of the body. This whirlwind is also mixed with sharp sword energy. At the same time, each attack can explode 5 times the power, and as long as the fighting spirit is not exhausted, this secret skill can continue to be maintained. He was already salivating over the third level of Gervais, so now that he had such a good opportunity, he was ready to try it out to see if he could use it. Afterwards, Gervais sat in the tent and began to observe and study the breathless wind without any distractions. Gervais stayed in his tent and studied hard, preparing to eliminate the powerful enemy of the great prince. In the camp of the Charles family, more than a dozen vassals of the Charles family were gathering in a tent, and the simple map was also placed on the table. The eldest prince just sent someone to deliver the news. Gervais has indeed started marching alone. He and his men total no more than 200 people. Commander Dude, I think we can ambush Gervais' team here. What do you think? The dozen or so vassals of the Charles family were sitting on both sides of the long table, but sitting at the head was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a calm aura. This man is the commander of the elite army of the Charles family. This time he hid his identity and infiltrated into the vassal team to kill Gervais. And he is also a peak silver knight. Now the vassals of the Jones family have been dismissed by the eldest prince with excuses. He took action to kill Gervais. In the eyes of everyone, this was a matter of easy capture. Chapter 409, Arrival at Bernburg. No problem. Viscount Daniel, you can make your own arrangements. I am only responsible for the actions. Just inform me in advance when the time comes. Dude replied nonchalantly. He really didn't take the little bronze knight of Gervais seriously. If Count Nino hadn't given the direct order, he would have felt that this was an insult to his status as a peak silver knight. Okay, Commander Duda. I plan to take action in 4 days. I will send people to secretly monitor their movements during these 2 days. Viscount Daniel smiled slightly and finalized his plan to deal with Gervais. The next morning, Gervais got up early and started eating breakfast, because they are now separated from the main force. Gervais and others sleep with their armor and swords close to them at night. However, it is obvious that the small nobles of the Alban Principality have been frightened by the Jean Principality, and no small nobles dare to take the initiative to attack them. After breakfast, Gervais and his party continued to move forward, taking advantage of the cool breeze in the autumn morning. Gervais and others traveled for more than 30 miles amidst the sound of horse hooves. Sir, there is a town and castle 10 miles ahead. When it was almost noon, Laurie's team, sent out by Gervais to temporarily serve as rangers, rushed back from the front and brought back the situation ahead. This should be Baron Bane's castle marked on the map. After hearing Laurie's report, Gervais took out a simple map from the saddle and checked the name of the castle. Laurie, is there anyone else in that town? Sir, we saw no one walking on the streets of the town from a distance, so we got closer to check and found no one. There were only many figures on the walls of the castle. Laurie quickly answered Gervais. Ick. Tell everyone to eat dry food on the carriage and the team will continue to move forward. We will try to capture the barren castle before dark. Lori, please continue to lead the investigation ahead. Gervais thought for a moment and immediately began to give orders. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ike and Lori responded respectively, and then quickly executed Gervais's order. In this way, Gervais and his party finished their lunch hastily on the horse or carriage. An hour later, Gervais finally saw the town and castle that Lori reported from a distance. This town is much more prosperous than Benhai town. Just from the number of houses, it can be seen that there are at least 2,000 to 3,000 permanent residents in this town. And the houses in this town are not as shabby as in Benhai town. There are stone buildings on both sides of the main street. However, there was no one in the town at the moment, and the streets seemed extremely empty. At this time, some rooms had been opened, and several of Gervais's subordinates were searching inside. There were also soldiers on horseback patrolling behind the main street of the town. Sir, there are no personnel. Sir, no one was found in the rear. Very well. Let's go directly to the castle. Gervais nodded and looked at the towering barren castle 2 miles away. The residents of the small town should have been sent away to hide in the surrounding woods, just like Baron Cullen. However, Gervais had his own plans, and the number of his men was too small, so he could no longer take care of these civilians. They couldn't run far anyway, so they might as well leave it to the Jones family's large force to capture them. What Gervais needs to do now is to capture these castles, and then quickly make a detour to the front of the Great Prince and the others to carry out his own plan. When Gervais's team arrived at the 2-arrow point of the castle, the appearance of the defenders on the city wall was clearly visible. This barren castle has a similar appearance to Kallenborg. The terrain is also backed by a river, and there is a moat dozens of meters wide at the foot of the city wall. Babet, do you know the owner of this castle? Babette's upper body was tied tightly, and she was riding alone on a horse. At this moment, the guards had pulled her to Gervais's side. No, this is Baron Bane's castle. Babette looked at the castle in the distance with an ugly expression on her face. But at the same time, there was a hint of gloating. In this case, you and I can go up together and shout to persuade them to surrender. It's best if we can make them surrender obediently. If that doesn't work, we'll just have to spend some effort. Gervais was not surprised either. The 2 territories were adjacent and belonged to the same Earl family, so they must be related. However, the trace of gloating in Babette's eyes made Gervais confused. Ike, unload the trebuchet from the carriage and put it together, and send someone else to start digging the soil to prepare to fill the river. Of course, even though Gervais was trying to persuade the enemy to surrender, he did not expect the opponent to actually surrender. So the progress of the siege still had to continue. After giving instructions to Ike and others, Gervais took Babette and walked slowly towards the castle. But Gervais found that Babette was quite coy and didn't want to step forward. However, because the reins of his horse were in Gervais's hand, he could only move forward obediently. Do you know the name of the man on the castle? After getting closer, Gervais saw a young man wearing full body armor on the castle in front of him. He was obviously the highest ranking person in the castle. So he asked Babette. His name is Finus, and he is the eldest son of Baron Bane. Babette glanced above, then lowered her head to answer Gervais's question. Oh! Gervais nodded and shouted at the people on the castle at the top of his lungs. Finus, we, the Jones family from the Principality of Jean, are here to formally warn you that you have been surrounded. Only for you. Open the castle gate and come out to surrender within 10 minutes. Otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. Gervais didn't know how other minor nobles persuaded them to surrender in this situation. But fortunately, he had watched a lot of TV dramas in his previous life and immediately followed suit. Humph. Don't talk nonsense. If you have the ability, attack us. If you want us to surrender, you are dreaming. Bah! Quite crazy. You are indeed the second generation of a nobleman. Gervais muttered cheerfully. Obviously, the people on the castle looked down upon the 200 or so people like Gervais at all. If the other vassals of the Jones family were still there, they would still be afraid. But now they are not afraid at all. However, this kind of siege called formation Gervais had never experienced it before, so it felt novel. It's a pity that no one above him exposed his butt to him. Otherwise, like Biddy last time, Gervais would definitely make his asshole crumble and leave wounds all over the place. Phoenix, please don't make a mistake. This is your last chance. Otherwise you will end up like Babette. Gervais pointed at Babette beside him and continued to persuade. Next to him, Babette was accused of being a role model by Gervais in public. His face became even more ugly, and he felt ashamed. Humph! Don't compare me with this loser Babette. Phoenix on the castle snorted coldly. Don't talk nonsense. If you have the ability, attack. I will let you taste the power of my Bernberg longbow and sword. Ah, Phineas, you are a waste. You don't have to laugh at me. You will know later. Babette finally couldn't bear it anymore. After being scolded by Phoenix, his face immediately turned red. He raised his head and cursed back at the top of the castle. Gervais finally figured it out. Babette had hesitated to step forward. It turned out that there was a conflict between the two people. So Babette knew that if he was captured like this, he would definitely be laughed at by his opponent. Babet, you're not a loser. So why did you lose your father's Kallenborg? Phoenix's words instantly rendered Babette speechless. Ha ha! Don't worry. He will come down to accompany you later. Gervais laughed loudly. The two of them still had time to scold each other at this time. They were really a strange couple. So he comforted Babette. When Babette heard Gervais's comfort, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She looked like she was about to cry, but had no tears. Finest, since you didn't listen to the warning, then prepare to accept the justice of my Jones family army. After saying that, Gervais took Babette back to his team. At this moment, Ike and others had already moved the trebuchet out of the carriage and began to assemble it quickly. About half an hour later, Ike and others finally assembled all the trebuchets, and the stone bullets were loaded. Sir, it's already installed. It's ready to launch at any time. Well, let's launch. The old rule is that the trebuchet will not stop until the castle is destroyed. Laurie, you are responsible for covering the 50 spearmen filling the river. Under a simple tent with only a roof, Gervais sat leisurely on a soft chair like last time, holding a glass of wine in his hand, and gave orders to Ike and Laurie with an indifferent expression. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Chapter 410 Wise Choice. Then Ike and Laurie conveyed Gervais's order, and Gervais's siege operation officially started. Because of the number of people, Gervais did not plan to fill in a wide aisle this time. It only needs 1 or 2 meters wide to facilitate 2 or 3 people walking side by side. Otherwise, with just 50 slaves, it would be impossible to fill the area across the moat even if it were filled until tomorrow. Boom, 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 as the trebuchets were launched. The castle in front was constantly attacked by stone bombs. And because it was daytime this time, the impact points of the stone bombs were more accurate, and the scene was more thrilling. After just 2 rounds of missiles, Gervais saw a tower in Bernberg not far away collapse. By the way, the 3 or 4 guards on it were also buried under rubble. Under Gervais's trebuchet, which can be called a strategic weapon, the siege operation continued unhurriedly. During this period, Gervais sat on a soft chair and watched the progress of the siege. There is no need for Gervais to command anything. Ike and others are carrying out their own duties. Here, they are attacking the city, and there are 20 longbowmen on guard at the periphery. Gervais's small steel cannon has also been loaded into the pond, loaded with shotguns. If someone behind him wants to sneak attack his team, they will definitely not be able to get away with it. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. Finally, as the sun set, a huge noise came from Bernberg in the distance. Gervais looked along the sound and saw that a section of the front wall of Bernberg was collapsing, stirring up smoke and dust all over the sky. Ike, bring me my full armor. Tell the swordsmen and longbowmen to prepare to attack the city. After waiting for several hours, this moment finally arrived. Although it was expected, Gervais still found it troublesome. Yes, sir. Soon, Gervais put on his full body armor with the help of Ike and others. The slave spearmen under the city wall also filled the collapsed city wall with soil. This time, the collapsed wall of Bernberg was much more serious than that of Kallenborg. There was a gap more than 4 meters wide, and the remaining height of the wall was less than 5 meters. Gervais estimated that this was because the trebuchets could concentrate their attacks on one place during the day. Everyone, charge me! If you surrender, you will not be killed. Those who dare to resist will be killed without mercy. This time they were all Gervais's own subordinates, and they were all ordinary soldiers. So Gervais did not want casualties, and was not prepared to hold back on those who resisted. Soon, Gervais led 50 or 60 people to the bottom of the city wall of Bernberg and prepared to board the city. The defenders above the city wall were still resisting, and kept shooting arrows at them. Boom, boom, boom. The 14 members of Laurie's team, holding long muskets, began to cover Gervais and others' attack on the city, constantly shooting at the defenders, who showed their heads with bows and arrows. As sporadic gunshots rang out, 1 or 2 screams could be heard from time to time on the city wall. And some guards fell directly from the top of the castle after being shot by muskets. On Gervais' side, after the siege ladder was set up, Gervais took the lead in climbing up the city wall. No wonder Gervais takes the lead every time. But he is also quite helpless. Gervais does not have a titled knight under his command. And the phoenix in the castle is wearing full armor, and is obviously a bronze knight. If his subordinates are allowed to take the lead, if you rush forward, you will definitely pay a lot of casualties. Put down your weapons and surrender without being killed. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. Gervais jumped into the vestibule immediately and rushed towards the guards, who were coming not far away. There was no suspense about what happened next. In just a minute or two, Gervais captured the Bernburg. Through this siege, Gervais discovered a problem. Even though these noble heirs knew that they were stronger than them, they still took the lead to stop him and others. Gervais didn't know whether they were brave enough to die or knew they could buy their lives with ransom. In short, this was in line with Gervais's wishes. He directly held these noble heirs as hostages. And the guards would stop obediently because they were afraid can't afford such responsibility. When Ike and others completely controlled all the defenders. It also meant that Gervais had hundreds of gold coins in his account. What? 800 gold coins? Viscount Gervais. Why don't you go and grab it? I'm just grabbing it now. Let Ike and others walk around the castle. The situation of Bernburg is exactly the same as that of Kallenborg. All valuable things have been sent to May City. So Gervais was too lazy to beat around the bush and directly proposed the same price as Babette. Finus felt that Gervais was speaking loudly. But Gervais's answer made Phineas's face turn red instantly. But he had nothing to say. Babette, who was still tied up at the side, was wearing a gloating smile at the moment. This meant that happiness alone was not as good as happiness for everyone. The castle butler of Bernburg is obviously not as good as the Gabby butler of Kallenborg. Gabby could still remain calm when seeing Gervais and others. But the steward of Bernburg was a little timid. But this is normal. After all, not everyone is afraid of death. In this case, there is no shame in being paralyzed by fear. After reporting the amount of gold coins, Gervais directly told the castle steward how to conduct the transaction. And just like Gabby, let them tell the people in the castle along the way. As long as the hostages are handed over, the castle can be kept intact. By the time the castle steward of Bernburg rushed to May City with 2 servants to report the news, the sky had completely darkened, and Gervais simply rested in the castle for the night. Early the next morning, Gervais continued his journey. The servant of Bernburg was still imprisoned in the dungeon by Gervais, and he also planted a rose flag above the castle and left 10 serfs as temporary defenders, waiting here for the subsequent large forces. After more than half a day, Gervais came to the last castle on his route, which was still a baron's castle. When Gervais brought his 2 happy friends, Babette and Phoenix, to the foot of Fort Aubry, an unexpected scene happened to him. Are you the Viscount Gervais of the Jones family? Yes. You know me? At this moment, there is a young man on the city wall. He is not wearing armor, but is just wearing a gorgeous silk gown. I heard what happened to them from the stewards of Kallenborg and Bernburg, and it was from them that I learned your name. The young man on the castle replied with a slightly respectful tone. Viscount Gervais, as long as I am willing to leave the city and serve as your hostage, will you really give up attacking Aubry Castle? Of course. As for the ransom, you must have heard about it. Right. It requires 800 gold coins. You should know the 2 people next to me. They also need 800 gold coins to redeem. Gervais was of course happy to see the young man on the city wall being so smart. He would not gain much by taking over the castle. So why not take the hostages and go to May City to happily exchange them for gold coins? Okay, Viscount Gervais. I hope you can do what you say. The young man on the city wall no longer hesitated and began to order people to prepare to lower the gondola from the castle. Do you 2 know this person? Don't lie to me. Otherwise the losses he will suffer will be borne by you. Seeing that the young man was so cooperative, Gervais was very satisfied. But he still checked with Babette and Phoenix to avoid being deceived by the people in the castle with fake airs. Hearing Gervais's question, Babette and Finus couldn't help rolling their eyes. They had never seen such a chivalrous person like Gervais. I know him. His name is Ulrich, and he is the eldest son of Baron Aubry. Gervais ignored the aggrieved expressions of the 2 men. After confirming the identity of the young man, Gervais was paying attention to the man's actions. The gondola on the castle was slowly lowered. But this time it was not Ulrich who came down, but a manservant. After the manservant reached the bottom of the city wall, Ulrich rode the gondola to the bottom of the city wall. At this time, There was a small canoe under the city wall. I don't know if it was prepared by Uric and the others in advance. The two of them took the small canoe and slowly arrived on the other side of the moat. "Hello, Viscount Gervais. Hello, Ulrich. You made a wise choice." Gervais laughed. But Quirico's words were correct. After all, it was impossible to defend such a baron's castle against Gervais's 50 trebuchets. When the castle walls collapse, a lot of manpower and material resources will be spent on repairs and reconstruction. Next, Gervais took a flag of the Jones family and asked the manservant to take it back to the castle and plant it in case the Jones family came 2 days later and continued to attack the city without knowing the situation. In addition, Gervais also asked the butler in the castle to go to May City to report the news and asked Baron Aubrey to prepare a ransom. At this point, the castles along the Jones family have been solved by Gervais. The ransom alone can yield 2,400 gold coins. When the large army returns, it is estimated that many serfs will be captured. This kind of business is so easy to do. Should I go on the same route as other earl families and make a fortune? Gervais suddenly had this idea. The other families had a large number of people, and many of them marched on 2 feet, which could not match the marching speed of Gervais's carriage-like infantry team. So Gervais estimated that they were probably still solving the first castle, and he felt that he could take this opportunity to quickly harvest on their route. Anyway, I only need to persuade them to surrender at that time. If they really don't surrender, the worst they can do is just leave. But as long as one castle surrenders, they can make a net profit of 800 gold coins. From what Uric said, Gervais knew why he chose to surrender so readily. It turned out that when Gabby came to talk about the situation in Kallenborg, Uric didn't take it seriously. He even thought that Gabby was too cowardly and helped the enemy to convey these words that obviously meant to persuade them to surrender. But when the steward of Bernburg also said the same thing, Ulrich had to pay attention. So they quickly sent people to check the 2 castles. They were shocked when they saw that small sections of the walls of the 2 castles were directly destroyed, and all of them were breached. After receiving such news, Uric could not take any chances. With the same ending, why not save the lives of the castle and his subordinates? So he made a wise choice, and what happened just now happened. Chapter 4:11, Temporary Guest Appearance. Harvesting the castles on other families' routes does not conflict with Gervais's plan to assassinate the eldest prince. So Gervais immediately made up his mind and prepared to try his idea. So Gervais took out his simple map and studied it. I don't know if the eldest prince's arrangement of the route has special significance. The Jones family's offensive route is on the leftmost side of all the families, which is the baronies on the edge of the Earl of Kimai. If you go further to the left, you will have left the scope of the earldom of Genmai and will be a vast forest without people. On the right side of the Jones family's route, adjacent to them is the Charles family, and adjacent to the Charles family is the eldest prince's own team. From this point of view, the team of the Charles family and the eldest prince directly formed an invisible wall. If the vassal team of the Jones family wanted to move towards May City, they must pass through the route of the Charles family and the eldest prince. Since you are so close to me, you can only consider yourself unlucky. Although Gervais vaguely noticed something was wrong, he was not too worried now because he had the confidence of the black kiwi fruit. On the contrary, he felt that it was what he wanted. If he could snatch some gold coins from the Charles family, he would be very happy. Next, Gervais's route was replanned, heading directly towards the Charles family on the right. Gervais calculated that if he circled the Charles family's attack route, he could run to the front of the eldest prince's team, hide his subordinates, and then assassinate the eldest prince. Thinking of this, Gervais gave an order and started marching quickly with his men. Even if it was time to eat, Gervais also ordered everyone to do it on the carriage. The soldiers riding war horses were also divided into 2 groups, and they could take turns to rest on the carriage. And Gervais himself was already sitting in the carriage to cope with the day and night journey. After more than 10 hours of traveling day and night, more than 200 people from Gervais finally crossed the route of the Charles family. There are a total of 6 noble territories on the offensive route of the Charles family, the first of which is the Viscount Castle, and the others are Baron Castles. When Gervais arrived at the second Baron's Castle, the Baron's Castle was still intact, and the defenders were nervously guarding the castle. The Charles family was traveling at the same speed as Gervais had guessed, and they were still attacking the first Viscount Castle at this time. There are many vassals of the Charles family, but they are not as wealthy as Gervais, who owns 50 trebuchets. So every war is a real primitive siege war. To capture a Viscount Castle, you still need 1 or 2 day time, while the vassals of the Charles family were still working hard to attack their first target. Gervais had already gone around to their front and started to snatch the fruit that belonged to them. People on the city wall. Listen. We are the team of the Charles family of the Principality of Jean. Now we give you 10 minutes to consider whether to surrender. If you are willing to surrender, you only need to hand over the heir of your castle baron, and then use 800 more gold coin redemption. If you are unwilling to surrender, then I can only let you have a taste of the trebuchet. Standing under the baron's castle, Gervais did not use the name of the Jones family. He needed to prevent the Charles family from finding a reason to complain to the king. Now in the name of the Charles family, even if the vassals of the Charles family make speculations, there is nothing he can do. After a few days, he gets the ransom. Who can Charles find to testify? Many times the rules and regulations of nobles are like this. As long as they don't show it to the public and seek death in a high-profile manner, everyone will turn a blind eye. The Charles family? Doesn't it mean that only the Jones family has this rule? Standing on the city wall was a young man wearing full body armor. He was the eldest son of the baron who stayed in the castle, named Darren. When Darren heard Gervais's persuasion to surrender, his face was full of doubts. When Gabby and others passed by their castle, they did talk about Gervais, but they clearly said that Gervais belonged to the Jones family, and because stewards from other castles came one after another to persuade them to surrender, they had to pay attention and start thinking about the pros and cons. In particular, Gabby and others said that Gervais owned 50 trebuchets. If he was unwilling to surrender, he would just use the trebuchets to smash them regardless. No one is afraid of such a saucy operation. So the heirs of the nobles who stayed in the castle are thinking about whether it would be more cost-effective to surrender directly if they really encounter the legendary Gervais. Otherwise, when the city wall collapses and he is captured again, the losses will be huge. And this is a lesson learned from the past. Yes, it's the Charles family. Of course, this is just a temporary guest appearance. Okay, don't talk nonsense. I said I am from the Charles family, so I am from the Charles family. Now, Babette, Phoenix, and Uric are all here. Do you want to ask them? Facing the doubts of the people above the castle, Gervais generously gave an explanation. At the same time, in order to prove the credibility of his words, he pointed at the 3 Babettes and said to the castle, "Temporary guest appearance? What do you mean?" After hearing Gervais's explanation, everyone in the castle was even more confused. Can the family affiliation be changed at will? This is a prince, not a wife. So you can change it if you want. But when they heard Gervais's next words, everyone looked at the 3 people with their upper bodies tied up next to Gervais. Darren immediately recognized a few of them. Darren and Babette are both about the same age, even if they don't have much social contact on weekdays. As heirs of the family, they still look familiar after attending banquets together. Viscount Gervais, I am willing to be your hostage. I hope you can keep your promise. Of course. After confirming that Gervais was the inhumane guy mentioned by Gabby and others, Darren surrendered directly in exchange for the safety of the castle without much struggle. Although he didn't know why Gervais used the family name of Charles. The 3 heirs of barons were real, and the tarpaulin on the carriage behind was deliberately lifted, and the parts of the trebuchet exposed could not be fake. Soon, Darren ran down from the castle. After Darren was tied up and told his castle steward to go to May City to report the news, Gervais suddenly remembered something. So he said to Darren, "I promise not to attack your castle. I will keep my promise. But I can't guarantee the other nobles of the Principality of Jean. Therefore, I have a suggestion here. You'd better ask all of your subordinates to withdraw from the castle. Anyway, there is nothing valuable in the castle. Even if the team from the Principality of Jean comes, they won't cause damage to the castle." Gervais is a principled person. Since Darren is so cooperative, Gervais doesn't mind giving more advice. If the guards and servants in the castle do not withdraw, they will definitely attack the city when the Charles family team arrives. If these people ran away and the castle gate was opened, the Charles family would not need to attack the city again. This is good. Darren didn't seem to be joking when he saw Gervais, although he felt that Gervais had compromised his promise a little. Now that things have reached this point, he has nothing to worry about. So Darren quickly said a few words to the castle steward, who had not yet left. After seeing that he had finished explaining, Gervais did not delay and took him and Babette back to his team, and then prepared to rush to the next baron's castle. Chapter 412 Whereabouts Discovered. In the next day, Gervais captured 3 baronial castles on the Charles family route, which made Gervais very excited. This is not a war. This is simply collecting protection fees. Whenever Gervais came to these castles, and took Babette and the others as an example, the heirs of the nobles who stayed in the castle were all captured without any hesitation. Now Gervais already has 8 Baron descendants as prisoners, which is 6,400 gold coins when converted into gold coins. And it was only when Kallenborg and Bane were captured that Gervais actually carried out the siege. The heirs of these barons did not need to take action. They just came with words. No wonder everyone likes Nanjing. It turns out that Nanjing is so profitable. Not bad. After a calculation, he came up with 6,400 gold coins. Gervais smacked his lips, thinking that this was a good business, and the money came in too quickly. There was a time when he was worried about tens or hundreds of gold coins, and even had to dig and search for money for soldiers' equipment. Of course, the southern expedition brings in money very quickly, but to be able to achieve such a huge harvest and obtain it so easily, Gervais is probably the only one among the nobles of the entire Principality of Zeon. Not everyone has 50 trebuchets. While Gervais was extremely excited about making a fortune, the vassals of the Charles family had dark lines on their heads and were a little at a loss. The vassals of the Charles family captured the first Viscount Castle this morning, and it took more than 100 casualties in total to capture the Viscount Castle. After breaking through the Viscount Castle, the vassals of the Charles family left hundreds of people to search the Viscount territory for the serfs hiding in the woods, while the large army rushed to the next Baron Castle. But when they arrived at the Baron's castle, they were dumbfounded. The castle door was open, but there was no one inside. When they entered the castle, they found that everything inside had been emptied. Not even a grain of food. This made the vassals of the Charles family both puzzled and disappointed. You must know that every time a Seignior castle is captured, the most valuable thing is not the worthless trophies inside, but the heirs and family members of the small nobles. As long as a noble heir is captured, it means hundreds of gold coins are entered into the account. Send someone to search for me. See if the people in this castle have fled to the woods to hide. As the temporary commander of the Charles family's vassals, Daniel's face was not very good. The group of them had not made much profit at all since they set out. The only thing that had some profit was the Viscount's castle that they had just captured in the morning. Although all the valuable things in the castle have been moved, the Viscount heir is worth more than 500 gold coins. This is a good start. But after all, there are too many monks, and there are only a few castles on the offensive route they were assigned. Now that a noble heir has just escaped, how can he not be angry? The vassals of the Charles family did not know that it was Gervais who had harvested the fruits of their victory. Although it was rare for aristocratic heirs to abandon the castle and flee directly, it was not unheard of. Next, the vassals of the Charles family began to search the barony with their men, hoping to find the absconded noble heirs. Of course, this was in vain. Although they hunted down many serfs who were hiding, there was no news about the people in the castle. The captured serfs even confessed that before they escaped, the Baron's eldest son had been guarding the castle with soldiers. My lord, we found 2 spies in the west of this barony. They said they were sent by you. While Daniel and others continued to wait for the results of the search, a team leader in charge of the search came to report. The spies I sent out? Daniel looked a little confused. He had indeed sent out 2 spies, and for the sake of confidentiality, only he and a dozen or so minor nobles knew about it. But weren't these 2 people supposed to be secretly following Gervais and his party on the Jones family's route? Why did they run back to their side? Bring them in! After just a moment of doubt, Daniel guessed that something must have happened, so he immediately ordered the squad leader to let his 2 spies in. After meeting the 2 spies, Daniel confirmed that they were indeed the 2 men he sent to monitor Gervais. Now there is only 1 day left before the operation against Gervais will begin. How come these 2 people are here? With such doubts, Daniel cleared away the irrelevant people and began to ask questions. What's going on? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on Gervais' team? Why did you come back? Come back? Sir, we lost track of them. Gervais's team suddenly accelerated and did not stop at all. We lost track of them after dark. The 2 men timidly answered that they knew Daniel's temper very well, and he treated his subordinates very harshly, and would punish him with whippings if he did not cause any harm. Therefore, after losing track of Gervais and others, these 2 people did not come back to report immediately. Instead, they followed the traces of Gervais's team and continued to search, because they were not familiar with the Principality of Alban. The 2 of them did not know that Gervais and others were rushing all the way and had interspersed on the route of the Charles family. Trash! Idiot! You 2 idiots! Daniel cursed loudly that his 2 spies had lost track of such a large group of people. If he delays what Count Nemio told him, he will also be punished. Daniel wanted to draw his sword and kill his 2 useless men now, but thinking that it was important to find traces of Gervais, he could only suppress his anger and continued to ask. Then why do you two losers appear in the woods here? Sir, after we found out that we had lost track of Gervais and his group, we searched for the traces they left all the way to this place. Finally, we met the team leader, and we found out that we were back on the route of our Charles family. What? You said Gervais is coming towards our route? Daniel was shocked. This was something he had never expected. Yes, sir. Boom. Daniel slapped the table and thought of a bad possibility. Is this weird situation in Baron Castle the work of Gervais? Commander Dude, it seems that Gervais may have arrived in front of us. We must catch up now. Regardless of whether the empty Baron's castle was caused by Gervais or not, they must chase Gervais. Because killing Gervais and retrieving the loot are equally important to them. Okay. Commander Dude didn't say anything. Anyway, he couldn't be blamed for such a thing. Naturally, vassals like Daniel were responsible for it. Hurry up and gather people. Let's go after Gervais now. We must not let him run away. Seeing that Dude had no objection, Daniel quickly gave instructions to the dozen or so little nobles. Count Nino had already made arrangements to deal with Gervais's manpower. Each of their more than 10 vassals had 10 people from each family, which added up to 100 people. It's not that Nino doesn't want to send more manpower, but the horses are limited, and they need to go back quickly without leaving any trace. So they can only let these more than 100 people deal with Gervais's more than 200 people. However, there are 10 title knights among the more than 100 of them, and they are all silver knights. And there is Dude, a peak silver knight. In Nino's view, this is already a lion fighting a rabbit. Using all his strength, Gervais must die. Chapter 413, Eat the Black Kiwi Fruit. When Daniel and others determined to start chasing Gervais, in just over 10 minutes, a team of hundreds of people, fully armed and galloping away on horses. Without hesitation, Daniel and others arrived at the next Baron's castle in just a few hours. When they saw that this Baron's castle was exactly the same as the previous Baron's castle, Daniel and the other little nobles were not calm. Everyone was so excited that they wanted to cut Gervais into pieces right now. Gervais, I swear I won't be a human unless I kill you. Daniel looked up to the sky and roared. Cutting off people's wealth is like killing their parents. Gervais did this because he was not even prepared to leave soup for them. So how could the vassals of the Charles family not be furious? In order to catch up with Gervais quickly, Daniel and others did not stop too much. The third castle, the fourth castle, the fifth castle. At this time, Daniel and the others no longer screamed. They just gritted their teeth and waved the whips in their hands fiercely, wishing that the horses under them would grow wings and fly so that they could catch up to go faster. Weiss is a villain who deserves death. Gervais was not polite to the Charles family. All the castles had been captured by him. If it were not for lack of time, Gervais would not even leave the serfs hiding in the woods with them. The Charles family only had a total of 6 castles. As a result, the Charles family only got 1. And the other 5 barren castles were easily captured by Gervais without any blood. When Daniel and others chased to the last castle, Gervais and his party were more than 10 miles ahead. It was already dark, and Gervais was preparing to find a place to camp. He didn't expect that the Charles family would send spies to follow him secretly. Nor did he expect that Daniel and others would catch up so quickly. Fortunately, Gervais was also a cautious person. He arranged 4 or 5 scouts in the front and rear of his team. Just as the soldiers jumped off the carriages and began to set up tents, the sound of rushing horse hooves was heard from behind the team. Sir! There is a large group of cavalry coming from behind us quickly. They can reach us in 10 minutes at most. The men who served as scouts in the rear were led by Laurie. Laurie rode directly in front of Gervais. He didn't have time to salute politely. After dismounting, he hurriedly reported to Gervais the situation behind him. How many people are there? Do you know their identities? After hearing Laurie's report, Gervais frowned, thinking that his whereabouts might have been exposed. Sir, there are hundreds of cavalry in that team. But because it's dark and the distance is relatively far, we can't see their flags clearly. Laurie answered truthfully. I inform everyone to suspend camp, prepare for battle, roll out the artillery, and preload shotguns. Although Laurie failed to know the identity of the other party, Gervais guessed that in all likelihood, he was indeed from the Charles family. The opponent was approaching fiercely, and Gervais did not dare to boo, and immediately began to give orders to assemble the team. A few minutes passed by in a flash, but fortunately, the number of people under Gervais was less than 200. Moreover, the main force is still slave soldiers. These slave soldiers can also be called the elite among the elite. At this time, they have already set up a formation and are waiting for them. When Gervais was ready to set up their formation, hundreds of war horses galloped over from a few hundred meters away, stirring up smoke and dust. And the momentum was really huge. "Gervais, we finally found you." Daniel and others galloped on their horses. When they saw that they had finally caught up with Gervais, they couldn't help but grit their teeth and shouted angrily. Even though Gervais and others had already set up their formations and were waiting seriously, Daniel didn't have any worries, but felt indescribably relaxed, especially when he saw 8 young men who were tied up behind Gervais's team. "Your name is Daniel, right? I wonder what you want from me. Do you want to start a war with me? Aren't you Charles afraid of the king's sanctions?" When he saw the lineup of 100 people from the Charles family, Gervais frowned slightly, because he had used his senses to check the strength of Daniel's group. There were actually more than 10 named knights in this team of more than 100 people, and the lowest ones were all silver knights. There was one person among them that Gervais couldn't see through. He only felt that the person's strong aura gave him a strong sense of oppression, just like the feeling when he faced Roar. The former commander-in-chief of the Rose Knights was a peak silver knight, and Gervais speculated that this person was probably also a peak silver knight. Of course, Gervais was not worried about his own safety, but in the current situation, he had to use the black kiwi fruit to deal with Daniel and others. But if he does this, it will directly affect his plan to deal with the eldest prince. "Ha ha! You are still stubborn even when you are about to die. Gervais, there is a road to heaven, but you will not take it. There is no door to H.L., and you have to break in. Today we will send you to see the God of Glory." Daniel did not hide the purpose of himself and others. Now in the wilderness, they had nothing to worry about. "If you want to kill me, then see if your sword is sharp enough." Now that he has broken his skin, Gervais also knows that things cannot be good today. The other party actually had a peak silver knight following him, and it was obvious that he came with a premeditated plan, not just because he took credit for the route. "Ding! As a noble, you are often plotted by other nobles because of your weakness. You are a time traveler with a system. It's time to show your terror. System mission: kill the enemies in front of you who dare to provoke you. Task reward: 10 energy points. Extra reward: this will be the first step to your true rise. After completing the task, you can choose a kiwi fruit you have already obtained." Just as Gervais took out the black kiwi fruit from the system panel, the sound of the system issuing a task suddenly sounded in his mind. "Good guy. System, you are more and more satisfying to me." When he heard the system's mission reward, Gervais was originally worried that after using the black kiwi fruit, he would no longer be able to assassinate the prince. But there was no rush at this moment. As long as he completed the task, he could get a black kiwi fruit with the same function again. "Then let me show you my true strength." Gervais looked at Daniel and the others with a cold look in his eyes. "What should I do?" That Gervais seems to be dying. "If you die, then die. I don't think it will involve us. At worst, we just swear to the God of Glory and never leak it. Yes, we will tell them the amount of the ransom later. I believe no one can resist the temptation of more than 6,000 gold coins." Babette and others who were tied to the tree stump also heard the conversation between Gervais and Daniel, and immediately knew that this was an internal fight between the nobles of the Principality of Jean. Babette is more upright, and is a little worried about Gervais's death. What if they are implicated, and the other party wants to kill and silence them? Because no matter what the reason, killing a noble of the same country is a felony. And if Gervais really dies later, then they will be witnesses. However, several other Baron heirs were more flexible and immediately rejected this idea. However, regardless of whether they were really worried about being killed or not, everyone agreed that Gervais would definitely die tonight. "Come on. Kill everyone except those who are tied up." Daniel and Commander Dude looked at each other, and after confirming that both sides were ready to take action immediately, they could no longer hold back, and immediately pulled out the long sword at his waist and shouted, then took the lead in riding towards Gervais. "Go!" In the eyes of these silver knights, Gervais' slave spear phalanx was not worth mentioning. The real threat was the small steel cannon with a deep barrel. Fortunately, they had seen the shooting of small steel cannons, which could only fire one SH.L. With their super senses, they could easily dodge. Cannon. Fire. Gervais was chewing a black kiwi fruit with one hand, and raised the other hand in the air, and then quickly lowered it, signaling for artillery fire. Chapter 414: The Power of the Golden Knight. Boom! As the small steel cannon roared, dozens or hundreds of small projectiles shot out, hitting the charging team directly. There were only tinkling clangs and screams mixed in, the cavalry rushing in front, except for a few silver knights, fell down in an instant. and 7 or 8 of them fell on their backs. Daniel and others also rushed in front. But they were silver knights after all, and they used their horses to dodge as soon as the artillery sounded. Although several people's horses were shot and fell to the ground dead, these little nobles of the Charles family landed safely with the strength of the Silver Knight. Kill. After landing safely, these people became even more crazy. The horses under their crotches were killed by Gervais with one shot. In anger, although these Silver Knights no longer have war horses to ride on, their legs, blessed by their fighting spirit, were actually faster than the cavalry riding behind them in a short period of time, and they rushed towards Gervais. Come! Seeing the enemy in front getting closer and closer, Gervais finally swallowed the last mouthful of kiwi fruit pulp. The effects of this black kiwi fruit have a time limit, so the effects are activated immediately after swallowing. When the last trace of warmth flowed into his stomach, Gervais felt that his whole body began to heat up, as if his body was being roasted by a stove, which was indescribably uncomfortable. As the heat waves hit the body, Gervais's muscles and chi pulses are undergoing extreme changes. He tried his best to suppress the feeling of burning his body, closed his eyes, and quickly began to check the changes in his body. When he put his senses on the energy veins and flesh in his body, he was immediately stunned. At this time, the chi veins in his body are constantly expanding, from the original small stream to a wide river, and the outer walls of the chi veins have become tougher and thicker. As for the muscles of the whole body, they have also become more organized, like carefully carved works of art. It turns out this is a higher level of feeling. As the changes in his body continued to intensify, the burning sensation in Gervais's body gradually subsided, and his whole body became extremely relaxed. As a result, Gervais couldn't help but clenched his fist, feeling his body that had been strengthened dozens of times, and immediately felt as if he could blast away a mountain with one punch. Just when Gervais felt his power, Dude, who was charging, suddenly felt a little palpitating in his heart. Others may not feel it if their strength is too low, but Dude, the peak Silver Knight, is only one step away from the Golden Knight, and he immediately noticed some abnormalities around him. He could feel the vague spiritual energy fluctuations next to Gervais. This was only because he had seen Count Nino practicing before he could feel a sense of familiarity. Is there a Golden Knight over there? Such thoughts flashed through Dude's mind. Before the charge, although Dude did not say any words, he had already activated his senses and carefully probed Gervais and his party. Except for Gervais and the few tied noble heirs, no one was a titled knight, and Gervais and others are all in the realm of bronze knights. Dude is very sure of this. It's just that the current situation makes Dude very uneasy. So Dude, who is always cautious, can't help but turn on his perception again and look towards Gervais. This sight made him scared to the point of death, and he was shocked in his heart. At this time, Gervais seemed to be a bottomless pit, and the surrounding auras were continuously converging towards him, and these auras disappeared immediately after touching Gervais's body. Is he human? In Dude's perception, as the spiritual energy continues to merge into Gervais's body, the aura on Gervais's body is also rising steadily. Such a thing is something Dude has never heard of. The aura exuded by Gervais at this moment has become a Silver Junior Knight, and is still improving. Silver Intermediate Knight, Silver High Level Knight, Silver Peak Knight, Golden Knight. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Gervais's realm was like climbing a staircase. From the Bronze Knight directly to a realm of cultivation that even Dude, a peak Silver Knight, could not see through. Run! This is the only thought in Dude's mind at the moment. The young man in front of him was so weird that Dude no longer had the courage to step forward and fight again. After he decided to quit, Dude did not yell, but slowly controlled his horse to slow down, preparing to break away from the team and escape alone, because he knew that if people like Daniel hadn't delayed him, he wouldn't have been able to escape the young man's pursuit. At the same time, this is also Dude's test to see whether the strange situation on Gervais is true. If it was just a cover-up, Daniel and the others would be able to spot the clues immediately if they fought against it. The charging crowd was all excited at the moment, their eyes staring straight at Gervais and the others, and no one noticed anything strange about Dude. At this moment, Gervais finally opened his eyes sharp, revealing frightening confidence and power. Then, let me experience the pleasure of super combat power in this world. Gervais slowly pulled out the long sword from his waist and moved against a group of enemies who had rushed more than 10 meters in front of him. But his movements were unusually slow and gentle. Critical strike and slash with one sword. Gervais muttered something silently, and then slashed across his chest with the long sword in his hand. I saw a faint brilliance immediately condensed on the mithril sword. This brilliance was dominated by white aura, but it was mixed with traces of red aura. This is the effect of Gervais's own fighting spirit becoming substantial, because his current cultivation technique is the flame Do-Chi Ju. This streak of red aura is exactly the fire attribute Do-Chi. It's just that Gervais's time for practicing the flame Do-Chi Ju is still short. Given time, his aura will definitely appear as fiery red as a raging flame. Seeing that Daniel was only more than 10 meters away from Gervais, he began to use his fighting energy with all his strength. And the white aura had already covered the surface of his body. He wanted to cut off Gervais's hands and feet, and then slowly kill Gervais, so as to relieve the hatred in his heart. But just when Daniel thought he was about to get what he wanted, he suddenly saw Gervais moving in front of him. Gervais's ordinary horizontal slash made Daniel's eyes widen, as if he saw the end of the world coming. And he was horrified. The spiritual energy is released, and the sword becomes aglow. The white aura broke away from the long sword in Gervais's hand, and condensed into a white sword light 4 to 5 meters long. This white sword light was mixed with terrifying power, and struck towards Daniel and the others. Daniel raised the sword in his hand, and tried his best to resist. But in the face of absolute power, everything was useless. The moment the white sword light came into contact with his hand, a tinkling sound could be heard. His long sword without fighting spirit was like porcelain in front of Gervais's sword light, shattering into pieces of iron. Puff puff. After smashing these long swords, the white sword light did not stop at all and continued to rush towards Daniel and the others. As the popping sound sounded, Daniel felt as if all the strength had been drained from his body in an instant, and bright red blood was pouring out of his mouth. You are the Golden Knight? How is this possible? This was the only sound Daniel could make before he died. As the words fell, Daniel, a silver mid-level knight, fell directly to the ground, and his body was cut into 2 sections from the chest. The 4 or 5 junior silver knights beside him had the same effect. It was not until this moment that everyone who charged was shocked to realize that the person they wanted to kill was not the Bronze Knight at all, but the terrifying Golden Knight. Run! Run quickly! He can leave his body with fighting energy and slash with sword light. He is the Golden Knight! The charging team instantly became chaotic. Even though they were only a few steps away from Gervais, no one wanted to step forward to kill Gervais. On the contrary, the people in the front wanted to escape to the rear. Chapter 4:15. Kill them all. The people in front turned around and wanted to stay away from Gervais, but the people behind did not react. And the momentum of the war horses had reached its extreme at this moment. Even if the cavalry on horseback wanted to stop the forward momentum, it would not be possible in such a short time. Completed within in an instant, the Charles family's team of more than 100 people neighed, and their horses screamed. In just a moment, more than 10 people were killed for no reason. They all died under their own people. Some were hit to death by horses, and some were trampled to death. In addition to these ordinary soldiers, the few silver knights who survived were not much better. They also began to ignore them, and quickly squeezed towards the back of the team. Even if the horses behind them couldn't stop themselves and were about to collide with them, they would not hesitate to swing their swords and kill the horses and the people together. In a situation where life and death are at stake, no one can accept it calmly. At such a critical moment, these nobles will no longer care about the life and death of their subordinates. They only hope that they can escape from Gervais as soon as possible. After slashing with a critical strike, Gervais was stunned for a moment. Is this the power of the Golden Knight? Gervais was deeply shocked when he saw that sword light slashing out from the long sword in his hand, killing 4 or 5 silver knights with an unstoppable blow. Before this, Gervais's understanding of the Golden Knight was still somewhat biased due to a lack of real understanding of the Golden Knight's power. It wasn't until this moment that he truly realized that the Battle of the Bronze Knight some time ago was like a child's play to the Golden Knight. So ridiculous and vulnerable. In fact, not only Gervais himself was stunned, but all his subordinates were also stunned, feeling like they were hallucinating, because they never knew that their master was so powerful. Even the slave soldiers, who had always been expressionless, were stunned for a moment. After being stunned for 2 or 3 seconds, Gervais finally woke up and looked at the chaotic scene in front of him. None of you can run away! Gervais will never be merciful to his enemies, even if these people are now helpless to him. Gervais rushed directly into the crowd in front of him, who were still struggling to escape. As the long sword was swung, sword rays flashed through the crowd around Gervais. Wherever the sword radiance passed, all enemies were struck, killed instantly, body and head separated. These ordinary soldiers are like ants when facing the Golden Knight. Even if they are fully armored, they are useless. This is a bit slow. After waving 4 or 5 sword rays in succession and harvesting the lives of dozens of enemies, Gervais frowned slightly, still feeling unsatisfied, because he had already seen Dude and others escaping. Dude had already run several hundred meters, and several other Silver Knights who had survived had also run 40 or 50 meters. Breaking wind slash. Therefore, Gervais directly changed his strategy and began to operate his fighting spirit according to the third level of breathless slash imprinted in his mind. With Gervais's violent shout, he used the third level of the breathless wind for the first time. As the fighting spirit circulated, a fierce hurricane formed instantly around him, and countless wind blades were generated in this hurricane. Puff! 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 In an instant, the area within 5 meters of Gervais became a living H.L. In this strong wind, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Many soldiers of the Charles family were killed by the wind blade before they even had time to scream. Gervais is like the god of death. He doesn't even need to swing his sword. He can sweep through thousands of enemies, as long as he walks through the crowd of enemies. This secret skill is indeed extraordinary, but it consumes a lot of money, and it's my first time to use it. Its power has only reached the 3rd level threshold. It's good against ordinary people, but it still has many shortcomings when dealing with opponents of the same level. Gervais held the long sword in his hand and slowly walked forward among the crowd, feeling the power of the violent wind and breathlessness in his heart. Before taking this black kiwi fruit, Gervais couldn't even use the 2nd level of breathless wind. So now he wants to seize this opportunity to learn more about the essentials of breathless breath. In this way, even if the effect of the black kiwi fruit disappears in the future, he can still use the 2nd level of the breathless slash. After all, the breathless slash is definitely a rare and powerful secret skill that can greatly strengthen Gervais' strength. When Gervais passed through the crowd of Charles family troops, nearly 100 soldiers had lost their lives. This. Am I dazzled? This Count Gervais is actually the Golden Knight. How is this possible for such a young Golden Knight? God of glory. We must be dazzled. Babette and the others were already a little incoherent at this time. Of course they knew what the fighting spirit leaving the body and the sword turning into light meant. But there had never been such a young Golden Knight on this continent, which had a huge impact on their cognition, as if they were in a dream. While Babette and the others were mumbling foolishly, Gervais was no longer strolling in the courtyard. Instead, he suddenly used fighting energy to strengthen his legs, and then chased the fleeing Silver Knights at top speed. Don't kill me! I surrender! Me! Puff! Gervais showed no mercy at all. The moment they were about to attack him, the fate of these people was already doomed. Relying on the cultivation of the Golden Knight, Gervais caught up with all the Silver Knights except Dude in just a few dozen seconds and killed them one by one. After killing the last Silver Knight in front of him, Gervais looked at Dude. At this moment, Dude had already ridden his horse for more than a mile and was about to disappear at the end of the road. After thinking for a moment, Gervais took steps forward and chased directly with his fighting spirit. He did not choose to ride a war horse to pursue. I heard that the Golden Knight can float in the air for a short time. But why can't I do it? More than 10 minutes later, he saw that Dude was gradually catching up with him. But a question popped up in Gervais's mind. A long time ago, Gervais heard a rumor about the Golden Knight. It was said that the Golden Knight could float forward in the air for a short time, which was very similar to the Qigong in the movies and TV series in his previous life. Although the short-term floating forward cannot really fly in the air, it seems that it is possible to fly over eaves, walk over walls, and cross rivers with a reed. But now that Gervais has used the fighting energy on his legs to the extreme, he can still only run fast with his feet on the ground. At most, the distance of his steps has increased, but he cannot fly over the walls at all. Otherwise, he would have caught up with Dew a long time ago. Virtue. I guess the Golden Knight is not just physically strong. There must be other mysteries. Gervais suddenly recalled the feeling he had when he took the red kiwi fruit last time. At that time, he clearly felt that there was something in the world suppressing and imprisoning the cultivation and evolution of every living being. Therefore, Gervais guessed that becoming a Golden Knight must not only be physical, but also spiritual. This can explain that even though his physical body is comparable to the Golden Knight at this moment, he is still unable to make some actions that violate the laws of all things like a real Golden Knight. Viscount Gervais, how about we make a deal? As long as you are willing to let me go, I promise to go back and persuade Count Nino not to deal with you again. At this time, the distance between Gervais and Dude was less than 100 meters, and Dude's forehead was already covered with thin men. He knew that he would probably not be able to escape Gervais' pursuit today. because the realm of the Golden Knight is so terrifying. The speed of sprinting at full speed is faster than that of a superior war horse. He had obviously run for more than a mile. But in just over 10 minutes, Gervais caught up with him while running on foot. Dude began to panic. And he began to think of ways to save himself. Ha ha. Do you think I am afraid that Seignior will deal with me? I guess he will vomit blood when he knows today's loss. I would rather see him sad. Gervais blocked it back unceremoniously. The black kiwi fruit was only valid for 1 hour. How could Gervais let such a big threat leave? Gervais, you have killed so many vassals and nobles of the Welton family. Aren't you afraid that the king will find out? If you are willing to let me go, I will definitely help you shirk it when you go back. Dude didn't care about Gervais' cold tone, but continued to beg for mercy. At this time, begging for mercy had become his last life-saving straw. As for letting him fight head-on with Gervais, Dude has already lost his courage and can't afford to have any head-on fight. Ha ha! If I kill you, no one will testify, Gervais sneered. And at the same time the fighting spirit in his body was already flowing. At this time, the distance between him and Dude was only more than 10 meters. Suffer death! Suddenly, Gervais's body was covered with spiritual light, and the mithril sword in his hand shone with a dazzling white light and slashed towards Dude. No! Puff! The white sword light slashed across Dude's shoulder from top to bottom, and then passed over the warhorse under him. Dude only had time to let out a scream before he and the horse beneath him were split in half at the same time. Seeing Dude's death, Gervais stopped and stood panting. Although he was blessed with fighting spirit, running like this for more than 10 minutes took a huge amount of energy from Gervais. In addition, the sword light from the last blow was more than 10 meters away from the sword body, which consumed more than half of Gervais's remaining energy. In terms of fighting spirit, Gervais can be said to be at the end of his strength now. Next time you use kiwi fruit with this effect, you must first replenish the fighting energy in your body. Otherwise the fighting energy will be exhausted and it will be miserable. After checking Dude's body and finding that there was no loot, Gervais sheathed his sword and headed in the direction he came from. More than 20 minutes later, Gervais slowly returned to his team. At this time, Gervais's subordinates were already clearing the battlefield. Sir, are you okay? Captain Lilia, come here quickly. The master is back. As soon as Gervais returned, Lori and others quickly came forward and asked Gervais with concern. Finally, seeing that Gervais was covered in blood, he quickly called Lilia, the medical captain. I'm fine. You guys clean up here and we'll camp here tonight. Gervais waved his hand to show that he had no problem, explained to Ike and others, and then led Lilia towards his tent. When Gervais walked in front of Babette and the others, Babette and the others were pale and too frightened to move. Gervais had no time to pay attention to them, but asked Lilia to arrange for hot water to be delivered, and took a comfortable bath before lying down on his little bed. When he first picked up the black kiwi fruit, Gervais saw the detailed instructions above. Although the black kiwi fruit has incredible effects, once the effect ends after taking it, the side effects will also follow, and he will fall into a period of weakness for 3 days. Gervais didn't know how strong this weakness was, so it was better to lie down on the bed first. Calculating the time, the effectiveness of the black kiwi fruit should be over within these few minutes. Sure enough, the moment Gervais had this idea, his whole body began to spin. After 4 or 5 seconds, Gervais was freed from this dizzy feeling. However, although his head was no longer dizzy, Gervais found that his whole body was extremely sore, and he could not exert much strength. As for the fighting spirit, Gervais also gave it a try. At this time, it was very difficult to operate the fighting spirit. If you don't have your true power, there will always be a price. Gervais sighed helplessly. But fortunately, according to the original introduction, this state will only last 3 days. After 3 days, he will return to his original state and become a good man again. So Gervais will no longer be entangled. Instead, he made up his mind to practice harder and improve his strength as soon as possible. Next, Gervais lay quietly on the small bed and opened his system panel, because his mission reward had arrived. Chapter 416 plan starts. Coupled with the 10 energy points rewarded by this mission, Gervais once again has 20 energy points. But what makes Gervais most urgent now is the reward of randomly choosing an eaten kiwi fruit. His hope of dealing with the eldest prince lies in this. So Gervais quickly looked at the system mall to see where the kiwi fruit that the system asked him to choose was. This system is really simple and crude. When Gervais turned his attention to the side of the system mall, he immediately saw kiwi fruits of many colors displayed in the kiwi fruit basket. and the icons of these kiwi fruits were all lit up at this moment, indicating that Gervais could do whatever he wanted. Pick. Wow! This red kiwi fruit is so tempting! Among these kiwi fruits, the most eye-catching one is of course the red icon, which immediately fell into Gervais's eyes. The efficacy of this red kiwi fruit also made Gervais salivate. This can be achieved in a month. It has the effect of increasing Gervais's training speed 15 times. It's a pity that I still plan to assassinate the eldest prince. This time I must choose the black kiwi fruit. Now this black kiwi is what he needs most. So Gervais has to reluctantly give up kiwis of other colors. Reluctantly looking away from the red kiwi fruits, Gervais finally locked his eyes on a few black kiwi fruits. At this time, there were 3 kiwi fruit icons in the basket. Gervais carefully explored it for a moment and immediately found the black kiwi fruit he needed. So, Gervais no longer delayed, and with a thought, he directly chose this kiwi fruit that could enhance his strength 50 times. When Gervais selected the black kiwi fruit, the other kiwi fruit icons on the system panel immediately disappeared, leaving only the most original yellow, purple, and other kiwi fruits. I still have 20 energy points, so I should draw another lottery, leaving only 10 energy points just in case. Gervais did not exit the system panel immediately, but prepared to conduct a lottery. Energy points will have to be spent sooner or later anyway, so it's better to draw them early to see if there is a chance to strengthen your own strength. System, you have to work harder this time. Otherwise, I will throw you into the pit in the future. Gervais still remembered the last experience and felt that the system might need to be scolded before it would give him good things. Although the impression that the system is weak and afraid of the hard is made up by Gervais himself. Gervais does not even know whether the system is intelligent or not. However, even if it is useless, it can be used as a way to relieve his anger. After all, he has been tricked by the system many times. After threatening the system, Gervais clicked the lottery button, and then the cheating wheel began to spin before his eyes. As the pointer of the big turntable became slower and slower, Gervais became slightly nervous. Damn! Why is it still a black kiwi fruit? Although the effects of black kiwi fruits are sometimes unbelievable, Gervais is actually more willing to draw kiwi fruits of other colors, because the use of those kiwi fruits can truly enhance his strength. But the black kiwi fruit can only last for 1 hour. No matter how incredible the effect is, it can only make him a real man for 1 hour, and he will be back to his original self after 1 hour. However, the system will not reason with Gervais, and judging from this verification, Gervais' threat is not effective against this cheating system. Now I just hope that the effect of this black kiwi fruit is better, preferably exactly the same as increasing the strength by 50 times. But obviously, the ideal is very full, but the reality can always make people slap. He had indeed used the black kiwi fruit that Gervais drew once before, but it did not increase his strength by 50 times, but instead gave him unlimited fighting spirit within an hour. Although the effect of this black kiwi fruit is also heaven-defying, the actual effect is a bit short. With Gervais's strength, giving him unlimited fighting spirit for an hour is not as practical as letting him increase his strength by 50 times. After finishing the system's affairs, Gervais exited the system, then threw his head back and fell asleep. The next day, Gervais asked Ike and others to move the camp early in the morning because he was worried that other vassals of the Charles family would come looking for him as time went on. Gervais and his party moved the camp to a hidden woods 10 miles away before continuing to set up camp. During this period, Gervais did not get up and stayed on the stretcher to follow the transfer, because the pain and weakness in his whole body continued. Gervais could only lie in bed and rest. It wasn't until the night of the second day that Gervais felt that his weakness was a little better, and his fighting spirit could start to flow slightly, which was equivalent to the strength of a junior bronze knight. Feeling that his fighting spirit had recovered a little, Gervais called Ike and began to explain. Ike, you have issued a hush-hush order to everyone about what happened last night, and no one should reveal anything about it. What happened yesterday was too sudden. Otherwise, if Gervais had known in advance that people from the Charles family would attack, he would have taken the initiative alone and would not have let so many people see that he suddenly had the cultivation of the Golden Knight. Especially Babette's 8 people. His subordinates can control their mouths, but it is a little difficult for those few people, unless they are all killed. Yes, sir. I will do it later. Well, in addition, I have something to go out tonight, so you don't have to follow me. After I leave, you should stay hidden to avoid being discovered by the Charles family. Gervais continued. Sir, why don't you bring Alec and the others with you? As the captain of the personal guard, Ike knows the state of Gervais the past 2 days best, so he is not at ease. It's okay. I have recovered. I will be back within 3 days at the latest after I go out this time. Just keep the camp safe. And be especially careful not to let Babette's prisoners escape. Yes, sir. After explaining the affairs of the camp, Gervais took advantage of the night and secretly left his camp with his horse. After estimating the time, the eldest prince's team should have traveled 1/3 of the way, and Gervais was ready to implement his plan. Otherwise, it will be too late, and the right time will not be found. When the eldest prince and the king's team meet up, Gervais will never have a chance. In order to deceive others, no one except Ike and Lilia would know that Gervais had left the camp. They would only think that Gervais had been recuperating in the tent. The reason Lilia needs to know is because she takes care of Gervais's daily life. So it is impossible to hide it from her. She is the only one who needs to enter Gervais's tent every day. And with Lilia's cover, everyone could feel that Gervais was always in the camp. No wonder Gervais was so careful, even hiding it from his subordinates. Assassinating the eldest prince is different from killing minor nobles like Daniel. The eldest prince is the heir to the Principality of Jean. King Lawrence has been training him for so many years. If he is suddenly assassinated, King Lawrence will definitely be furious. After Gervais left the camp, he rode his horse and galloped towards the direction of the eldest prince. He needs to rush to the eldest prince's route first, then carefully move along the road towards Baiyin City. Find the eldest prince's team, and then take the opportunity to sneak into the eldest prince's team. Under the full moonlight, Gervais flew all the way until midnight, and finally came to the road where the eldest prince was traveling. Gervais did not encounter any danger along the way. After arriving on the road, Gervais put thick cloth on the hoofs of the war horse under him, and then quietly began to look for traces of the eldest prince's team along the road. Chapter 417 Corpses Everywhere. Gervais walked along the road in the night and passed 2 castles. But there were no people on the road along the way. Only occasionally could one hear the sounds of individual serfs moving in the woods on the roadside. These serfs should have escaped from the small towns and villages ahead to avoid the war. However, Gervais ignored these serfs. He already knew where he was at this moment. By comparing the simple map with the terrain, Gervais had just passed by the 4th Baron Castle on the Grand Prince's route, which meant that there were 3 castles ahead. Gervais estimated that at normal speed, the eldest prince and others were probably already at the 3rd castle, or had simply captured the 3rd castle. There are still 20 miles to go, so cheer up. Next, Gervais became more cautious when moving forward, always paying attention to whether there were any rangers exploring the road ahead. If these rangers discovered his traces, they would inevitably kill and silence him. Gervais is a time traveler after all. Although he is adapted to the jungle of this world, he has not yet reached the point where he can kill without blinking an eye. So if he could approach quietly, he felt it was best to sneak in quietly to avoid getting too much unnecessary blood. Just after Gervais continued to march for more than 10 minutes, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Gervais quickly turned over and dismounted, then led the horse to the roadside and stared forward. Boom! Boom! Just over a minute after Gervais hit on the roadside, the rumble of horse hooves was heard at the end of the road. As the sound of horse hooves got closer, Gervais could even feel the ground shaking. What's going on? There's no way the eldest prince's team has so many war horses. And running so fast in the middle of the night is definitely something urgent. Although Gervais had not seen the cavalry team in front because of the darkness. However, from the loud sound of horse hooves, Gervais speculated that the team rushing forward had at least 1,000 people. It stands to reason that only King Lawrence and King Hayden can possess such a large number of cavalry. Even Alice and others will not bring the entire elite knights with them during the southern expedition. After all, the nest still needs to be defended. Gervais didn't need to be confused for long. And soon the large group of cavalry galloping from the front gave Gervais the answer. Thunder Knights! When Gervais saw the flags held by the cavalry, he couldn't help but scream. This cavalry team of thousands of people is the Thunder Knights, who lost thousands of horses in Baiyin City. But after getting the answer, Gervais became even more surprised. How is it possible? Didn't the Thunder Knights lose a lot of horses and withdraw from May City? How could they come from the direction of the Great Prince's team? Soon, while Gervais was confused, the cavalry team of more than 1,000 people rumbled past the avenue in front of Gervais, rolling away in the direction where Gervais came from, leaving a trail of smoke and dust. After confirming that there were no more people or horses on the road ahead, Gervais pulled his horse out of the woods. Then Gervais jumped on his horse and galloped towards the direction of the eldest prince's team. Gervais had a guess that the Thunder Knights must have come here for the eldest prince. And just now, he saw a lot of dark red blood stains on the armor of the Knights of the Thunder Knights. indicating that they must have experienced a battle not long ago. If a battle breaks out ahead, the team fighting the Thunder Knights will most likely be the Great Prince's team. And seeing how powerful the Thunder Knights are, the eldest Prince's team may be in danger. As Gervais no longer hid his figure and galloped on his horse, he finally saw the Grand Prince's team after more than an hour. But at this time, the camp of the eldest Prince's team had turned into ruins, with corpses strewn all over the ground. There is a damaged Baron's castle next to the eldest Prince's camp. It was obvious that this Baron's castle had been breached by the eldest Prince and others. But he did not expect to encounter a surprise attack by the Thunder Knights in the middle of the night. The team camped outside the castle was directly killed by thousands of Thunder Knights. Gervais originally wanted to hide his identity and sneak into the eldest Prince's team. But after seeing such a scene, his disguise plan was completely unnecessary. Because there were serfs walking around the battlefield at this time. These serfs should be local aborigines. They saw that the battlefield was profitable, so they came to look for valuable things. Gervais even saw individual serfs directly finishing up some soldiers who were not dead yet. At this time, the sky was slightly brighter, and a beam of rays of light had appeared in the distance in the east. The battlefield littered with corpses became even more bloody under the rays of light. Gervais rode his war horse directly towards the bottom of the castle. At this time, the Baron's castle was deserted. The door was open, and no one could be seen. When Gervais rode his war horse towards the battlefield, the serfs who were constantly searching for valuables also saw him. Roll! More than a dozen serfs gathered towards Gervais with the swords and spears they had picked up, obviously hoping to capture Gervais's horse. Gervais was too lazy to deal with him, so he yelled, scaring the serfs to the point of pissing themselves, and they all ran towards the distant woods. After the serfs ran away, Gervais rode his war horse and circled among the corpses in the field. He wanted to find a living person to ask about the situation of the eldest prince. If the eldest prince dies in the hands of the Thunder Knights, that would be the best. But if the eldest prince does not die, then this is also his best chance. After turning around a large pile of dead bodies, Gervais finally found a living person after a few minutes. This is a young nobleman, wearing some old full-body armor, with a big hole in his abdomen, and blood is constantly leaking out. At this time, the little nobleman was already breathing more out than in. If it weren't for the physique of a titled knight, he would have died long ago. Viscount Gervais! When Gervais got off his horse and raised his head, the dying little nobleman spoke first. You know me? Ha ha. Viscount Gervais used small steel cannons to bombard White Rock City. His reputation has long spread throughout the southern expedition. The little nobleman's mouth continued to overflow with blood, and he wanted to force out a smile to show Gervais. But because of the pain, his entire face became distorted, and his smile was uglier than crying. Do you know where the eldest prince is? Gervais knew that this young nobleman was running out of time and had no desire to write. So he quickly asked the question he wanted to ask the most. I don't know. I am a vassal of the Welton family. Yesterday I accompanied Miss Caroline to borrow the trebuchet. Miss Caroline entered the castle with several guards, and we waited at the camp outside the castle. I didn't expect that a large group of cavalry would attack after dark. After a few waves, the whole camp collapsed. In the end, I only saw a small group of cavalry running out of the castle. They broke through toward the northwest. I didn't know that the eldest prince and Cosm is rolling in there. The young nobleman replied intermittently. What? Are you from the Welton family? Caroline is here too. Gervais was shocked. He didn't expect that the woman Caroline was there. Now the ground was covered with dead bodies. He didn't know if Caroline could run away. Yes. Viscount Gervais. Viscount Gervais. I have something to ask you. The young nobleman continued with difficulty. What's up? Gervais asked immediately. Can you help me bring this full-body armor back to me? There is a shortage of iron in the north, and I want to leave it to my son. Although the little noble's mouth was bleeding, his eyes were suddenly full of love and expectation. Can! Gervais nodded to him solemnly. Thank you, Viscount Gervais. Seeing that Gervais agreed, the young noble used his last strength to say words of thanks, then tilted his head and died in Gervais's arms, putting the little noble's body safely on the ground. Gervais sighed softly. But this is war. Dead people are necessary. Sometimes it is the enemy who dies, but sometimes it may be oneself. Gervais did not take off the full-body armor on this young nobleman because he had more important things to do, and it was impossible to take this armor on the road. But at the end of the southern expedition, he will make a brand new armor and give it to the heir of this little nobleman. Gervais took off the noble badge from his collar, then turned around, got on his horse, and rode towards the northwest on his war horse. Chapter 418 Caroline was caught. After leaving the battlefield littered with corpses, Gervais rode his horse directly on the road to the northwest. The front in this direction is where the Larkin family team is. The eldest prince is protected by a golden knight. Gervais speculates that he will not die so easily, and he may now go to the Larkin family for help. But maybe this is also an opportunity for Gervais. The eldest prince only led a small group of people to break out and escape. If he could catch up, he might be able to deal with him openly. However, Gervais must catch up with the eldest prince before he meets the Larkin family. Otherwise, he will have to look for the next opportunity to assassinate the eldest prince. Gervais rode his horse and galloped all the way without hesitation. After running continuously for 3 hours, he finally saw a group of people in the distance ahead. But at this time, Gervais frowned, because there were too many people in front. Had the eldest prince's team and the Larkin family's team already merged? Gervais quickly stopped the war horse and tied it in the woods, while he carefully shuttled through the woods and groped forward. When Gervais slowly found his way to the front team, he saw the eldest prince. At this moment, the eldest prince looked a little disgraced and didn't even wear a helmet. But Gervais also knew that he would have no chance to assassinate him again today, because the eldest prince really joined other teams. This team had thousands of people, all riding war horses. It was clearly the king's direct cavalry team. Damn! The plan really couldn't keep up with the changes, and the Thunder Knights ruined it. Gervais cursed secretly in his mind, but did not make any sound. Instead, he listened carefully, because the eldest prince was telling the commander who came to support him about last night's events. Just as Gervais had guessed, the eldest prince's team prepared to spend the night repairing there after capturing the baron's castle. As for the eldest prince, of course he lived in the castle, while other minor vassals belonging to the king were stationed directly outside the castle. Because the troops of the Principality of Jean have been going smoothly during this period, the small vassals felt that there was no big threat. So they just built a wooden fence randomly around the camp, and did not dig trenches or other fortifications. Unexpectedly, in the middle of the night, more than 1,000 people from the Thunder Knights suddenly appeared and attacked their camp. Because there were no defenses against the cavalry, the Thunder Knights just charged into the camp. The soldiers who were caught off guard had no ability to resist in the face of the elite cavalry, and could only be killed in pieces by the enemy. And this time it was their commander Wallace who led the Thunder Knights. And Wallace was also a Golden Knight. Seeing that the team outside the castle had almost been cleared up, Wallace personally led dozens of knights by name to attack the castle, hoping to capture the eldest prince alive. Fortunately, the eldest prince was protected by a Golden Knight, and he managed to break out with dozens of people. However, although the eldest prince escaped, Gervais heard another news that surprised him. That is, Caroline was captured by the Thunder Knights. Viscount Paris, hurry up and chase the Thunder Knights. They have captured Caroline. You and Viscount Cinna are both Golden Knights. I believe we can rescue Caroline from the Thunder Knights. Your Highness, I'm afraid this won't work anymore. Everyone in the Thunder Knights is riding a war horse, and they have been away for several hours. Even if we want to, we can't catch them. The commander named Ballas shook his head helplessly. And His Majesty the King's order is for us to come over and protect you. Now that you are fine, we need to take you back to His Majesty the King immediately. The movements of the Thunder Knights were finally revealed by the spies in May City. They were ordered by King Lawrence and rushed over day and night. Unexpectedly, they were still a step too late. But fortunately, the eldest prince was safe. What about Caroline? The eldest prince's tone was a little anxious, but no one knew it. But the eldest prince was relieved in his heart. I believe that as long as the Thunder Knights know Miss Caroline's identity, they will not harm her. Now we can only go back to His Majesty the King first, and then let His Majesty the King make the decision, Barris said slowly. Okay, Commander Ballas, let's go to His Majesty now. The eldest prince thought for a moment, and finally nodded in agreement. Afterwards, the eldest prince and his party continued to rush towards the northwest. The eldest prince had no intention of returning to the battlefield immediately to check on the conditions of his subordinates. After the figures of the eldest prince and others disappeared at the end of the road, Gervais walked out of the woods. Caroline was actually caught. It's not good for this woman to be caught by anyone. She was caught by the Thunder Knights, and I don't have the strength to save her. Gervais sighed helplessly. This time his plan was in vain. However, compared to the assassination of the eldest prince, Gervais is now more concerned about Caroline's arrest. Thinking of the woman Caroline, Gervais couldn't help but raise his hands and scratch them, thinking about something. Why don't you try and see if you can rescue Caroline? After thinking about it for a while, Gervais came up with this idea again. Although he felt that the hope was slim, he still wanted to give it a try. The Thunder Knights took Caroline and rushed directly towards Maze City. They will probably arrive at Maze City tomorrow. No matter how powerful I am, I can't go to Maze City alone to save people. Gervais stood in the middle of the avenue, fighting with the gods in his mind. How about I capture more little nobles and trade them for Caroline? Suddenly, Gervais thought of an idea, although he didn't know if it was feasible. This was currently the limit of what he could do. No matter how awesome he is after taking the black kiwi fruit, he still won't be able to break into a huge army and seize people. Moreover, there are not only Golden Knights in Maze City, but also Golden Peak Knights. The Marquis Lost who retreated from Bayonne City is a Golden Peak Knight. Therefore, if you want to save Caroline, you can only find another way. Not use force. With this thought, Gervais no longer stopped. The eldest prince was definitely going to die. But he was just given a few more days to live. The most important thing now is to see if Caroline can be rescued. Gervais took out the war horse and galloped back to his camp without stopping on the way. When arriving at the camp, Gervais did not hide his figure, because he did not successfully assassinate the eldest prince. There was no need for this. Sir, you are back. Seeing that his master had come back openly, Ike was a little confused about the situation. But he did not dare to ask more questions, and just saluted and greeted Gervais respectfully. Well, is everything normal in the camp? Sir, everything is normal in the camp. Gervais had only been out for a day and a night this time, so no one noticed that he was missing. Moreover, Babette and the other captives had been frightened out of their wits by Gervais, so naturally they did not dare to cause trouble. They were afraid that they would be silenced because they revealed the secrets of Gervais's cultivation and the killing of nobles in the same principality. So they were very honest and tried their best to reduce their presence. Very good. Let everyone get some rest tonight. We will set off tomorrow. It was already dark at this time. Although Gervais wanted to rescue Caroline, it was impossible to travel at night. Early the next morning, Gervais took his team and set off, heading directly towards the route of the Great Prince. If you want to exchange these noble heirs for Caroline, only 8 prisoners will certainly not be enough. Not only did Caroline have the identity of the eldest prince's fiancée, but she was also the granddaughter of the Lord of the North. Together, the two would probably be enough to replace her with a weaker earl. The Great Prince's team has been swept by the Thunder Knights, so Gervais is preparing to capture the remaining castles on the Great Prince's route first. If the weight isn't heavy enough then, Gervais might even go the Larkin family's route to grab a handful. Chapter 419 Going Deep Alone. Because there are already lessons learned from the 8 castles, Gervais will be able to destroy these small castles in the future. It was Gervais who made his way to the city wall, then revealed the 8 noble heirs he had captured. He didn't even need to reveal his name. The noble heirs above knew what to do. They ran down from the city wall obediently and were captured without a fight. Although several barren castles on the Great Prince's route saw the Thunder Knights galloping past the night before, the Thunder Knights had nothing to do with them. These noble heirs were stationed at the castle under their father's orders, so naturally they could not escape in advance. Nobles can be cunning and unscrupulous, but when it comes to combat, they must be brave enough to face it. Even if they surrendered and became prisoners in the end, they would only be qualified heirs after they had experienced the invasion of the city and the baptism of blood. Oh, Phoenix, you're here too. Oh, Babette, you are here too. In the next period of time, such strange greetings rang out from Gervais' captive group. If 1 or 2 people were captured by Gervais, it would be absolutely miserable and very embarrassing. But now that they had more than 10 people, almost forming a small team, everyone became calm. As the saying goes, the law does not punish everyone. Even if you become a prisoner, you will not be punished too much in front of your father. After all, it's not that we are too incompetent, but that the enemy is too strong. Didn't you see that more than 10 castles were breached by Viscount Gervais? They also had an explanation in front of their father. The capture mission of Gervais was in full swing, capturing these noble heirs like cutting leeks. But the young nobles in Maze City were no longer calm. What's going on? Is that Gervais the Golden Knight? If this continues, all our heirs will be captured by him. More than a dozen vassals of the Jean Mai family sat at the dining table with speechless faces, complaining while eating lunch. Not the Golden Knight, but he has 50 trebuchets. This is so shameless. 50 trebuchets. They knocked down the walls of my castle. The person who spoke was none other than Baron Bob, Babette's father. Among the small nobles, he and Baron Bane were the most miserable. because although the other descendants of Seignior were captured, their castles were not attacked. Only his Kallenborg and Baron Bane's Bane Castle were smashed by Gervais with a trebuchet. It will take a lot of energy and financial resources to repair this castle. Alas! This Weiss is really shameless. And the ransom is actually 800 gold coins. Not even a penny less. In previous years, the ransom for the heir of the Baron was 200 gold coins. Yes! It's so shameless. We have been saving 800 gold coins for several years. I really want to go back and arrest that Gervais right now. It's useless for you to go back now. I heard that Gervais's route doesn't seem to be fixed. Didn't the Thunder Knights attack the camp of the eldest prince of the Principality of Jean the day before yesterday? When they came back, they sent scouts to investigate near my castle, hoping to find traces of Gervais and rescue our heirs. It turned out that Gervais was hiding somewhere. The Thunder Knights searched for him all morning but couldn't find him. In the end, they had no choice but to come back. Well, suddenly all the vassals sighed. These people didn't know that the reason why the Thunder Knights couldn't find Gervais's team was because Gervais was preparing to assassinate the eldest prince at that time. Soik and others hid deep in the woods. And of course, they couldn't be discovered. After Gervais took over several castles on the Great Prince's route, he felt that the number of hostages in his hand was not too many, and that the amount of hostages he could exchange for Caroline was not enough. So he quickly headed to the roots of other families. Before leaving the Great Prince's route, Jevister specifically asked the people in the castle to leave a message. If they saw the team with the rose flag coming, please help inform them, and ask them to collect the corpses on the battlefield ahead. The young nobleman of the Welton family impressed Gervais a lot, so Gervais decided to ask the Jones family to help collect the bones. Burn those little nobles to ashes, and help take them back if you can. Other ordinary soldiers can only bury them on the spot. Over a period of time, Gervais captured several noble heirs, including 2 from the Larkin family, and 1 from each of the other 3 earl families. Since then, Gervais finally gathered 20 noble heirs. If converted into ransom, it would be as high as 16,000 gold coins. This is a very scary figure, and it will take some weaker earl families several years to save enough money. After stopping, Gervais led his team of about 200 people directly towards May City. Gervais was not prepared to join the team of the king and several earls first, because the fruits of war he harvested from other families could not be made public, even if others had speculations, as long as there was no evidence. Then, he would be punished. Nothing can be done. But if he takes the initiative to expose himself, he will definitely not be able to get away with it. Another reason is that since you plan to try to rescue Caroline, you need to act quickly. Although this woman's identity is there, it will inevitably change over time. On the way to May City, Gervais also ordered his subordinates to take off their armor and weapons, leaving only Ike and Laurie and more than 20 people to put on the armor and weapons seized from White Rock City. After all, the large forces of the Principality of Jean are still behind. Gervais and his party are now running towards May City. They can be considered as going deep alone. It is always more convenient to put on the armor of the Principality of Alban. And Gervais has also prepared for them in advance. I have figured out the identity of my team. When he passed the last castle, he did not choose to attack or persuade him to surrender, because that was the Welton family's offensive route, and he could not force the Lord of the North's business. However, Gervais also asked for the name and surname of the castle Seignior. Hello, Your Excellency. We are from the Potter family. Baron Wells Potter is my father. We heard that there is a man named Gervais in the Principality of Jean who is very powerful. So we packed our things in advance, prepared to go to May City to find my father. Otherwise, if we are captured by that Gervais, we will have to pay a ransom of 800 gold coins. Oh, son of Baron Potter, that Gervais is indeed very powerful. We have met more than 10 castle stewards while patrolling around here in the past few days. They all went to May City to report that the heirs of nobles were captured by Gervais. This was a team of more than 10 rangers, led by a bronze knight, who met Gervais and others. Seeing that Gervais had more than 200 people, numerous carriages, and was wearing the armor of the Principality of Alban, the ranger team did not leave immediately to look for support, but cautiously stepped forward to inquire, wanting to confirm that Gervais and the other's person's identity, because they are rangers themselves. They know the specific movements of the Principality of Xion's troops best. The troops of the Principality of Xion are still hundreds of miles away, and it will take several days to reach here. Although Gervais's group was large in number, there were only less than 30 people wearing armor. The others were dressed as serfs, and together with large and small cars, they looked like a fleeing team. After listening to Gervais's explanation at this moment, This team of rangers believed Gervais's statement. Gervais was originally 17 or 18 years old. If he said that he was the heir of a certain baron, he would certainly not reveal the secret. Yes, I also listened to the words of those castle stewards. And then I left the castle and took my things with me to go to Maze City. Otherwise, I would definitely be captured by that Gervais. But I'm running away like this. I don't know if my father will be angry then. Gervais looked deeply convinced, a little frightened, and then thought of the punishment for escaping from battle. And his face became a little depressed. Well, the ranger captain shook his head and sighed. He also knew how harsh the Seigneurs were to their children. Although Gervais could not be defended by these small castles, and the baron's son in front of him could be regarded as saving money for his father. But in the end, he abandoned the castle and fled. And the punishment was inevitable. Serious cases may result in deprivation of inheritance rights. Although the eldest heir will receive everything from the family in the future, he will also have to bear the corresponding responsibilities. Like those second sons, if they had not taken the initiative, they would have fled to Maze City with other family members to take refuge. But these eldest sons must stay and guard the castle to maintain its majesty. Seeing that Gervais was not in a high mood, the ranger captain stopped talking and said a polite goodbye to Gervais before continuing to patrol elsewhere. Chapter 420 Alice's Worries. Your Majesty, you have to make the decision for us. That Gervais of the Jones family has clearly assigned an attack route. But now he runs on our route to rob our castle. Yes, Your Majesty. Our Larkin family was robbed of 3 castles by Gervais. My Kerwin family was robbed of a castle. At this time, the main army of the Principality of Jean and the troops of the small vassals had merged and were stationed 50 miles away from Maze City. The king summoned the 8 earls to come to the tent to discuss matters. But before the meeting began, a famous earl entered the tent and immediately began to loudly criticize Gervais, telling the tragic experiences of his vassals. King Lawrence also watched in silence as several earls spat. Finally, after they finished speaking, King Lawrence sat upright slightly. Earl Alice, where are Viscount Gervais now? In fact, the accusations made by several earls had long been aroused, except for a few earls whose team had not suffered a poisonous attack. The other earl families had been more or less beaten. Your Majesty, Gervais has not returned yet. I am also sending people to look for traces of Gervais. Even though Alice was usually a cold goddess, she felt her cheeks were slightly hot at this moment. Alice felt that most of the things the earl accused were actually done by Gervais. Not back yet? King Lawrence frowned slightly. Now all the vassals of the 8 earls have arrived here to meet. Why did Gervais not come back? The king really didn't know this. Is Gervais afraid of coming back because he is worried about what happened? If those castles are really the masterpieces of Gervais, then he has more than a dozen noble heirs in his hands. Therefore, the king felt that Gervais was temporarily hiding because he was worried about being attacked by other earls. Count Alice, what do you think of the accusations made by the earls against Gervais? However, even if the Gervais people are not here, several earls have raised objections, and King Lawrence still has to take care of their feelings. Your Majesty, I think what the earl said is nonsense. The total number of Gervais's troops is less than 200, and there are thousands of people in the ranks of these earl vassals. How can it be possible for more than 200 people in Gervais to be faster than them, and also rob the castle that belongs to them? Although she was basically certain in her heart that Gervais had done what they were accusing her of, Alice would certainly not admit it on the surface. If he admits it, Gervais will not only face punishment from the king, but those noble heirs will definitely be returned to these earl families for nothing. Earl Alice, you are wrong to say that. When my vassals rushed to those castles, although there was no one in the castle, they also caught a lot of castle servants in the nearby woods. Those castle servants, the servants all confessed that a man named Viscount Gervais took their seigneur's heir away. Yes, my vassals also captured a few castle servants, and they also said that Gervais took away their seigneur's heirs. As soon as Alice's words of denial came out, several earls refused and immediately objected, especially Avery, who only had 5 castles on the Larkin family's offensive route. But now, he had 3 castles taken away by Gervais for no reason. After his vassals came back, they cried to him that the southern expedition had been started for so long, and they had not gained much in the first place. They finally managed to capture some small castles to get some oil and water. But now most of them were taken away by Gervais. Those descendants of the nobles are walking gold coins. Half of these walking gold coins were taken away by Gervais. Thousands of them could not get anything at all. Avery, I'm afraid you are an old fool. Serfs and civilians cannot serve as witnesses to testify against nobles. And you said that the castle servants you arrested were castle servants. I also said that our Welton family arrested thousands of people. Where's the castle footman? Do you have any nobles or noble heirs as witnesses? If not, then stop talking. Who knows if you want to frame the Jones family? If you want to cause trouble for Alice, ask me first if I can answer. Seeing that Ever and others unanimously accused Alice, the Lord of the North finally spoke out. His steel-edged beard trembled, and he directly began to criticize the sky and the earth. Guster, we are now seeking an explanation from the Jones family, and it has nothing to do with your Welton family. Okay, stop arguing. Seeing that a new round of quarrel was about to start, King Lawrence patted the armrest to stop everyone, and then asked Avery and others solemnly. Okay, Avery, do you families have any evidence to prove that Gervais robbed the castle on your route? No, Your Majesty. Avery's face looked a little ugly, but as the Lord of the North said, the witnesses in his hands were all male servants and did not have noble status. Without noble status, it would be impossible to use them to testify against a noble. Okay, since there is no evidence, let's put this matter aside for now. I will send someone to investigate later. We have more important things to discuss now. Yes, Your Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty. Seeing that King Lawrence looked a little unhappy, Avery and the others had no choice but to respond. The actions of the Principality of Alban this time were beyond our expectations. They actually sent the remaining Thunder Knights to attack the Vassals team, causing us huge losses. My direct vassal team totaled more than 3,700 people, but they were directly annihilated by the Thunder Knights. In addition, more than 10 vassal nobles of the Charles family were killed by the Thunder Knights. The king's face was also a little ugly. More than 3,000 vassal troops were wiped out. This was also a heavy blow to the Jean family, which meant that hundreds of minor nobles died in the battle. As for Seignior, he didn't say a word after entering the meeting tent, and his face was gloomy. The king and other counts thought that Seignior was heartbroken because of the loss of more than 10 vassals. No one knows yet that the Charles family not only lost more than a dozen vassals, but also the general of his knights died there, and it was probably not at the hands of the Thunder Knights. The king said that these vassals of the Charles family died at the hands of the Thunder Knights. But this was just what Seignior said when reporting. We will definitely avenge this blood feud with the Thunder Knights. But there is a more important thing right now, and that is that the fiancé of my eldest son Derek was kidnapped by the Thunder Knights. If I want to rescue Caroline, I think I can only exchange hostages with the other party. So I hope to exchange Caroline with the noble heirs in your hands. King Lawrence spoke very skillfully. He only said that Caroline was the fiancée of the eldest prince, and did not mention the Lord of the North, because the Lord of the North had a hot temper and had some conflicts with these earls. If the Lord of the North was mentioned, it would probably the opposite happened. After the king's words fell, the several earls below were all watching, and did not express their opinions immediately, as if they were waiting for something. The king was not surprised and continued after a pause. But don't worry, everyone. If the hostage you captured is really used in exchange for Derek's fiancée, I will reward you with gold coins or other items of equal value. Hostages are considered spoils of war and need to be distributed by the king. But these hostages will only be handed over to the king by the vassals after the war is over, because the ransom for each noble hostage is different. After the war, these count families will also participate in the hostage exchange negotiations to ensure that they know the ransom amount of their hostages. Yes, everything is at your majesty's discretion. The king's words were so straightforward that none of the several earls below would be disrespectful, and responded respectfully. Well, very good. Then let's talk about the future war. Next, the king and several earls began to discuss the next war plan. This meeting continued for an hour and a half, and Alice returned to her camp after an hour and a half. Nadine, is there any news about Gervais? After returning to the camp, Alice immediately called Nadine, the commander-in-chief of the Knights of the Rose, for questioning. Sir, there is no news about Viscount Gervais yet. I have sent people to search every earl's family route, but found nothing. Nadine replied respectfully. Okay, leave 100 people to continue searching for news about Gervais on these routes. We will head towards May City tomorrow morning. Alice nodded slightly disappointedly, gave Nadine instructions, and quickly entered her tent. Gervais, where have you been? Don't let anything happen to you. Alice took out the monocular telescope given to him by Gervais. This monocular telescope was the only official gift Gervais gave her besides the Warcraft crystal. Therefore, Alice now values this monocular telescope very much. I usually carry it with me. Gervais did not know what was going on in the camp of the Principality of Jean 50 miles away. At this moment, his team had arrived less than 5 miles away from May City. This is already considered the real hinterland of the enemy. Every 10 minutes or so, Gervais and others can encounter a wave of patrolling rangers. Chapter 421. Gold coin obtained. Gervais and his party now number only more than 70 people. 30 miles away from May City, Gervais left all the slave spearmen and small trebuchets there, and he only brought the slave longbowmen, long swordsmen and personal guards. As for the carriages, they only brought a dozen or so, and they only loaded some food to hide the weapons and armor of the swordsmen and longbowmen. Taking advantage of the unoccupied space, Gervais led the team into a dense forest on the roadside to hide, although they were disguised. If the nobles in the city knew that he had arrived near May City and took a closer look, they would his identity is not worth scrutinizing. If Baron Polly comes out to identify him, he will be exposed. There are dense forests only 5 miles away near May City. Beyond that, there are either villages and farmland, or due to defense needs, it has long been implemented to strengthen the walls and clear the fields. Please listen to my instructions now. Later, you can send this letter to the gate of May City with a rose flag. And then, after entering the dense forest, Gervais did not let the team unload the supplies. He needed to ensure that they could be transferred at any time. And now that they have arrived near May City, Gervais is immediately ready to start the transaction. After so many days, I believe that the team from the Principality of Jean will arrive soon. And Gervais needs to cash in the prisoners as soon as possible. Yes, sir! I will do a wonderful job for you. After listening to Gervais's explanation, Ike immediately agreed. Although the danger level of his trip was relatively high, Ike did not hesitate. Soon, Ike rode his war horse towards May City, and the armor on his body had been replaced by his own equipment. As Ike galloped all the way, he soon arrived at the gate of May City. At this moment, the main gate of May City was closed, and only a small door on the side was still open. Many rangers were entering through this small door, in and out. 2 teams of rangers were already following behind Ike. But after these people learned that Ike was here to exchange hostages, they did not act rashly. Soon, the nobles in the city received the report that Gervais, who had kidnapped their son, arrived in May City and was ready to start exchanging hostages. Not long after, the little nobles rushed to the city gate and got the letter sent by Gervais. The little nobles couldn't wait to open the letter and read it. What? We still want to exchange Caroline, and we are willing to reduce the ransom by 300 gold coins for each hostage. If you are not willing to hand over Caroline, then the deal between the 2 parties will be cancelled. All the little nobles looked at each other in confusion. You looked at me and I saw that you looked a little embarrassed. It's not that they are unwilling to use Caroline to pay for the 300 gold coins, but they are very happy to do so. After all, the total sum of them is 6,000 gold coins. It's just that after Caroline was captured by the Thunder Knights, she did not stay in May City, but was taken directly to Hayden King's City. What can they give in exchange now? Even if her own lord is willing to help, at that time it's too late. How about I get a fake Caroline later and exchange it? One of the noble barons came up with an idea. No, you didn't see that his letter also said that you can't bring any extra people during the handover, and you can't have any title knights. Otherwise our heirs will be harmed. If you find out that the person is fake, if he really gets angry and hurts our children, we won't have time to support him. I can only tell the truth. The messenger is still out there. Let's talk to him directly. Stabilize them first. As their heirs, these nobles were of course very cautious and did not dare to use too many tricks. At least they had to wait until their heirs came back safely. Soon, several barons sent a message to Ike, telling them about Caroline. After hearing this, Ike thought for a moment and silently agreed. Then he would trade at the original price. In fact, before departure, Gervais also explained that if the minor nobles were unwilling to exchange Caroline, they could lower the ransom. And by the way, they could also coerce and threaten to harm the hostages. If these small nobles still refuse to exchange, then the transaction will be carried out in the original way, because the whereabouts of Gervais and others have been exposed, and it will be very dangerous to stay any longer. Therefore, regardless of whether they can successfully rescue Caroline, these noble heirs must complete the deal immediately. And then Weiss and his party quickly leave the surrounding area of May City, after receiving confirmation from Ick to continue the transaction. Each of the barons quickly sent a servant to ride a horse to send the gold coins out of the city gate. Ike glanced at the 20 people, said nothing, and began to lead the way. When several barons saw Ike and others walking away, they all ran out of the city gate and followed them secretly. Gervais said that he could not send anyone to follow him. Of course, these little nobles would not obey his words. This was about the gain and loss of 800 gold coins. And each of them would be interested. Of course, in order to avoid being discovered by Gervais, they did not choose to follow on horseback, but directly followed them by running with fighting spirit. They were all silver knights, and a few miles was nothing to them. However, what these barons can think of. How could Gervais, as a time traveler, not think that the police dramas in his previous life were not for nothing? Moreover, Gervais had even guessed that not only would these barons be following them, but a team might also have been assembled in the city. As long as the prisoners were released safely, Gervais would face the pursuit and interception of a large army. 20 barons followed carefully from behind. Seeing that Ike and his men did not notice them at all, everyone was secretly happy. They might be able to get their gold coins back later and capture Gervais alive. They wanted to see what this Gervais looked like and how shameless he could be. After you catch him, you must give him a good beating and make him pay a ransom of several thousand gold coins. It's just that these barons followed and followed, and I don't know how long it took, but they finally discovered something was wrong. Have you noticed that we have been walking for more than an hour, and we still haven't arrived at the transaction location? Yes. An hour's journey is almost 20 miles. Right. Although they have the cultivation level of a silver knight, these barons are already sweating on their heads after running with fighting spirit for more than an hour. Forget it. Let's follow them for a while. Let's see what tricks they are playing. And the roads everywhere have been blocked. They will never be able to escape. Next, Ike continued to wander aimlessly outside May City with a group of people, because they were worried about the safety of their heirs. These barons who followed secretly did not dare to take any action. But after chasing Ike for more than 3 hours, they finally couldn't hold on any longer. Most of the fighting energy in his body has been consumed, and the sky is about to turn dark. If he continues like this, he will definitely be lost in a while. Why don't you go up and stop them now? Arrest the person who delivered the letter and torture him, one of the barons suggested. Everyone was silent for a while, a little moved, but also worried about the safety of their children. Look, they're entering the woods. Walk. Suddenly, Ike, who had been wandering in the open space with his servants, turned a corner and walked quickly towards the dense forest. The barons could not sit still and immediately accelerated to follow him. Follow closely. If any of you lose track, if something goes wrong with your young master, then don't blame me for not warning you. After arriving in the dense forest, Ike accelerated his horse speed and started moving forward with a few servants. The barons at the rear were not slow and began to accelerate. They were 800 or 900 meters away from Ike and the others. However, Gervais was already prepared for the pursuit of these barons. Shortly after they entered the dense forest, Gervais personally ignited 10 refueling grenades that had been placed long ago. Did you smell anything strange? While running, one of the barons sniffed the air, feeling a little confused. The woods are quite dense, and there is only one narrow dirt road. It should have been opened by local serfs who went into the woods to pick food or hunt. This is the only road that can be passed quickly in the dense forest. No! Hurry up and chase! That Gervais must be not far away. Let's not lose him. Boom! Boom! However, just as one of them finished speaking, sudden explosions exploded on both sides of the road. Suddenly, sand splashed, and a burst of red mist filled the air, drowning the 20 barons in the group. Buzz! 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 Cough! 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 Damn it! We were ambushed. What are these things? So choking. Although several barons were silver knights, they were caught off guard and were stunned by the grenades, and the red smoke around them made them choke and unable to stand upright. This is a grenade specially modified by Gervais to deal with their tracking. The gunpowder inside is not much, but the outside is wrapped with a large bag of chili powder. Of course, Gervais took this chili himself. The indigenous people or Chef Jimmy also call this thing breathing fire. Are you all okay? It's okay. It's just a minor injury. I'll just go back and recuperate in a day or two. What to do now? Shall we continue chasing? Chase! Several barons gritted their teeth. Although the explosion did not cause much damage to them, the chili powder not only made them choke, but also got a lot of it in their eyes, making them burst into tears. After calming down, several barons prepared to continue the pursuit, but it was obvious that their pursuit was useless. Within a few minutes of delay, Gervais and others had already knocked down several servants and took the wooden boxes with the gold coins went deeper into the jungle. In the end, the barons found only their heirs tied to a tree stump. Chapter 422 Falling into Siege. Do you know which direction Gervais ran to? After the barons rescued their heirs, they immediately began to inquire. They were so angry that the rescue, that was supposed to be a sure thing, was thwarted by Gervais. Not only was it too spicy, but Gervais actually took away the 800 gold coins. Father! Our eyes are covered. We don't know where Gervais escaped. How about forget it? Let's go back to the city first. After Ike left, Gervais took a few subordinates and blindfolded them and brought them here. So they didn't know where they were. And they didn't even know which direction Gervais and the others ran in. Indistinguishable. How can this be done? That's tens of thousands of gold coins. We must chase him back. His way back has been blocked by us. And he absolutely can't escape. How could the barons let Gervais go? 800 gold coins was a wealth that took them several years to accumulate. When Babette and the others heard their father's words, they all rolled their eyes and were very worried. If Gervais hadn't shown off his prowess in front of them that night, chopping up the Silver Knight like a melon, then now they might be very happy to let their father help find a place. But since they knew that Gervais was a ferocious man with the strength of a golden knight, they didn't dare. Under such circumstances, asking his father to search for Gervais would mean asking them to die. As for telling their father the truth, several of them swore a poisonous oath to the Rongwang boss under the pressure of Gervais. For example, if you break your vows, you will marry an ugly wife, give birth to a child who will not be angry, encounter monsters when you go out, and suffer misfortune at home. Of course, in addition to this vicious oath, Gervais also had another threatening word. That is, if these people dare to tell his story, he will let him know in the future, and he will come back and feed them the moon love words, and lock them in a small room for a day and night after taking love words of the moon. Everyone shuddered when they thought of these threatening words. The name of love words of the moon sounds nice, but its effect is a bit obscene. It was only used by nobles to flirt with their lovers. It has a strong effect and has no side effects. This thing is used between male and female lovers. It complements each other. It is good for you and me. But if it were used on two men, it would leave bruises all over the place. Therefore, Babette and others were prepared to keep silent. They did not think that Gervais's strength would not be able to seek revenge on them in the future. In the end, Babette and others persuaded their father to go back on the grounds of physical discomfort. However, several barons did not go to search for Gervais in person, but the army of May City began to search in the nearby dense forest. It was not necessary to find Gervais before the army of the Principality of Jin arrived. After Gervais and others obtained the gold coins, they confirmed the approximate quantity and authenticity, and immediately evacuated with the gold coins. This trading place was 6 or 7 miles away from where he originally hid his team. So seeing that no one was chasing him from behind, Gervais temporarily felt at ease. After returning to the camp, Gervais opened boxes of gold coins and placed them in front of him. He felt as if his titanium alloy eyes were going to be blinded. It's a pity that Caroline was sent to the royal capital. Gervais reached out and fished hard in several boxes filled with gold coins, feeling the thick weight of the gold coins. However, he immediately thought of the bumpy Caroline, and Gervais suddenly felt a little sad, and then reluctantly closed the wooden box. With Gervais's current strength and the 3 or 2 cats and dogs under his command, there is no way he can go to Hayden King's city. Not to mention that even if he goes, it won't be enough to fill the gap in the Alban Principality's teeth. Grown-ups! At this moment, Alec came back from the woods ahead with a companion. Well, how's it going? Sir, as you expected, after the barons returned, a team of more than 1,000 people came out of the city and began to search the dense forest. However, they are still searching in the place where you just exchanged hostages. Alec was sent by Gervais to monitor the situation in May City outside the woods. After confirming the situation, he immediately came back to report to Gervais. Oh, it shouldn't matter. This dense forest is not small at all. It will take 2 or 3 days for a team of thousands of people to search this forest. It's enough for us to hide and seek with them. Gervais had already thought about it before hiding in the dense forest. After receiving the ransom, he hid here and waited for the arrival of the army of the Principality of Xi'an. Calculating the time, my cheap wife and the others should arrive in the next 2 days, and I will be safe by then. Next, Gervais and his party hid in the woods, always paying attention to the movements of the May City army. And nothing unexpected happened until dark. Ha ha! How is it possible to find me? We have watched a lot of police movies after all. When my cheap wife comes, I can happily go back to the City of Glory to sleep. Seeing that it was getting dark and the enemy had suspended their search, Gervais laughed heartily, and then slipped into his tent to avoid mosquito bites. As for my subordinates, they could only apply some mosquito-repellent plant juice and put them on their heads in the open air. Haven't you found it yet? What to do? The news from the Rangers is that the main force of the Principality of Jean has arrived 50 miles away. It should arrive at May City at the latest tomorrow evening. It will be difficult to catch Gervais by then. Alas! It's a pity that we were careless. And this Gervais is so shameless and cunning that he has already thought of plotting against us. Yes. Originally, not only could we keep our gold coins, but we could also catch him venting his anger. No, we can't just let him go. Suddenly, a baron became more and more angry as he thought about it, slapped the table and stood up. At this time, 20 barons were gathering together to discuss how to capture Gervais. However, time was too tight, and the enemy was about to approach the city, so they could not send more men to search for Gervais in the woods. Otherwise, as long as 5,000 to 6,000 people are sent out, traces of Gervais can be found within a day. Baron Turney, what can you do? When the barons saw Tinny making a sound, they couldn't help but look at him curiously. Even if the gold coins cannot be recovered, we cannot simply let Gervais go. Tinny didn't panic when everyone looked at him. He already had an idea in his mind. So he continued, so we might as well set fire to the dense forest outside the city. If Gervais doesn't run out, he will be burned alive in the dense forest. But if he runs out, we have a great chance of catching him. The team from the Principality of Jean will arrive tomorrow evening at the earliest. We still have a lot of time to hunt down Gervais. We just need to find his way back if it is blocked. It will be difficult for him to fly even if he has wings. Yes, that's good to note. It's autumn now, and the weather is dry. It only takes one night to burn that dense forest. Ha ha! Let's burn the forest with fire. Let's see how he can hide. When several barons heard Turney's suggestion, their eyes widened. This was a very feasible method. As for protecting forest resources, stop making trouble. This world is vast and sparsely populated, with not much else. But there are countless woods. People are too late to bother, and want to open up more woods for farming. Without further delay, let's quickly go to the Earl and report it, and we will immediately send people to set fire to the forest. Next, a group of barons quickly took action, preparing to set fire to the woods and force Gervais out. Chapter 423, Going Deep into the Hinterland. When all the barons in May City could not sleep at night, thinking of ways to catch Gervais, Gervais had already fallen asleep. In the dream, Gervais was walking on the prairie holding his cheap wife's slender arm. As he walked, Gervais put his arms around the cheap wife's slender waist, and then moved towards the cheap wife's fragrant lips. Kissed. After a romantic French kiss, Gervais opened his eyes with satisfaction. Holy shit! Why is it Caroline? I don't know when. The pretty woman in Gervais's arms has turned into Caroline. Caroline! Just Caroline! Let me kiss you! Although the person in his arms changed from the cheap wife to Caroline, Gervais ignored it, covered his head, and continued to kiss. My lord! My lord! Just when Gervais stopped the delicate body in his arms and wanted to take further action, he seemed to hear someone calling him in a daze. So Gervais looked in front of him attentively. This sight shocked Gervais. He found that the person he had been holding and chewing for a long time had turned into Ike. Oh my god! What a ghost! Gervais punched down and immediately knocked it away. At the same time, Gervais, who was in shock outside the dream, suddenly woke up from the bed. I was scared to death. It turned out to be a dream. Gervais looked at his surroundings and realized that everything was a dream. Then he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and felt calm. My lord! My lord! Wake up! What's it called? It's so late at night that you can't even dream. Hearing Ike shout again, Gervais stood up helplessly and walked out of the tent. Grown-ups, when Ike saw Gervais coming out, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. He always felt a chill on his back, and the adult seemed to be in a bad mood. He probably woke the adult up in the middle of the night. Tell me, what's the matter? Gervais glared at Ike so hard that he almost had a heart attack. But seeing that Ike's tone was a little anxious, something must have happened. Sir, the person who was on guard at the edge of the woods just now came back to report that the troops from May City are setting fires everywhere and want to burn down the woods. Ike answered cautiously. What? Burning the woods? Gervais was shocked. He really didn't expect this. It was autumn at this time. The ground was covered with withered yellow leaves, and the entire forest was extremely dry. If the fire was lit, The night wind would burn the entire forest before dawn.
Yes, sir. Several woods have been set alight, and they are still setting fires. Quick, get everyone together. Get your stuff, and we're ready to retreat.
Gervais immediately ordered. Before the fire breaks out, the right choice is to make a prompt decision and run away. If they wait for the fire to burn, even if they can't burn themselves for a while, the smoke will choke them to death, and it is likely that they will get lost.
Where should I escape? The road back to the original route has been blocked during the day. Now that they have thought of setting fire to the woods, they must be even more cautious. Therefore, the road back must be full of dangers. If I go there, I will fall into a trap.
Although Gervais also has a black kiwi fruit that can increase his strength by 50 times. There are 2 golden nights in May City. He only has 1 hour at that time, and there is absolutely no way he can escape. What's more, these subordinates and gold coins of his are unable to escape. After thinking about it, Gervais couldn't help but set his sights to the south. That direction was towards the rear of the Alban Principality. Now, perhaps only the blockade in this direction is weaker. After all, that was their hinterland, and no one would have thought that Gervais would have the guts to go there.
His grandma is very weak. The most important thing is to escape from the woods right now. At the worst, find a place to hide from the wind in the hinterland of the Alban Principality, and then run back when the war breaks out here.
Gervais thought for a moment, and finally made up his mind.
Everyone, listen up. Put on the armor of the Principality of Alban. Let's move towards the south.
Next, Gervais led his subordinates towards the south. To be honest, he really didn't expect that the enemy would set fire to the forest to force him out. After all, if he set fire to such a large forest, he would have been imprisoned in his previous life. Although they were forced to move. Fortunately, the enemy's movements were discovered early, and the enemy did not expect that Gervais would dare to cross towards the south. Gervais's team appeared in the south a few hours later, on the road to the hinterland of the Principality of Alban. While walking on the road, Gervais did not let his subordinates light torches, and the horses' hooves were also covered with thick cloth, so he was able to move quickly without any danger. Although they also bumped into 2 groups of patrolling rangers on the road. They were detected in advance by Gervais's super hearing, and they avoided them. Gervais did not dare to stay, fearing that the barons would pursue him this way without finding his trace after burning the woods. So he marched along the road overnight. They all had horses and carriages to ride on, so they traveled 70 or 80 miles in one night.
Sir, there is a manor 5 miles ahead, but there seems to be no one inside.
When the sky gradually became brighter, and the sun rose in the east, Gervais and his party hid in the weeds on the roadside to rest for a while, and then sent Ike and others to explore the road ahead. At this time, Ike and others had returned from the investigation, and were reporting the situation ahead to Gervais.
Very good. Let's go to the manor to make some repairs now.
Gervais immediately ordered the team to rush to the manor. The group of people had been traveling quickly all night, and were already tired and hungry. So Gervais planned to go there to let the team repair themselves before continuing on their way. Gervais and the others have not yet escaped from the earldom of Genmai, and there are no suitable woods for them to hide here. So Gervais is not prepared to stay here for too long. Otherwise, as long as their whereabouts are discovered, the group of people really couldn't fly. Soon, Gervais and his party came to the manor that Ike said. This manor was not dilapidated and ownerless. Although there was no one in the manor, and all valuable things had been moved away. It was clean and tidy inside. Obviously, the manor was the people there had only been gone for a day or 2. Gervais estimated that they probably went to May City for refuge. The army was passing through, and only the city walls were relatively safe. Gervais and others rested in this manor for a whole morning, and continued on the road after lunch. This manor is not safe, because when Gervais and the others were resting in the manor, they had already seen 3 waves of rangers patrolling the road outside. I just don't know if they are patrolling as usual, or if they are searching for their group in this direction with purpose. Gervais and others continued to move forward, and 2 hours later, they finally reached the border of the earldom of Genmai. Looking at the boundary stone in front, Gervais felt helpless. As long as they passed through the 2-kilometer buffer zone in front, they would enter the territory directly under King Hayden. This is the first time that the team from the Principality of Gen has gone deep into the territory directly under the king of the Principality of Alban. In previous years, the furthest troops from the southern expedition to the Principality of Gen were the troops approaching May City. However, the troops arriving at May City in previous years were only to frighten the people in May City, so that they did not dare to act rashly, and did not launch an attack on the city.
Let's go! I'll take you to see what the hinterland of the Alban Principality looks like.
In the end, Gervais waved his hand and chose to move on. Now they were out of the earldom of Seignior. As long as they could find a hidden place to hide, they would be safe. Chapter 424, Like honest people. However, Gervais has never been to the Principality of Alban. Maybe he has some misunderstanding about the plain terrain of the Principality of Alban. He then marched for half a day, but could not see a single large forest at all. There were only large and small rivers, plus a few thin groves, where even people could not hide.
We can't go on like this. We're going deeper and deeper. Why didn't anyone tell me that there isn't even a decent forest after the earldom of Seignior?
Although he hasn't encountered any danger yet, the further he goes, the more uneasy he feels. They had just seen a boundary monument again, which was the territory of King Hayden's direct vassal. From the name Gervais on the stone monument, it could be concluded that this was the territory of a viscount, and they had already entered this viscounty territory. As they continued to move forward, the road became smoother and smoother, and they thought they would be able to see villages and towns before long. Having already penetrated deep into the enemy's hinterland, Gervais was extremely reluctant to encounter people from the Principality of Alban, because meeting one more person would increase the risk of their group being exposed. But as the saying goes, what you are afraid of will come true. After Gervais and others continued to move forward for more than 20 minutes, they suddenly saw a figure on the horizon on the left road. The terrain here is flat and open, and there are no buildings blocking it. So Gervais and others found each other instantly. But at the same time, this also means that the other party has probably discovered his group, and now it is too late to hide.
Don't act rashly for a while. Just obey my orders.
If the people in the distance were ordinary civilians, Gervais would feel more at ease. But there was obviously a small army over there, so Gervais had to be careful. Even if you can eliminate them, as long as the other party misses one person, your whole group will be doomed.
Have you heard that Gervais used the captured noble heirs in exchange for tens of thousands of gold coins? It's 16,000 gold coins, and the ransom for each noble heir is 800 gold coins. Wow! Then didn't they get rich? 16,000 gold coins. In the past, the 4 or 5 earl families who conquered the south wouldn't have gained so much. Yes, most of the previous spoils were food and population. 16,000 gold coins. I have never seen so many gold coins in my life. Hee hee. Although Viscount Gervais has obtained so many gold coins, I heard that he hasn't come back yet. I don't know what happened. I think the situation is getting worse. Didn't we capture a few prisoners yesterday? They said that the fire in the woods was deliberately set by them, just to hunt down Gervais. It's really possible. I heard that the fire burned down the entire forest, but Gervais was not found. Do you think Gervais was burned to ashes by the fire? What a pity those 16,000 gold coins are.
The large forces of the Principality of Seignior have advanced to 3 miles outside May City. After the camp was stationed, the rangers from both sides took the lead in a melee. The Principality of Seignior was also very concerned about the fire that burned all night long and lit up half of the sky the night before, because they were worried about whether there was some conspiracy in it. So after capturing several enemies, they all got the same answer through torture. That is, a viscount named Gervais exchanged 20 noble children for 16,000 gold coins. Later, in order to hunt for Gervais, the noble set fire to the woods where Gervais was hiding. But the result was that after the fire burned down the woods, they did not see Gervais and his party, and they did not recover the gold coins. This news instantly made the entire southern expedition team of the Principality of Seignior excited. Some were happy, and some were furious. Of course, the ones who were furious were the Larkin family and the Charles family. Most of the noble heirs captured by Gervais were wool stolen from them, and the tens of thousands of gold coins originally belonged to them. However, until this moment, they were still helpless because the prisoners were not nobles and belonged to the enemy camp, so they could not be used as evidence against Gervais. Unless the king wants to deal with Gervais personally, Gervais can still get away with it. As for the happy people, they are naturally the Jones family. They also had a share of Gervais's 16,000 gold coins. Even if the final tier was not high, the harvest from so many gold coins was definitely several times that of previous years. At this time, the Jones family camp was filled with the voices of young nobles praying to Mr. Glory, hoping that Gervais could come back soon. At this moment, they were no less worried about Gervais's safety than Gandalf and Alice.
Has Gervais told you where he will go after receiving the ransom? Or does he have other plans?
In Alice's tent, Laurie and others were called in. Alice asked carefully, with a look of unconcealable worry on her pretty face. In addition, Gervais's cheap father Gandalf was also listening.
Sir Gervais just told us to hide in the dense forest for a few days, and then come out to join us after you have arrived. He did not tell us anything else.
Laurie answered carefully, lowering his head and not daring to look directly at Alice. Alice was one of the most powerful people in the principality in their minds, and they were more afraid of her than Gervais, because Gervais was very lenient to his subordinates except when there was serious business.
Well, then you can go out and rest first.
Seeing that Laurie really didn't know Gervais's next arrangements, Alice nodded and signaled him to leave.
Sir, those prisoners said they didn't capture Gervais, so Gervais must have hidden somewhere. You don't have to worry so much. Also, Baron Bertram and I have checked the ruins of the burned forest. There is nothing abnormal, which means that when the fire started, Gervais had already evacuated the forest.
Gandalf stood aside, seeing that Alice was so worried about Gervais. He already had a plan in mind, wondering whether his little Gervais was really taken aback by the Earl. After all, Gervais is very good now. If Gervais and Alice could really produce an heir in the future, Gandalf would feel excited just thinking about it. So at this time, she suppressed her worries and began to comfort Alice.
Well, I know that Gervais will be fine. Thank you, Baron Gandalf.
Faced with Gandalf's persuasion, Alice expressed her gratitude very politely.
You're welcome. Sir, I'll leave first, and then I'll take people around to see if there's any trace of Gervais.
After Gandalf left, there was no one in the tent, and Alice picked up the monocular telescope that had been at hand and was lost in thought.
Gervais, you must come back safely.
Gervais knew nothing about what was happening at the rear, and he was now fully engaged in dealing with the possible crisis in front of him.
Hello, Your Excellency. Which family are you from?
It took more than 10 minutes from the time both parties discovered each other's existence to getting together. During this process, Gervais had already calculated the opponent's team, and there were more than 90 people in total. Among them were more than 10 cavalrymen, plus more than 30 infantrymen, and the others were dressed as serfs and servants. In addition, this team also has more than 10 carriages full of dead goods, and the entire team is filled with colorful flags symbolizing nobility. Through the flags, Gervais knows that this is not a caravan, but a group of small nobles. Team. Gervais didn't recognize the pattern on the opponent's flag, nor did he know which family they belonged to. But it didn't matter. Gervais could ask. Therefore, Gervais took the initiative, smiled immediately after meeting the other party, and went up to ask enthusiastically.
Hello, Your Excellency. We are from the Latson family. My name is Ted Latson. Are you also going to the royal city?
The other party was led by a young man in his early 20s. He was thick and strong, but his face was honest.
Yes, we are going to the royal capital too.
In fact, besides green tea, who likes honest people, Gervais also likes honest people, such as the one in front of him. Chapter 425 Shameless Gervais.
Then we can be together and that's it. I'm bored to death. I've been traveling for 3 days, and no one has said a word to me.
The honest man Ted was extremely happy to hear that Gervais's destination was the same as his. He was almost suffocated to death, because there was no one to communicate with during this long journey.
By the way, Your Excellency, what's your name? Have you ever heard of the Potter family?
Gervais also laughed.
The Potter family?
Ted rolled his eyes and thought for a long time, and finally shook his head.
Have not heard. It's better if you haven't heard of it.
Gervais felt relieved immediately. Then he said,
I am from the Potter family, and my name is Harry Potter. It turns out to be Sir Harry. From now on I will call you Harry. You can also call me Trad. Your Excellency is too troublesome.
Ted had no doubts. After learning Gervais's name, he even removed the honorific title, Your Excellency, familiarly. At first glance, he looked like a straight-tempered and honest man.
Harry, let's continue on our way. I really want to get to the royal city earlier. I heard it's very prosperous there, but I haven't seen it yet. Okay, Ted, then let's go to the royal city together.
Gervais was not planning to go to the royal city of the Principality of Alban, but since he had collided with Trade's team, they could only go forward a short distance together, and Trade happened to be covering him. Anyway, this Trade seems to be a careless person at first glance, so there is no need to be too careful when traveling with him. Just wait until you find a suitable place and find an opportunity to escape. Next, Gervais could not help but disguise himself as a team from the Principality of Alban, and continued towards the hinterland of the Principality of Alban. And next he also knew why this Ted was so happy to see him.
It turned out that this Ted was a complete chatterer. Ever since he met Gervais, he hadn't stopped talking. However, although Ted's chatty voice made Gervais a little helpless, Gervais also got a lot of useful information from him. For example, Gervais learned from Ted's mouth why he took the team to King Hayden's city. It turned out that Ted's father had already responded to King Hayden's recruitment order and went to the royal city. However, because the offensive of the Principality of Zeon was different from previous years, and White Rock City was also captured by the Principality of Zeen. Therefore, King Hayden stepped up his recruitment efforts, asking his direct vassals to temporarily abandon their territories and castles, and all gather in the royal city to fight against the all-out war launched by the Principality of Zeon. And it was precisely because of this that Ted rushed to the royal city with the last strength of the castle. In addition to Treader, many teams from the entire Principality of Alban were already on the road, heading towards the royal city of Hayden. And Tremont regarded Gervais as the heir of a minor nobleman who also rushed to King Hayden's city. After traveling with Ted, Gervais has been looking for suitable hiding places, but he saw 1 or 2 villages, but still did not see a large dense forest. It wasn't until the evening of the next day that they arrived at a small town in this Viscounty. There is a large forest on the outskirts of this town, which can also hide Gervais and his party. Unfortunately, Gervais saw the townspeople coming in and out of the woods, and he knew that it would be better to live directly in the woods, in a small town. After all, if you live openly in a small town, no one will suspect you for a while. But if you hide in the woods, if someone discovers you, people will definitely become suspicious. After giving up hiding in the woods, Gervais and Ted came to this small town, where they met 4 teams of 100 people from small nobles. This left Gervais very speechless and felt like he was walking into a big pit step by step. After meeting these noble teams, although everyone did not know each other before, it did not prevent several noble descendants from having dinner together. There is a hotel in the town, and they, the descendants of the nobles, all live in this only hotel. Although the hotel looks shabby on the outside, it is clean and tidy inside. Dinner is also served in this hotel. The chefs are private chefs brought by several small nobles, and the ingredients are purchased from the town. Have you heard? It seems that the troops from the Principality of Gene have reached May City. Really? Why is it so fast? In previous years, wouldn't it take more than a month to arrive at May City? Of course it's true. I met a group of messengers on the road yesterday. We happened to meet them when they were feeding the war horses on the roadside, and we got the news from them. This year, the Principality of Zeon seems to be going on a full-scale attack. Baiyan City has been captured. White Rock City has been breached. Then aren't we in danger this year? Shoo! Keep your voice down. That's why the king has summoned us all to go to the royal city to prepare for a decisive battle with the Principality of Gene. Otherwise, if we stay in the castle, we will never be able to stop the attack of the Principality of Gene. The most well-informed heir of the noble family is named Anlis. He is wearing a gorgeous armor, although it is also leather armor. It has many patterns and decorations on it. It is beautiful and generous, and is a bit old compared to the ones on the bodies of Treed and others. The leather armor is in sharp contrast. Therefore, the sitting positions of several people before eating were naturally divided into high and low places. The gorgeous armored Anlis naturally sat in the center of the round table. Gervais and Trade were sitting on both sides. Naturally, Trade and the others guessed that the other party's identity was extraordinary, so they could not take the initiative to sit on the side. Gervais wanted to keep a low profile, so he didn't care about that. After hearing what Anlis said, everyone was silent for a while, and Ted and others all showed worried looks. If the Principality of Alban is really annexed by the Principality of Gene, their title will probably be lost. Although Gervais looked worried on the surface, he was happy in his heart. Since Alice and others had arrived at the gate of May City, it meant that he could now return. But don't worry. Our Alban Principality will definitely not be defeated that easily, and the church will definitely help us secretly. Seeing the expressions of Gervais and others, Anlis was very proud and felt a lot of satisfaction in his heart, so he began to pretend to comfort them. By the way, there is another strange news. Have you heard about it? What anecdote? Ted and the others did not react because of their previous words. But Gervais, the fake Harry, was not worried about the war in the Principality of Alban, so he immediately asked out of curiosity. I also got this anecdote from the messenger team. Anlis was very satisfied with Gervais's strong curiosity, so he continued slowly after taking enough gestures. A strange thing happened in the Earl of Genmai a few days ago. There is a viscount named Gervais in the Principality of Gene, with a team of more than 200 people. He captured 20 earls of Genmai in 3 or 4 days. A castle and captured 20 noble heirs. How can this be?
Ted and the others gasped. Their eyes widened, and their mouths could have been stuffed with eggs. Gervais was equally surprised. But he was surprised to hear his name here.
Let me tell you, this news is absolutely true. My uncle is His Majesty the King's financial officer. There is no way that the messenger team could lie to me. I heard that this viscount named Gervais is very shameless and cunning. He is the husband of a countess. Through the countess, he got 50 trebuchets. Whenever he reaches the bottom of the castle, he will use trebuchets regardless of the loss. The castle will be destroyed.
Endless held his head high, indicating that his news was absolutely reliable.
It's so brutal. Fortunately, we were called to the royal city by the king now. Otherwise, our baron's castle wouldn't be able to withstand 50 trebuchets. This is so shameless. He is still a hateful pretty boy. That countess must be very old. Otherwise, why would she take care of him so much? What a shameless person. A noble scum.
Tremont and others had the same reaction. But their focus was different. Some people lamented the number of trebuchets, and some secretly scolded Gervais for being shameless. Gervais wanted to draw his sword on the spot and kill the 2 noble heirs who called him a pretty boy.
Besides, this is nothing. This Gervais did something you couldn't even imagine.
Endless started to lie again.
It would be a shame if you didn't become a bard.
Listening to Endless speaking slowly and adjusting the rhythm from time to time, Gervais rolled his eyes.
What the HL? It's a good thing I'm the one involved. Otherwise I would be like Ted and the others, craning their necks waiting for you to speak out quickly.
Chapter 426 The Fall of May City.
What have you done?
The interest of Treed and others has been aroused, even though they cursed Gervais for being extremely shameless. But in their hearts they were envious, jealous, and resentful, and they all blamed God for why such good things didn't happen to them.
Gervais used these 20 noble descendants to go to May City in exchange for 16,000 gold coins. And he even escaped in the end.
In the expectant eyes of Ted and others, Endless finally said it.
What? 16,000 gold coins? My God! What do so many gold coins look like when put together?
Tremont and the others were stunned for a while after hearing this. They kept imagining the scene of tens of thousands of gold coins in front of them, and their saliva almost flowed out.
What a pity! Let this shameless Gervais escape.
Several people were jealous for a while, but unfortunately they let Gervais retreat unscathed.
Ha ha. I heard that although Gervais escaped, he did not return to the team of the Principality of Jean. I heard that Gervais is probably still hiding in the territory of the Principality of Alban. Maybe near us.
Oh. Seeing the stupid looks of several people, Endless said there was no need to joke.
Really? Ha ha. If we can catch Gervais, we will be rich. Yes. By then we will be able to get at least 3 levels of those gold coins, which will be thousands of gold coins.
Although Trace and others knew that Endless's last words were a joke, they still yearned for it. Only Gervais twitched at the corner of his mouth.
You really guessed it right. I'm right in front of you.
Then several noble heirs continued to talk about some interesting things, most of which were Endless showing off his superiority complex. However, compared to rednecks like Ted, Endless' knowledge was much broader. So several people were happy to let Endless tell some interesting stories. It's night. The moonlight is bright and clear.
You have to prepare to go back. The further you go into the hinterland of the Principality of Alban, the more teams of minor nobles you will encounter, and the greater the risk of exposure.
The army that had obtained the Principality of Xeen had already arrived at the gates of May City, and Gervais was ready to return. It was already midnight, and in the dead of night, Ted and the others had already rested, and Gervais was about to leave directly. There were more than 20 guards guarding the entrance of the hotel, heirs of these nobles. So Gervais could only leave through the roof. With a little bit of fighting spirit, Gervais jumped directly from the window to the roof of the hotel, and then quietly walked towards the camp where Ike and others were stationed. The team of several noble youths totaled more than 600 people. Naturally, it was impossible to bring them all into the town to camp. So the camps were placed in the open spaces on both sides of the town's intersection, in order to facilitate the evacuation of his own people. Gervais also deliberately separated 100 meters from the team camp of Ted and others.
Sir, you are here. Well, have you packed it up? Everything is packed. Then let's leave now.
When setting up camp, Ike and others had already set up their tents. But when they were about to leave, they did not put the tents away, which was used as an obstacle to block the view of other camps. As for whether Ted and the others would discover him tomorrow, Gervais no longer cared. The only way to discover them is tomorrow morning. By then, I and the others would have already traveled 70 or 80 miles, and it would be absolutely impossible to catch up with them. Afterwards, Gervais led his subordinates around to the main road from the side, and then rushed towards May City. Gervais originally thought that he would return to the main force of the Principality of Zeon without any danger, but he didn't know if he was making a lot of money this time. And even the glory boss couldn't look past it. Gervais and the others had only been marching for more than 10 minutes, when they suddenly saw dots of torches rising on the horizon ahead, like a winding fire dragon, stretching for several kilometers. This huge team was heading towards them.
Why is there such a huge team? Could it be that they retreated from May City? That's impossible. The team from the Principality of Jean has only been in May City for a short time.
How could they possibly break the city?
After seeing the huge team, Gervais was shocked and confused. Fortunately, they did not march with torches. Otherwise, they would definitely be noticed by the other party.
Everyone returns the same way we came. Let's go back to the camp and act accordingly.
The team in front of me was getting closer and closer. Although I was a little hesitant, I should hide on the side of the road and wait for this team to pass by. But in the end, Gervais gave up. Not to mention the unobstructed view of the area. There was no place for more than 70 of them to hide. Even if the team in front arrived at the small town, and Ted and others noticed their situation and thought of something, they would still not be able to run away. Therefore, it is better to go back and continue to pretend and act according to the circumstances in the future. Soon, Gervais and his party returned to the town, and Gervais also returned to his room quietly. After more than 20 minutes, the town became noisy, and the noble young people in the hotel also received reports from their subordinates. Gervais was also immediately woken up by Ted and others, and they rushed out of the town together. When a group of them arrived outside the town, the huge team had also arrived at the town. When Gervais saw the situation of this team, he knew that his guess was likely to come true. These people really retired from the Earl of Gmi, because many of the flags in the team belonged to the Gmi family, and Gervais had seen them when he first arrived in May City.
It's the Marquis of Lost.
After the forward of this team passed by, a middle-aged man in the rear walked slowly surrounded by hundreds of cavalry. There was a luxurious carriage following him, and he didn't know who was sitting inside. After seeing this person, Anlis, the most knowledgeable among Gervais and others, immediately revealed his identity in a low voice.
Marquis Lost.
Gervais was heartbroken. This is the commander of White Rock City. He has the cultivation of a Golden Peak Knight and is the brother of King Hayden.
I've met Lord Lost.
When Lost rode up to Gervais and the others, Anlis was the first to speak and salute him respectfully. Ted and others slowed down for a moment, and then quickly saluted and greeted them. Gervais was now playing Harry, so of course he could only salute in the same way as them.
Well, which family are you from? And you actually recognize me?
Seeing that Anlis could call out his name accurately, Lost couldn't help but look at Anlis and asked casually,
Sir, I am from the Wells family, and my uncle serves as His Majesty's financial officer in the royal city.
Anlis replied very respectfully,
Oh, is Andrew your uncle?
Lost nodded, but to him, Andrew was nothing, let alone his nephew. So he just nodded calmly, then looked at Gervais and his group, and continued to speak calmly.
May City has fallen. The team from the Principality of Jean will be here soon. You need to speed up when you go to the royal city. Follow us.
Yes.
Thank you, Lord Lost.
Although several young nobles were shocked when they heard the news, they did not dare to make a mistake when facing Lost. They suppressed the turmoil in their hearts and honestly thanked him politely. Next, the team of Gervais and others began to gather again, following Lost and his team of more than 3,000 people, and continued to move forward, because the team of the Principality of Zeon was chasing closely behind them. They had to travel day and night, and the team would not stop for a rest until the middle of the night. In fact, Gervais really wanted to take the opportunity to sneak away and wait for the team from the Principality of Zeon. Unfortunately, there were many rangers wandering in front and behind this team, and Gervais had no way of leaving the team quietly. More importantly, there were 2 golden knights in the team, and Gervais did not dare to act rashly. Fortunately, the only thing that relieved Gervais was that he did not see familiar faces in this team, such as Babette, Phoenix and others. Otherwise, he would probably be exposed. Chapter 427 Arriving at Hayden King City. In this way, Gervais was dragged further and further away from the Golden Wheat Land by the team retreating from Wheatley City.
After traveling day and night for 5 days, the royal city of the Principality of Alban is already close at hand, and will be reached soon. The wind is rustling, and the water is cold. At this moment, Gervais's eyes were a little moist. Seeing the population on both sides of the road getting denser and denser, Gervais never imagined that he would be brought here as a minor nobleman from the Principality of Alban.
Harry! What's wrong with you?
When Ted saw Gervais riding his war horse and leaving the team, looking at the roadside in a daze, he couldn't help but stop and rode his war horse to Gervais's side.
Are you attracted by these prosperous scenes? I have never seen such prosperity. My father's territory only has 7,000 or 8,000 people. There are only 2 larger towns, and the others are villages.
The farther away from King Hayden's city, the more villages and towns gradually began to appear, and they were all large-scale villages and towns. Some towns even had 7,000 or 8,000 people living in them. Ted thought Gervais stopped to watch because of these sights.
What the HL? Go away! Go away! Let me stay here in a daze, and I will take the opportunity to escape later. Otherwise, I will have no chance tomorrow.
After all, a fake is a fake. If you use your fake identity in the wild, it's okay to fool an honest person like Ted. But when he arrived at Hayden King's city, if he needed to check the registration or something, Gervais didn't know if there was anyone in the King's city who knew the Potter family.
Harry! Ted! You two hurry up! Don't fall behind!
At this time, Anlis noticed the actions of Gervais and the two and immediately urged them loudly. In the past few days, Anlis has vaguely regarded himself as the leader of the 6 of them. And Ted and others did not reject him, because this Anlis is really good at dealing with people. During the past few days of traveling, he inquired about the affairs of May City clearly. When he came back, he told Gervais and others in detail like a show-off. From Anlis' mouth, Gervais knew why a big city like May City was captured so quickly. It turned out that when the large forces of the Principality of Zion arrived in May City, they repaired for a day and then began to attack the city non-stop. The siege on the first day was quite satisfactory and ended with the siege team suffering many casualties, which shocked the morale of the defenders of May City. But something unexpected happened the next night. In the middle of the next night, the elite knights of the 8 earls of the Principality of Jean quietly attacked, and 2 minor nobles in the city actually rebelled and opened the city gate. In an instant, the originally impregnable May City was opened. Follow-up troops outside the city continued to pour in, and a scuffle broke out inside the city in an instant. Lost and others wanted to stop it, but it was too late. A large number of soldiers from the Principality of Zion have already poured in, and King Lawrence and other Golden Knights also personally entered the city to snipe at Lost and Count Ashar of Golden Mai. In the end, Earl Ashar was seriously injured by King Lawrence and others, but was rescued by Lost and escaped, and then retreated to the castle behind. Since then, the situation in May City has been over, and Lost immediately retreated towards the rear with the defenders, who retreated from White Rock City, and the team of the G. Mai family in the castle. Originally, when they withdrew from the castle, they still had 7,000 or 8,000 men under their command. But they never thought that King Lawrence of the Principality of Jean had a terrifying appetite this time. Not only did he want to take May City, but he had already sent tens of thousands of soldiers moved around to the rear and ambushed them on their retreat route. In this way, most of the soldiers who evacuated from May City died or surrendered, and only more than 3,000 people broke out under the leadership of Lost. Count Ashar of the G. Mai family had been unconscious during this period, and it was Earl Ashar lying in the carriage behind Lost. After listening to what Anlis said, Gervais was silent for a long time. He originally thought that the Principality of Jean would definitely fight a bloody battle under May City, but he did not expect that May City was conquered in just 2 days, and even more so, devoured most of May City's troops. At the same time, I also admire the machinations of these great nobles. They actually planted a secret more than 10 years ago and used it at this critical moment. Among the 3,000 people who broke out of May City, most were defenders who had retreated from Bayan City, and a few were soldiers directly affiliated with the G. Mai family. As for the large and small vassals of the Golden Weed territory, they are all stationed in May City. If they are not killed in battle, they will only be captured. Gervais also silently mourned for Babette and the others before escaping from his clutches. Unexpectedly, he was captured again, and this time even their elders were captured at the same time. Under the urging of Anlis, Gervais and Shredder immediately returned to their positions and continued moving forward. 1 day later, a huge city appeared on the distant horizon. Its scale could be said to be the largest that Gervais had seen since he came to this world. This city is built on a mountain. Such a towering mountain is extremely rare in this plane. At least Gervais has only seen this one along the way.
No wonder this place was chosen as the royal city.
Castles, towering city walls, and steep mountains are the strongest defense combination in this cold weapon era. The wall of the royal city in front is more than 20 meters high and dozens of miles wide. And it is impossible to see the end at a glance. On the top of the mountain behind the city, there is a majestic castle standing there, reaching into the sky. Its scale is countless times larger than Alice's Rose Castle.
Is this the king's card? I wonder how the royal city of the Principality of Jean compares to it.
Gervais was also attracted by this spectacular scene. And the people from Ted and others beside him exclaimed in surprise again and again, looking like complete country bumpkins. Their team now numbered more than 8,000 people. And the extra people were small nobles who joined along the way. As more than 8,000 people moved forward slowly, hundreds of cavalry also filed out of the distant city and rushed towards them. Naturally, people like Gervais do not need to worry about contact matters. As they continued to advance, their team of more than 5,000 little nobles was taken away from Lost's team by a middle-aged man who looked like an official.
The doorway on the left is the main street of the royal city. You can go directly to the palace. The doorway I am taking you to now is to the residential area. The residents inside have been dismissed, so your residence will be temporarily arranged here during this period. As for the other make arrangements, someone will take charge later.
The middle-aged official who guided Gervais and others slowly explained. Gervais didn't care where they lived. The only thing he was worried about now was whether the secret would be revealed when he registered later. Soon, Gervais and his party were brought to the city gate. At this time, the gate of the city was already heavily guarded, and all those entering and exiting were soldiers wearing armor. As for ordinary civilians, their activities had been restricted for a long time, and it was impossible to enter or leave the city.
Sir, which family are you from?
When their team arrived at the foot of the city gate, registration indeed began, because their team had a large number of people. There were dozens of soldiers responsible for registration. Gervais and others were positioned at the front, so they were arranged to register as soon as possible.
Potter family. My name is Harry Potter.
Gervais' face was calm, and his tone was calm. However, his heart was already tense, ready to explode and cause chaos at any time, and then run away.
Potter family? Wait, let me check.
Chapter 428 Caroline's News. The soldier in charge of registration did not notice anything unusual about Gervais. After listening to Gervais's words, he replied, and then began to look through the thick books on the table.
Are you the Potter family in the territory directly under His Majesty's jurisdiction, or the Potter family in the Earldom of Golden Mai?
The soldier searched for a long time, and finally found the only two families with Potter as their surname.
I am from the Earl of G. My family.
Gervais answered directly without any hesitation. But his words were lowered because Treader and the others were more than 10 meters away. When Gervais met Potter, Golden Wheatland had not yet been conquered, so it was impossible for the real Harry Potter to appear in the king's direct territory at that time. Fortunately, all the nobles of the G. My family have been captured by the Principality of Jean, so the risks Gervais needs to take are much smaller.
Well, the Potter family of the Earldom of Golden Mai.
After hearing Gervais's answer, the registered soldier flipped through the heavy book and quickly found a list of vassals of the G. My family. The actions of the soldiers in front of him instantly made Gervais even more nervous, because this book actually contains portraits of the vassals of the G. My family, big and small, and the portraits of every heir to the minor nobles are also included. Soon the registered soldier found a portrait of a young man who looked to be 3 or 4 years younger than Gervais. After turning over the portrait of the boy, the soldier began to compare Gervais with the portrait. The registration soldier raised his head and lowered his head to compare carefully 4 or 5 times, then frowned. Obviously, Gervais' appearance is not similar to the portrait in the book, just because Gervais was deliberately unkempt when he was about to arrive at King Hayden City. For a while, the soldier was not sure that there was something wrong with Gervais.
This portrait should be from a few years ago. Look, my hairstyle has changed now. What? Is there a problem?
Gervais took a few glances at the simple black and white portrait in the picture. The artist's skills were not very good, and the faces were all distorted by the artist's painting. However, if this artist could be like those who draw sketches on Earth, Gervais would have been exposed by now. So Gervais simply took the initiative to speak and explained casually. The soldier heard Gervais' explanation and could only continue the comparison.
Harry, why are you so slow? Hurry up and enter the city. Okay, Ted, just wait a minute. I'll come right after you register.
Treader's shout was like a life-saving straw, immediately diverting the attention of the registered soldiers in front of him. And beside Treader, there were several people from Anlis,
who were also watching and waiting. How's it going? Is there any problem? If I'm going into town without me, are my friends still waiting for me? It's okay. This is your pass. Take it. Otherwise you can't move around the city. If you lose it, you must report it to the guards in the city as soon as possible. Seeing that the people from Ted over there were indeed familiar with Gervais, and that they had already completed the registration, and everyone had a pass in their hand, the soldier in charge of the registration was dispelled, thinking that it was really because of his age. Reason for change. Afterwards, the soldier quickly registered Gervais, and then took a card to Gervais with Gervais's detailed information written on it. And there was also a special steel seal. Okay. Thanks. Gervais took the card and smiled slightly, then quickly walked towards Ted and the others. After meeting up with Treat and others, they led their subordinates towards the city gate. When they arrived in the city, except for Anlis, everyone looked left and right with their eyes wide open. This royal city is indeed at the feet of the king. All the houses are built of stone, and they are not built randomly. There are also various reliefs. Occasionally, you can see 1 or 2 beautiful houses that are all white and built with white marble. How beautiful! None of the stone houses on my father's estate are as beautiful as this house, Ted murmured. Okay, don't look. Let's go to our respective stations to hand over our subordinates to our fathers. We'll have dinner together in the evening. It was obviously not the first time that Anlis came to this royal city. So apart from Gervais, only Anlis looked calm. Anlis couldn't stand the slow pace of their movement, so he began to urge them. The fathers of people like Tread Anlis had come to King Hayden City a long time ago, so the residents must be with their fathers. Only Gervais, the fake Harry's father, was not in the city, so he couldn't defect. Moreover, the Potter family he pretended to be was not a direct vassal of King Hayden, so the location was different from that of the others. Gervais was also thinking of finding an excuse to separate from them, so as not to be caught by them from the station. At this time, Anlis spoke, and Gervais just followed the words. In that case, let's separate here. See you later? Okay. That's okay too. Next, everyone determined the place to meet in the evening, and then dispersed. After separating from Treat and others, Gervais looked sad. I'm really in a tiger's den. I hope I don't get discovered. Otherwise, even if I have 10 black kiwi fruits, they won't be enough for me. The pass the guard gave Gervais had the address of the station assigned to him, and Gervais arrived at the station directly according to the address. In fact, it is just a stone house with a yard. There were only about 70 people in Gervais, so it was enough for a squeeze. After settling in, Gervais stayed in the house and began to practice silently. He didn't walk out of the house until dark. Originally, he did not want to see Trade and the others again, but now that he is in King Hayden City, it is difficult to leave the city. Therefore, Gervais felt that he could not immediately cut off contact with Trade and the others. Otherwise, they may become suspicious by then. In addition, there are many news channels in Anlis, and Gervais also wants to learn about the situation in the city through him. At least, he wanted to find out what was going on with the woman Caroline. He had already arrived in the royal city. Regardless of whether he could rescue her or not, he could check out the situation first. Gervais brought only 2 personal guards to the location agreed upon with Trade and the others. Soon they gathered together, and then headed to a restaurant under the leadership of Anlis. They were also recruited by the king, so King Hayden would not provide them with food. To put it bluntly, these noble heirs are helping their fathers bring soldiers and valuable belongings from the castle to the royal city. Now that the task is completed, they can start living and drinking, and the battle is basically not their turn. This restaurant is not a high-end restaurant, but now King Hayden City is overcrowded and supplies are tight, so it is not easy to find a place to eat and drink, and several people do not dislike it. After quickly ordering a sumptuous table of wine and food, the group of them began to feast. Have you heard? The day after tomorrow, the king will hold a competition for noble youth. After just a few mouthfuls of food, Anlis couldn't sit still and immediately spoke to attract everyone's attention. Competition meeting? What kind of competition? Not to mention Gervais. Even Ted and the others were confused and obviously didn't know anything. Hey! It's not surprising if you don't know. I guess no one will inform you of this news until tomorrow morning. Anlis felt satisfied again and continued with a proud smile on his face. The Thunder Knights went to White Rock City some time ago. Do you know that? When the Thunder Knights came back, they captured a prisoner, and she's a beautiful female captive. At this point, Anlis paused and started to talk. When everyone heard that the Thunder Knights had specially captured a woman,
They immediately knew that this matter was not simple. They immediately stared at Anlis, not even caring about the food in their hands, waiting for his next step. At this time, the same was true for Gervais. Before he could pry, Anlis himself began to speak out. Gervais shouted in his heart, "Brother, be steady."
Do you know who the female prisoner is? She is the fiancée of the eldest prince of the Principality of Jean, and his grandfather is also a peak golden knight. Speaking of which, this competition is related to her.
Chapter 429 Prize Caroline. After hearing this, several people didn't understand why the competition held by the king was related to a female captive.
Because the strongest person in this competition will win this woman. Think about it.
She is the fiancée of the eldest prince of the Principality of Jean, the future queen of the Principality of Jean.
Anlis told the reason coquettishly, and Gervais and the others on the opposite side looked at each other in confusion. What did King Hayden want to do? Is there a way to insult the royal family of the Principality of Jean? This is too childish.
Are you wondering why the king did this? Very few people know this news. But I'm telling you now. Don't tell it.
When saying this, Anlis lowered his voice.
A few days ago, the king of the Principality of Zion sent a messenger saying that he was willing to exchange the captured vassals for Caroline. However, after losing so many war horses in White Rock City, how could His Majesty agree? Your Majesty asked the Principality of Jean to stop the invasion. In this way, only then will Caroline be released. And as for the vassals, they will be redeemed with gold coins as per previous years. As a result, the king of the Principality of Zion did not agree, and even used a trick to capture May City and march towards the royal city. Therefore, in order to show his determination to fight to the death with the Principality of Zion, whoever can win the competition will win the competition. You can reach the future queen of the Principality of Zion.
As expected, Anlis was well informed and even knew such secrets clearly. Gervais estimated that Anlis had heard all this information from his uncle, the financial officer.
Hey, isn't that Caroline beautiful?
After hearing the cause and effect, everyone present was eager to get started. No matter what Caroline looked like, the reputation of the future queen of the Principality of Jean was enough to make these people eager to try. If you really win this competition and win the beauty, it will definitely become famous throughout the principality, and it may not even spread to the other two principalities. For these aristocratic young people, fame and beauty are their life pursuits.
I've never seen what that Caroline looks like. But think about it. The fiancée of the eldest prince of the Principality of Jean. A young lady from the Earl family. How bad can she be?
Anlis shook his head and said that he had not seen Caroline either.
Then I will also participate the day after tomorrow. Hee.
Although they didn't know what Caroline looked like, several people agreed with what Anlis said later. No matter how bad a noble lady from the Earl family could be, she couldn't be any worse. Only Gervais on the side was a little speechless. This Caroline really had troubles coming singly. King Hayden actually came up with this bad idea. This has a huge blow to the face of the eldest prince and the Principality of Jean. And it also does greater harm to Caroline.
Do you want to take part in this competition?
Gervais is now in a dilemma. Participate if you can. Then his identity is fake. When he goes on stage in public, there is no chance that anyone who knows the Potter family will be involved. And he might even be involved. If you don't participate, that woman, Caroline, would be in dire straits. Even if her life was still safe after the incident, her dream of becoming a queen would definitely be shattered. 2 days later, the square outside Hayden Palace was crowded with people. This square occupies a very large area and can accommodate 20,000 people to gather together. It is used to hold various celebrations in the principality. Civilians are not allowed to enter here under normal circumstances. And the same is true today. Those who can come here today are all nobles or heirs of nobles. Anlis' news was very accurate. Gervais and others did receive the herald's notice yesterday morning. King Hayden will hold a youth competition in the square in front of the palace. As long as the unmarried heirs of the principality's nobles can participate, the one with the best score in the competition will win Caroline. Moreover, in addition to Caroline, there are also awards of knighthood. The first place will receive the title of Viscount, and the remaining top 10 will receive the title of Baron. Of course, this title does not have a fiefdom. It is an honorary title, but it is also a huge attraction for the young people of the Principality of Alban. Whether the second son or the eldest son of the family obtains this title, there are many benefits. So this morning, the square in front of the palace was crowded, and all the young nobles rushed here, ready to try their skills. Purple flags were fluttering in every corner of the square. and Gervais and the 6 of them came to the square. Hey, Harry, do you think that if we win first place, do we have to marry that Caroline? I'm afraid I can't afford to support the eldest lady of the Earl family.
Ted's look is a bit showy today. The original old leather armor has been refurbished. The iron pieces inlaid on the leather armor must have been polished to a shine after a lot of effort was spent last night. Moreover, he was holding a waist-high square shield in his hand. Gervais had never seen it a few days ago. He must have borrowed it from somewhere. However, the quality of this square shield should be good. The whole shield is made of iron bars, as the skeleton, in order to reduce the weight. Although the middle is covered with wood, both sides of the wood are wrapped with thick iron sheets. This square shield alone weighs dozens of kilograms, and can withstand even the chops of a titled knight.
Of course, it's hard to make a living. The jewelry used by the Countess is all made of pure gold and inlaid with various precious gems. A better set can be enough to pay a baron's tax for several years.
Anlis on the side was even more coquettish. He wore a full-body armor. This full-body armor was silver white, with brass inlays and forged patterns, plus a fiery red cloak. This appearance directly outshined Gervais and the other 6. Although there are no strengthening runes engraved on it, the shape is definitely cool. After hearing Ted's question, Anlis jumped in without waiting for Gervais to answer.
However, the king did not say that he must marry this Caroline. You understand. Oh, we definitely can't compete with you. Come on, Anlis. It's up to you to compete for Caroline. We are only going to compete for one title.
Although they are all family heirs, if they compete for this title, they can give it to their brothers when the time comes. This is allowed by aristocratic law.
You country bumpkins. I really thought you were from the countryside. You still want to take advantage of Caroline and the title.
Just as Ted and the others were discussing happily, a sneer suddenly came from beside them.
Who are you scolding?
Although Trade is honest and honest, he is also straight-tempered. When he hears someone's sarcastic words, he immediately blushes and fights back. I saw Gervais and the others arriving at some unknown time 2 meters away from 5 young men. All of them were wearing full-body armor. Moreover, their full-body armor is different from that of Anlis, and the style is more beautiful and exquisite. At first glance, it looks like it was forged by a master blacksmith. In addition, 1 or 2 strengthening runes are engraved on their armor. Although there are only 1 or 2, they also represent strength and status.
What's wrong with the country bumpkin scolding you? You don't know your own abilities.
The young man obviously didn't expect that these people would dare to reply. He looked over with interest and replied with a provocative face.
Tread, forget it. Those 2 are the heirs of the Kinney family and the Bysang family.
Seeing that the 2 sides were about to have a conflict, Anlis quickly grabbed Treat, and then whispered something in his ear to persuade him. These 2 are one of the 6 count families in the Principality of Alban. The Earl family is indeed not something they, the little heirs of barons, can mess with. Anlis was well informed and knew the identity of the other party, and immediately had no intention of starting a dispute with them. This is not timidity, but the rules of this world. Big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimps. After hearing what Anlis said, although Ted's face was still red, he was not a brainless person. He finally endured it and did not continue to speak, but just turned his face away. This made Gervais look at him with admiration. Woohoo! At this moment, the sound of a horn came from the palace wall, instantly attracting everyone's attention.
His Majesty the King has arrived! His Majesty the King has arrived!
Chapter 430. The competition begins. As high-pitched shouts came, Hayden Harold, the king of the Principality of Alban, appeared on the city wall.
Meet His Majesty the King! Meet His Majesty the King!
Although many young people in the square have not yet received titles, their status as heirs of nobles also prevents them from kneeling, and they can only bow and salute the king.
No need to be polite. I am very happy to see so many young talents from our Principality of Alban here. I believe you have received the announcement I sent yesterday. That I won't say any more. The enemy is about to attack the city. My warriors, please show your bravery. Let the enemy of the Principality of Jean see that our Principality of Alban is invincible. We will win.
King Hayden does not look very old. He is about the same age as Lawrence. Both of them are Golden Peak Knights, and they both carry a majesty that is not angry and self-respecting. King Hayden was dressed in purple and wore a crown. His words were powerful and friendly, instantly arousing the emotions of nearly 10,000 noble young people in the square.
We must win! We must win! We must win! We must win!
The noble young people below raised their hands and shouted in agreement. After waiting for more than a minute,
King Hayden raised his hand to signal for silence. After the crowd in the square was quiet again, he continued, "In addition to the rewards that have been announced, the 10 winners among you will be able to enter the palace tonight to participate. Banquet! I prepared this specially for you. And when the enemy troops arrive, you will fight with me as my right and left. At that time, those who have made meritorious deeds will be rewarded with feasts." King Hayden once again dropped a bombshell, which instantly detonated the scene. What King Hayden said about going to war was not to abandon the royal city and go to fight with the Principality of Seignior outside the city. It is a form of pre-battle battle between the great nobles of this world, just like the ancient pre-battle formation call of Gervais's previous life. At that time, the kings of both sides will come forward to meet and talk in person. If they reach an agreement, they will shake hands and make peace and stop fighting. If an agreement cannot be reached, several subordinates will be sent to have a battle between knights first. Although this contest cannot influence the subsequent battle situation, the nobles of this world believe that as long as they win this first battle, the God of Glory will bless them to win the entire war. Now, I announce, the competition has officially begun. I am looking forward to the moment when I meet the 10 warriors. After saying that, King Hayden turned and left the palace wall. With so many people coming to participate in the competition, the king naturally did not have time to watch the whole process. He would only come in person until the finals to see the true strength of the 10 strongest players. After King Hayden left, the guards who had been prepared quickly walked into the square, and then surrounded the 10 high platforms that had been arranged in advance to separate the crowd. The rules of today's competition are also very simple. That is, the arena competition, and any noble young man who meets the requirements can participate on the stage. But if you want to successfully enter the next round, you must defeat 10 opponents on the stage, or no one dares to challenge on stage within 10 minutes. Because the reward offered by the king today was too tempting, many young nobles could no longer hold back and began to rush to the high platforms next to them. They would rush up without hesitation, just waiting for the referee to announce the start. If the originally announced reward was very tempting, then entering the palace to attend the banquet, following the king in battle, and having the opportunity to obtain a fiefdom was simply a fatal temptation that no one could refuse. In the current Principality of Alban, because it is invaded by the Principality of Jean every year and has no chance to expand its territory, no one has received a fiefdom rewarded by the king for many years. Such a rare thing in decades. These noble young people will naturally go crazy about it. As long as you get the top 10 rankings, it is equivalent to stepping onto the ladder and getting a ticket to the big stage of the Principality of Alban. Quick! Let's go over there! The high platform over there has already started. Ted and the others were equally excited. They saw that someone was already walking up to the high platform not far away, and they quickly squeezed towards it. At this moment, Gervais was still debating whether to participate in this competition, so he was pulled over by Ted and others. The first one to go up on the stage was a bronze middle-level knight, whose strength was neither strong nor weak among the noble heirs. After all, the requirements for participating in the competition are unmarried young people, so those who can participate are basically around 20 years old. At this age, the heirs of young nobles are considered qualified if they can reach the first level of bronze, and they are considered excellent if they reach the intermediate level of bronze knights. As for high-level bronze knights and peak bronze knights, apart from being geniuses, they are basically the heirs of big families. The young man with a bronze mid-level knight stood firm on the stage, and an opponent immediately followed behind him, who was also a young man with a bronze mid-level knight. Following the referee's order, both men drew their swords and began to attack tentatively. Competitions in this aristocratic world usually involve real swords and guns. Of course, this does not mean that life and death are not taken into consideration. The long sword is provided by the king and is not sharpened. Moreover, there is a high-level silver knight waiting on the side of the high platform. If the two sides are really going to die, he will come to the rescue. After the test, the two fought very quickly, using the most practical enemy-killing moves, and the winner was decided in just over 10 seconds. After the two sides locked swords together, the young man who came on stage later was kicked in the abdomen, lost his center of gravity, and fell to the ground. His opponent, taking advantage of the victory, took 2 steps forward and swung his long sword towards his face. Seeing that the defeat was certain, the young man who fell to the ground immediately shouted out words of resignation. The young man who won the victory was also very disciplined. The moment he admitted defeat, he stopped chopping and his sword stopped in midair. After all, it's just a competition, not a real mortal enemy. If you are unforgiving and deliberately hurt the opponent, you may attract an enemy
who is also a noble to the family.
This man is too weak to defend himself against this kick. If it were me, I would immediately sidestep my body and then slash his thigh with my sword.
After seeing the young man's failure, Ted began to comment,
Tread, why don't you go up first and give it a try? Maybe the opponent will be stronger as you get to the back. If you don't go up, then I will go up.
After hearing what Ted said, Gervais and Anlis also agreed very much. From Ted's narration, they knew that Ted must have worked hard on martial arts. And Anlis was already eager to give it a try and immediately asked,
Hey, let me go up first.
Trade smiled honestly and showed no signs of stage fright. He patted the large shield weighing dozens of kilograms and walked up to the high platform.
Tread Latson, please advise. Bodhi Ancher, please advise.
Both sides performed a knight salute. And as the referee spoke, the two began to fight. Bodhi had already defeated him once. At this time, his confidence was greatly increased, and he took the lead in launching an attack. He used his fighting spirit and rushed towards Ted with a vigorous pace. And Trade had a strong body. He held the nearly 1 meter long square shield in one hand and moved freely. He held the shield in his left hand and the sword in his right hand, and also attacked the opponent fiercely. Boom! Boom! The two sides collided, first slashing hard, but both were blocked by the opponent's shield. Bodhi's shield was a standard small buckler, so he moved more quickly. After deflecting Treader's sword, he quickly moved sideways and swung his sword to attack Treader's flank. After Treader noticed his opponent's motive, he turned slightly sideways and immediately swung his sword to block. There was only a ding sound as the two swords collided with each other. Drink. Although Treat's body was not as strong as his opponent's, he was full of strength. After blocking the opponent's long sword, he roared and his fighting spirit reached its peak. The square shield weighing several dozen kilograms was quickly swung up and crashed into the opponent. Boom! When Bodhi saw Treat's action, he immediately raised his round shield to resist. But his strength was not as strong as Treat's. After the shields of the two sides collided, Bodhi stumbled and squatted on the ground.
I surrender!
After Bodhi squatted on the ground, Ted's long sword arrived in an instant, and Bodhi immediately admitted defeat loudly.
Hey! Sorry!
Hearing the opponent admit defeat, Bodhi chuckled, sheathed his sword and pulled the opponent up. Bodhi didn't say anything. He just walked down the platform with a look of helplessness. They were both intermediate bronze knights, and their strength was about the same. But Trader was stronger than him, and the venue was limited, so even if he had some advantage in speed, it would be useless.
Well done, Treed!
Seeing that Ted won easily, Anlis and others cheered him on.
Trouble!
But the next moment, Gervais saw a man wearing full body armor walking onto the stage, and he secretly thought something bad. This man was the Earl's heir who had just mocked them. Chapter 431, Covering One's Head and Covering One's Face.
Ha ha! Country bumpkin! I have already said that this is not your country. If you want to compete for a spot, you are overestimating your ability. Now let me teach you. A country bumpkin. As a country bumpkin, you should be more honest.
The first thing this young man in full body armor did after he came on stage was to mock Treed. Anlis and others in the audience were gnashing their teeth when they heard this. But there was nothing they could do about it.
If you want to fight, then fight.
Although Treed was angry, he still took into account the other party's identity and replied directly and ignored the other party's provocation.
You talked to me about fighting? You're not worthy yet. I saw you were very unconvinced over there just now. Now I'm here to teach you to be honest.
The young man continued to taunt. At this time, the referee in the audience also announced that the competition could begin.
Tread Latson, please advise. Canchel Kinney.
Canchel looked down on Trade and omitted even asking for advice. After the two of them finished speaking, Canchel slowly put on his helmet. Seeing that the other party despised him so much, Trader didn't wait any longer. He held up his long shield to protect his chest and rushed towards Canchel.
Ignorant redneck.
Canchel smiled disdainfully, without moving at all, and stood directly on the spot facing Treat's full charge. Drink. Trade rushed to Canchel. When he saw that the opponent didn't move, and didn't care about anything else, his fighting spirit was at its peak, and he swung his sword directly towards Canchel.
He's not defensive.
Everyone in the audience saw that Ted's long sword had been slashing towards Canchel's face quickly. But Canchel neither moved nor raised his sword to block. Everyone exclaimed, not knowing that Canchel was attacking. What the hell is Chell up to?
Haw him to death. Kill him to death.
The people in Anlis hated Canchel with all their teeth. When they saw Canchel being so arrogant, they all silently thought of Ted and hacked Canchel to death. Only Gervais shook his head. There was no way that Traitor could hit the opponent with this sword. Because although the Canshare man was a bit cheap, he was not weak in strength. He was a peak bronze knight, which was not what Traitor could do to deal with. Sure enough, just when Treat's long sword was about to hit Canchel, Canchel turned slightly to one side, raised his right hand, and quickly grabbed Treat's wrist. Before Treat could react, his wrist was already held by Canchel.
What a speed! Yeah! I didn't even see it clearly!
There was a burst of exclamation from the audience. Canchel's speed was so fast that only a few people present could see it clearly. The others were too weak to see Canchel's action clearly.
Ha ha! Country bumpkin! This is the real strength!
After grabbing Ted's wrist, Canchel still had time to taunt him. Ted wanted to break free, but it was like being clamped by iron pincers, and he couldn't break free no matter how hard he struggled.
Ah!
Canchel began to circulate his fighting spirit, exerting force on his hand. Treat screamed instantly, and the pain from his wrist made him unconsciously let go of the sword.
Admit defeat now! Ted!
At this moment, Gervais frowned. Canchel's move reminded him of a martial arts skill he had learned before. After grabbing the enemy's wrist, rotate it, and then lift it up, so that the enemy's arm can be broken. Gervais was worried that Canchel would use this trick, so he immediately told Treat to admit defeat. He is not an opponent in the first place, so there is no need to suffer anymore. Gervais still admires the honest man Treat.
Hey! It's too late!
Canchel gave Gervais a sarcastic look, and did not give Treat a chance to admit defeat. The next moment, Canchel grabbed Treat's wrist, and started moving it. Just as Gervais expected, he first twisted Treat's wrist, and then lifted it up hard. Click!
Ah!
Only after Treat screamed, Canchel let him go, and Treat was already squatting on the ground, holding his arm in great pain.
Damn you scum!
After Canchel finished all this, he didn't step forward to attack Treat again, so the high-level Silver Knight, who was responsible for guarding the sidelines, did not step forward, but stood silently aside. Gervais also felt angry in his heart, cursed lowly, and then rushed towards the stage. When Gervais and others helped Canchel down, they saw that Canchel's right arm had been fractured.
Assholes! These shameless nobles broke Treat's arm, which will make him unable to hold a sword in the future.
The people in Anlis gritted their teeth, and their eyes turned red. This is so frustrating. The other party bullied others too much based on their status and strength, but they had no way to counterattack the other party.
Send Ted outside the square quickly. Hand him over to his guards, and ask them to take him to the church for treatment.
Gervais didn't say much. He took a brief look at Treat's arm, and then quickly said to the others in Anlis. They all brought guards with them when they came, but the guards could not come to the square, so Ted needed to be sent outside the square.
Okay!
Anlis and the others quickly responded, supporting Ted and quickly squeezing out of the crowd. At this time, Canchel stood on the stage arrogantly and glanced at the group of noble young people below as if nothing had happened. All the young people below lowered their heads and kept silent. No one dared to look at them, let alone challenge them on stage.
You? You are that country bumpkin's friend. Right. Do you want to come up and avenge him?
Seeing that no one in the crowd dared to compete with him, Canchel finally moved his eyes to Gervais, because he still remembered the words Gervais had just spoken to tell Ted to admit defeat.
Since you have such a request, then I will satisfy you.
Gervais was just making his final struggle, thinking about whether he should participate in this competition. But now that Canchel was so desperate to die, Gervais decided not to dwell on it, and just interrogate him.
Almost all the nobles in the Golden Wheat territory have been captured. Count Ashar is also seriously injured and unconscious. The chance of me being discovered should be very small. First clean up this mess, then rescue Caroline, and then find a way to get out of the city.
Gervais was a decisive person. After making a decision, he no longer looked forward or backward. He directly picked up the large shield left by Ted from the ground and walked slowly towards the high platform. When the young nobles in the audience saw Gervais's actions, they all gave way to him. Canchel was so arrogant on stage that few people present could stand it, although they themselves did not dare to go up. If anyone else did, they would support him with spirit. Of course, in everyone's eyes, Gervais was still in danger, because in addition to Canchel's strong strength, the equipment on the two men alone made them superior. Canchel wears thick full-body armor, and it is also engraved with strengthening runes. Gervais, on the other hand, was only wearing an old leather armor that couldn't even afford chain armor. Facing a sophisticated full-body armor, it was almost like running naked.
Boy, you are very brave. Then I will be gentle, and I will only break a few of your fingers. After Gervais walked onto the stage, Canchel was all smiles, and said jokingly to Gervais, "Hee!" Gervais sneered and didn't say much. As the referee announced the start of the contest, the two exchanged names. Harry Potter! Canchel Kinney! After saying that, Gervais didn't do any ink, and slowly walked towards Canchel with his shield in hand. He did not use a long sword, because an unedged long sword does not do much damage to full body armor. It is not as effective as a blunt weapon. After Canchel saw Gervais's actions, he still didn't move, as if he was facing trade, and just stood there waiting for Gervais to arrive. In his eyes, Gervais was also a bronze intermediate knight, so he didn't take Gervais seriously at all. Gervais quickly came to Canchel with a shield, and the two faced each other more than 1 meter apart, with neither side drawing their swords. What's going on? Seeing such a weird scene, all the young nobles below were puzzled. When they came to the stage, both sides were still very angry. Why did they stop now without drawing their swords and taking action? Your mean smile annoys me. While everyone was confused, Gervais finally moved. I saw Gervais gently tossing the square shield in his hand upright, and the square shield weighing several dozen kilograms rose up in front of Gervais like a feather. When the bottom of the square shield rose to Gervais's chest, Gervais held the two rounded corners at the bottom of the square shield with both hands, and then swung it towards Canchel in front of him. Chapter 432 Brutal Character. Boom. I told you to show off in front of me. Boom. I told you to be a bitch in front of me. Boom. Telling you to be a scumbag. Boom. I told you to dress more handsomely than me. Gervais stood alone on the stage, swinging a large shield weighing dozens of kilograms, and smashing it towards Canchel in a very rhythmic manner. There was silence in the audience, and everyone's mouths were open, as if they had seen a monster, and were in a daze. Gervais had no time to pay attention to the reaction of everyone in the audience, and continued to hit Canchel with his square shield. Is this even a human being? How can he be so cruel? Why didn't Canchel hide? He was smashed on the ground by this person named Harry. If you dress better than him, you will be beaten. Then I have to find a piece of cloth to cover the whole body armor. I can't let him see it. Although everyone in the audience was stunned, their mental activities were very active, and miscellaneous thoughts surrounded their minds. Canchel, who fell to the ground, was also a little confused. He didn't understand why the shield knocked down by Gervais's pocket seemed to be slow, but he couldn't avoid it. So he was knocked to the ground all of a sudden and couldn't get up. Although he was protected by full body armor, the square shield weighing dozens of kilograms hit his helmet every time. He was almost concussed and his head was dizzy. Canchel knew that he could not go on like this, and he was ready to admit defeat, because if he continued to stay on the stage, he would only get smashed by Harry. Moreover, it is not too late for the Earl family to take revenge. It will naturally make Gervais look good after they get off the stage. But how could Gervais give him a chance to admit defeat, knowing that the scumbag in front of him would definitely surrender after being trapped? He raised his hand and took off his helmet. Boom. Canchel only had time to say one word before admitting defeat. Gervais' casserole-sized fist hit his handsome face in the strong wind. Ah! Canchel wailed, and Gervais's fist fell on his mouth, beating him until tears flowed down his face. His mouth was full of blood, and his two front teeth flew off. You. Canchel looked at Gervais with resentful eyes, and wanted to continue shouting words of resignation. But he couldn't shout because his mouth was full of blood and leaking air. Gervais's beating continued, punching Canchel's face one after another, beating Canchel until his face was bruised and swollen. At this time, Gervais secretly glanced at the high-level Silver Knight standing outside the field with his peripheral vision, only to find that the high-level White Knight was staring at his every move. Count yourself lucky! Gervais wanted to take out his short blade and kill Canchel on the ground. However, he knew that with this high-level Silver Knight nearby, he would definitely not be able to kill Canchel, so he had no choice but to give up this idea. Moreover, he is still pretending to be Harry. If he kills Canchel, the Earl's heir, at this time, trouble will definitely come, and he may be exposed if he is not careful. After cursing secretly, Gervais stopped punching. It was not that he was ready to let Canchel go, but that he wanted to use another method. Gervais held Canchel's wrist, which was already limp on the ground. No! Click! Click! After Gervais held Canchel's wrist, he did not break his arm, but moved on his fingers. One after another, crisp clicking sounds were heard. The Earl Canchel, the heir, had never suffered such pain before. He wailed and fainted. After breaking off Canchel's fingers,
Gervais let go of his wrist and stood up. This is the limit of what Gervais can do. Otherwise, the Kinney family will definitely make trouble for him at all costs. Under normal circumstances, Gervais would not be afraid. But at this moment, he has to prevent his identity from being discovered immediately. So he can only stop there.
He just said he wanted to break off some of my fingers. I'm going to say the same thing to him now. Isn't that too much?
Gervais stood up straight, holding a large shield in his hand, and asked calmly to everyone in the audience. Everyone in the audience didn't react until this moment, and they all looked at Gervais with fear and horror. This Harry is so cruel. Canchel on the ground was no longer human. His face was bruised and his mouth was full of blood and foam. It was estimated that even his parents would not be able to recognize him when he returned. After Gervais stopped and stood up, the referee in the audience also announced his victory. Canchel just came here alone, and his friends had already gone to other arenas. So no one came up to check on his condition immediately. After waiting for a while, the high-ranking Silver Knight responsible for guarding signaled 2 soldiers to step forward and lift the unconscious Canchel down. This is to select young warriors for the king. And naturally they will not let the noble heirs take their lives. If there are no Canchel's guards outside the square, then they have also prepared doctors here. But their skills are not as good as those of the church priests. After Canchel was carried away, Gervais stood quietly on the high platform, and the referee reset a small hourglass and counted the time. As long as Gervais stands on the stage for 10 minutes, and no one comes forward to challenge Gervais during this time, then he will be promoted. Obviously, Gervais's ferocious look just now frightened everyone below, especially since even Canchel's strength was incapable of resisting him. The young nobles would naturally not ask for trouble. There are so many opportunities to compete. As long as Harry on the stage is promoted, it won't be too late for them to compete again. After waiting for 5 or 6 minutes, no one came on stage. At this time, Anlis and others came back, although they also wanted to accompany Tree to the church. The chance for the competition was only today, so they had no choice but to return and prepare to wait for the competition to end before going to express their condolences to Treat. Treat's arm was only broken and his life was not in danger. When Anlis and others returned to their original places, they found that the situation had changed. Harry among them actually ran onto the stage.
How come it's so fast? We've only been there for 7 or 8 minutes. Right. Has that Canchel already defeated 10 opponents? I guess that's it. Although Canchel is a bastard, he is very strong. Damn it. If we have the strength, we will definitely avenge Treed.
Several people talked bitterly as they squeezed into the crowd.
Harry, how are you? How many have you defeated?
Several people crowded under the high platform and asked Gervais on the stage with concern. The number of places promised by the king is 10, so there is no competition between them. More importantly, they are not very strong. It is hard to say whether anyone can break into the top 10. If one of them really breaks into the top 10, when they become prosperous in the future, they will still be able to find that person to help them because of the friendship they have built during this period. So Gervais stood on the stage, and they also very much hoped that Gervais could succeed. When Gervais saw Anlis and others coming back, he put a warm smile on his face, and then stretched out a finger.
1. Then don't worry. Keep working hard. We are optimistic about you. There should be no evil people like Canchel again.
After scanning around, Canchel and others were not found, and Anlis lowered his voice and spoke to Gervais. However, although his voice was deliberately lowered, people in a small area around him could still hear it. After hearing what he said, all the young nobles rolled their eyes. This man was actually worried that Harry would meet someone like Canchel. He himself is 1,000 times more cruel than Canchel. Chapter 433 Caroline appears. Next, something happened that dumbfounded everyone in Anlis. Gervais stood quietly on the high platform, but no young noble dared to challenge Gervais on the stage.
Hey, what's going on? No one comes up to challenge. Are they planning to give up?
Anlis couldn't help but be surprised when he heard the referee announce that Harry had entered the next round. Then he was eager to try. He felt that this was a very good opportunity, and he could win while standing. After seeing Gervais preparing to step off the stage, Anlis winked at the companions beside him, and then quickly walked onto the high stage.
Come on!
Gervais walked off the stage with a smile, seeing through what Anlis was thinking. But he didn't say it clearly. There was no need for Gervais to say it, because Anlis soon discovered that it was not what he imagined. Before he could stand still when he reached the stage, he turned around and found a young nobleman following behind him.
Why did you get on stage?
Not to mention how ugly Anlis' face was. He had just seen the young man who had come on stage. He had been standing at the stairs of the high platform. Gervais had been standing leisurely for a long time without seeing him go up to challenge him. Why did he come to the stage in front of him, and this man followed him on the back?
I'll go on stage to compete with you.
The noble young man also rolled his eyes, and looked at Anlis like an idiot. Why should he ask such a childish question?
Does he have masochistic tendencies?
Anlis cursed in his heart. But he was wearing full body armor, and he looked like a tough guy at first sight. Just now, Harry only had a thin piece of leather armor. But this person didn't choose Harry. However, no matter what Anlis suspected, now that everyone was here, the referee below announced the start of the competition. Although Anlis likes to show off in front of his friends, he is indeed not weak in strength. He is considered the strongest among Treed and the others, and he can break through the Bronze Intermediate Knight in a short time. Anlis quickly defeated the first opponent who came to the stage, and then defeated 5 challengers in a row. Until this time, everyone in the audience finally knew how powerful he was, and no one was ready to challenge him on stage. After waiting for 10 minutes, Anlis automatically advanced. This first round of promotions went on for a whole morning. In one morning, nearly 10,000 noble young people were directly wiped out of the 9th floor. Only more than 900 people got the chance to compete in the next round. And among Gervais and his small group, only he and Anlis successfully advanced. The other 4 young people were weak and were defeated in just one round. After everyone went to have lunch in the afternoon, the competition started again. It is still a promotion competition with ring challenges. But because the number of people has become smaller, and the strength of those who can advance has been proven, they only need to accept the challenge of 5 people. If no one challenges for more than 3 minutes, they will automatically advance. Because some people in the morning had already left. Those who participated in the competition in the afternoon did not know how powerful Gervais was. When Gervais came on stage, someone immediately came to challenge him. Gervais defeated 5 people in a row before successfully advancing. Gervais in the afternoon was not as ferocious as in the morning, but was polite, showing the true spirit of chivalry, even though he still hit people with his big shield. As for Anlis, he also succeeded in advancing through narrow margins. But judging from the way he struggled, Gervais estimated that it would be a bit difficult for him to compete in the next round. Sure enough, when there were less than 100 people left, Anlis was eliminated, because the remaining people basically have full body armor and are quite powerful. The Bronze Intermediate Knights can only be at the bottom. There are many high-level Bronze Knights, and there are more than 10 peak Bronze Knights.
Harry, come on. It's up to you this time.
Anlis was dejected, and there was a bruise on his face, which had just been hit with the hilt of a sword. Although he was protected by a mask, he still suffered a heavy blow and fell to the ground in a daze.
Ha! I don't know if I can win. I will try my best.
Gervais smiled modestly. Although he could fight 10 of these people each, Harry's personality was here, and he couldn't be too showy. The further he got to the back, the more he had to pretend to be a narrow winner. This is much more difficult than letting Gervais go all the way. He has to estimate the opponent's strength, not to be too harsh and knock the opponent down all at once, but also to win just right. Soon, when the sun gradually approached the West Mountain, there were only 10 people in the field who were qualified to compete. At this time, they have already obtained the top 10 spots, and the knighthood is within easy reach. However, in order to compete for the first place, everyone still needs to go through a competition.
His Majesty the King has arrived.
It was at this time that King Hayden appeared again on the walls of the palace. What surprised Gervais was that he actually saw the woman Caroline. At this time, Caroline's clothes had been changed into the clothes of ordinary nobles. But it was obvious that Caroline did not want to come to the city wall. There were 2 female guards beside her holding her hands to prevent her from struggling.
Very good. I'm very happy to meet you 10 warriors. You are all brave young men who are 1 in 10,000 and are the stars of hope for the future of our Alban Principality. I will witness your next competition with my own eyes to see who can stand out and become the number 1 in the Principality.
King Hayden came to the city wall, and a throne had been prepared at the back. After King Hayden sat down with his golden sword, he looked at the 10 people on the high platform below with approval. Among the 10 people below, Gervais was the shabbiest in his clothing. The others were all wearing gorgeous full-body armor, but Gervais was wearing an old leather armor. It was obvious at first glance that it was old. Even King Hayden couldn't help but glance at Gervais. Gervais was calm and composed, thinking that if I took out the full-body armor from the carriage, I might blind your 24K titanium alloy pure dog eyes.
The competition for the first place is about to begin. You must be curious about what the fiancé of the eldest prince of the Principality of Jean looks like.
King Hayden continued with a smile on his face.
The person next to me is Caroline, the future queen of the Principality of Jean. Ha ha! Warriors, let's see who can win her.
In fact, the king didn't need to say anything. When everyone saw Caroline's appearance just now, they knew that this was probably the reward for first place. Although everyone was deeply attracted to Caroline just now, no one dared to be scornful in front of His Majesty the King. It was not until King Hayden spoke that the real discussion began.
Wow! She is indeed worthy of being the future queen of the Principality of Jean. Her appearance and skin are so rare. That's right. Look at her figure. It's so perfect.
The noble young people below all whispered to each other, and then looked at Gervais and the other 10 people with envy. Such a beauty would soon belong to one of them. Because the 10 people like Gervais were standing on a high platform, they were very conspicuous. Therefore, although several young people also coveted Caroline, they could only pretend to look like the mountain was falling, but their expressions did not change. And they did not look away. Looking ahead, Caroline on the tower also turned her face away at this moment, not wanting to see everyone in the audience. If she hadn't been caught by 2 female guards of the title knight, she would definitely not have been willing to stand on the city wall and be watched like this.
Okay, without further ado, I announce that the ranking competition will now officially begin.
King Hayden was very satisfied with the reaction of the people below. He brought Caroline here not only to humiliate the face of the Principality of Jean, but also to use Caroline to make the competition among the 10 people, including Gervais, more intense. In this way only then could he determine the true strength of the 10 of them. Chapter 434 Lucky Number. This final competition for ranking is no longer a challenge, but 10 people draw lots to determine their opponents. This is so that the king on the city wall can see the true strength of each young man. Gervais was ranked at the lowest position among the young people. After the others finished drawing the notes, Gervais had no choice. So I took out the last remaining note and opened it. After taking a look at his note, he saw that he had drawn the number 5. And his opponent was also the one who had drawn the number 5 note.
Your name is Harry. Right. What number did you draw?
As soon as Gervais read the note, a young man next to him couldn't wait to ask him. This man obviously regarded him as a soft persimmon, because Gervais's equipment looks completely like a loser among the others. And his realm is only the title of Bronze Intermediate Knight. Although these young nobles all know that if Gervais can make it into the top 10, he must have good strength. But no matter how strong a bronze mid-level knight can be, compared to other opponents with excellent armor who are all title peak knights, Gervais is obviously their best choice.
Number 5.
Gervais didn't hide it either. Anyway, he would display the note in public the next moment.
What a pity!
This young man was a little disappointed. He could face a weaker opponent. Although he could not show his face in front of His Majesty, he could preserve his strength and save his fighting spirit to better deal with the opponents behind him. However, this plan has failed now.
Ha ha! I am also number 5. And his opponent is me. What a lucky number! Praise the God of glory!
Several young nobles heard Gervais's words, and one of them immediately burst into laughter. Gervais was undeniable and didn't say much else. He just tapped his fingers on the square shield in front of him.
This square shield is really good. Do you want Bernard to help me forge a pair of mithril shields in the future? It doesn't matter whether it's defensive or not. The main thing is that it's really fun to use it to hit people. You can hit it accurately every time. What's the name of the young man wearing leather armor? Which family does he belong to?
On the throne on the city wall, King Hayden looked at the scene with interest, especially Gervais's unique leather armor. He thought that if Gervais could stand out among thousands of people in such a costume, he must be a young man with some strength. And in a few days before the battle with the Principality of Zeon, he also needed strong young people to help him win his first victory to boost the morale of his subordinates.
Your Majesty, that young man is called Harry Potter. He is the eldest son of the vassal of the Golden My family. The heir of a vassal from a Shar? This is rare. I heard that most of the vassals of the G My family were trapped in Maze City, and were finally captured by the Principality of Jean. Well, it's very good for a descendant of an Earl vassal to have such strength. It shows that he must have worked hard. We will see his strength later. If he performs well, he can be reused in the future.
After hearing the origin of Gervais, King Hayden treated him differently, and was very satisfied. Gervais didn't know that his fake Harry had already been noticed by King Hayden, and was planning to reuse him. At this time, Gervais was waiting under the ring, and watching the other contestants start competing. The first people to compete were the 2 young men who drew number 1, both of whom were Bronze Peak Knights. However, Gervais was not interested in this, and did not pay much attention to it.
Gervais could no longer appreciate the strength of the Bronze Knight. Although he is also a Bronze high-level knight now, he has no problem dealing with the Silver Junior Knights. More importantly, through these few days of practice, Gervais discovered an unexpected joy. That is, ever since he took the black kiwi fruit that increased his strength by 50 times, he found that his practice had improved rapidly during these days of practice. Originally, he wanted to break through to the Bronze Peak Knight, which would take at least half a year to a year. But now, he had a vague feeling that as long as he practiced hard, he would definitely be able to break through within a month, which made Gervais extremely excited. At the same time, Gervais was also guessing whether this was related to his understanding of the strength of the Golden Knight realm. Although after the effect of the black kiwi fruit ended, his body returned to that of a Bronze high-level knight. But Gervais, who came from time travel, knows that the human body is wonderful, and the cells and muscles of the body also have memories. Although this memory is very vague, it is the only reasonable explanation for why his cultivation started from taking that black magic pill. Changes only come later. Gervais is now very much looking forward to what kind of effect he will have after taking the second black kiwi fruit, and whether it will speed up his cultivation progress even more. However, this black kiwi fruit was his trump card to save his life, and could not be wasted unless absolutely necessary. So Gervais endured it, and immediately ate the black kiwi fruit to test his guess. While Gervais's thoughts were wandering, the first group of competitions on the stage ended quickly. At this last moment, these people no longer concealed their strength, and exploded with all their strength. Even though the sword was not sharpened, you could still see the pits and dents on their armor. More than 10 minutes later, the competition between the first 4 groups was over, and it was finally the turn of Gervais and his opponents to take the stage.
Harry Potter, please advise. Kitty Barrack. Thank you, Harry. I drew you.
Kitty smiled straight at Gervais. He was really salivating over Caroline on the city wall. Although he has met very few women, it is really rare to see a woman with a top-notch face and an extremely good figure like Caroline. Now after meeting him, he has become very concerned about this first-place Kitty. He hopes that he can always meet the weakest opponent so as to increase his chances of winning the first place. Even if he cannot show his strength to the king, he is willing to. He is the second son of an earl. Even if he does not become the king, he is destined to live a happy life.
You're welcome. This is what I should do.
Gervais also looked at him with a smile. Afterwards, the two of them stopped talking. Kitty drew out his long sword and walked slowly towards Gervais with the long sword raised. Gervais's smile remained unchanged, and he also drew the long sword from his waist, holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, and walked towards Kitty.
Advanced slashing attack.
Both sides started attacking at the same time. 2 meters apart, Kitty took the lead in running his fighting spirit, shouted loudly, and directly used his secret technique. Although the power of his advanced slashing attack can only produce double the power, it has one advantage. That is, it consumes very little fighting energy. With his current level of cultivation, even if he performs 10 advanced slashes, he would still be wrong. After activating the secret skill, Kitty exerted his strength on both legs and jumped directly into the air. The long sword was mixed with a powerful force and slashed towards Gervais's face. Gervais seemed to be about to launch an attack just now, but seeing Kitty's lightning-fast strike, he had no choice but to switch from offense to defense, retracting his long sword and using his huge square shield to block Kitty's attack. And at the same time, the body wanted to dodge to the side.
Ha ha! Ignorant! You lose, kid!
Seeing Harry's actions, Kitty showed a smile on his face. He knew that Gervais had this big shield, so this chop was just to let his opponent fall into his trap. There are 2 combos waiting for him behind him. The moment after the chop fell, he could take advantage of the opponent's unsteady body to slash backwards, and without even turning his own body, he could definitely slash the enemy's legs. Kitty has been practicing this set of serial dueling skills for 4 or 5 years, and it can be said that it has been clarified like a fire. Boom! Unfortunately, Kitty encountered Gervais. Gervais was indeed dodging, but his speed was several times faster than Kitty. Before Kitty's advanced slash hit the ground, Gervais had successfully dodged to the side, and the 1-meter-long giant shield in his hand turned into a remnant and began to dance. Just hear a thud. Before Kitty even hit the ground, his body was knocked away by the giant shield and changed direction.
How can this be?
Boom! 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 Gervais's long sword had been sheathed by him. At this time, his hands came to the fallen Kitty with the big shield in his hands, raised the big shield high, and then suddenly smashed it down. Once, twice, 3 times.
This huge shield was like a drum in Gervais's hands, hitting Kitty's body armor rhythmically, making a muffled sound. The reason why Gervais is no longer pretending is because sitting on the city wall is Hayden, the Golden Peak Knight. No matter how good Gervais' acting skills are, Gervais believes that his actions will never be hidden from the eyes of the Golden Peak Knight. So he decided not to act anymore, so as not to attract unnecessary suspicion. Moreover, what he has shown now is just a bit faster, and does not have any outstanding performance in other aspects. Both the young nobles in the square and the people on the city wall were stunned by the changes in the arena.
This leather-armored young man is so cruel. Ha ha. This is brutal Harry. I told you in the morning that he is brutal in his attacks. And just now you said he was vulnerable. What now? Am I right? He is stronger than those people on the stage.
This was a young nobleman who had watched Gervais deal with Canchel in the morning. He was proudly shouting at the noble young men around him, who didn't believe his words just now. Near the high platform, the nobleman who was the first to ask for Gervais's number was wiping his hands in cold sweat. He was very glad that he did not draw the number 5. Otherwise, you will be the one lying on the ground and being photographed like a bedbug. Gervais's speed was too fast. He could guarantee that he couldn't dodge the blow Gervais had just made. Chapter 435. You are my knight. The knocking sound continued, and the whole square was silent. Everyone watching this weird scene.
Although this kid's cultivation level is a little low, his speed is good. If he has enough monster meat and training space, he will definitely reach the peak of White Shadow Knight in the future.
King Hayden sat on the throne and watched the situation in the field with interest. Although Gervais is fast, in the eyes of King Hayden, he is a malleable talent. As for monsters, it is not enough for him to make such an evaluation, because a Golden Peak Knight like King Hayden is a real monster when he is young. At Gervais's age, their lowest level has reached the Silver Junior Knight level, just like Alice. In addition, King Hayden did not doubt why Gervais could defeat a higher level knight than himself as a Bronze Intermediate Knight, because for a scion of a minor noble like Gervais, it can be seen from the old leather armor on his body that he does not have too many resources. The reason why he can leapfrog the challenge must be because he has extraordinary talent, coupled with hard training. It is not surprising that he can defeat those young people who have piled up resources. Hearing the king's comments, the ministers near the city wall all looked at Harry with flashing eyes. With the king's comments like this, as long as Harry works as hard in the future, he will definitely have a place on the stage of the principality in the future. What's more important is that Gervais's background is considered grassroots. Such a person can make the king feel more confident in using him without family ties. No one expected that they thought Gervais was actually an enemy soldier who was accidentally carried to the royal city. And he also had an earl wife. The thumping sound below was very rhythmic, and the people around her looked dumbfounded. Even Caroline, who turned her head away and did not want to look down, noticed it and turned her head slightly to look down. Through the corner of her eye, she saw the scene below clearly. A young man wearing leather armor was striking a young man in silver armor with a huge shield. The movements were clean and smooth, and indeed had some beauty. However, Caroline's heart was full of sadness at the moment, and she only looked away after one glance. She was really not in the mood to pay attention to this. Not to mention that she would be forced to give it to these young people later. Thinking of this, Caroline couldn't help but think of a bad bastard. The bastard's figure should be similar to that of the man wearing leather armor below, and his hair was also rare black. Suddenly, Caroline didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt that the bastard in her mind was so similar to the young man who just hit someone with a shield.
Am I stupid? How could that little bastard appear here? He should still be fawning over Alice now.
Caroline's eyes turned red as she thought of what she had experienced during this period, and she was very envious of Alice. At least that little bastard Gervais is good to women, and will give Alice any good things that come out. Recalling Gervais's evil smile, Caroline couldn't help but turn her face slightly again and glance down with her peripheral vision. Black hair, a well-proportioned and slender figure. Even the worn leather armor could not hide his temperament.
I really miss that little bastard. It would be great if it was you,
Caroline fantasized in her mind. The next moment, Caroline focused her peripheral vision on the young man's face, trying to see his appearance clearly. Because she was observing with her peripheral vision, Caroline needed to concentrate to see the specific details. During the ups and downs of the young man swinging the giant shield, Caroline finally saw the young man's face clearly. A handsome face, with her most annoying evil smile on her face.
Ha ha! Little bastard. I just kissed you once, and you still appear in my mind like a ghost.
Caroline immediately retracted her gaze because she felt that she was hallucinating and she actually saw Gervais.
I surrender.
Kitty tried to get up again and again, but was knocked down by Harry in front of him again and again. The two of them seemed to be acting in a drama. They cooperated tacitly. You hit me and I lay down. I stood up and you hit me again. Not to mention how exciting it was.
What a lucky number. God of glory. Why do you do this to me? I am your devout guardian knight.
After Kitty shouted to admit defeat, Gervais finally stopped slapping, and the giant shield weighing dozens of kilograms was placed on the ground. Kitty finally had time to vent his grievances, crying to the gloried boss in his heart.
This round of competition, Harry Potter wins.
The referee on the side also immediately announced Gervais' victory. Then the king himself took the lead in applauding Gervais. Although the little nobles in the audience still had strange expressions, the king took the lead in applauding. They had to give him this honor. And the square suddenly burst into applause. Gervais just stood on the high platform holding a giant shield, and reservedly performed knightly salutes to the crowd. Finally, Gervais looked at the city wall, and unexpectedly found that Caroline was secretly glancing at him.
Ha ha! Are you surprised? Are you touched? Actually, I have no choice but to do it.
Gervais knew that Caroline, a woman, must have discovered him, so he frequently peeked at him. Fortunately, Caroline has always been a smart woman. At this moment, she did not forget to act cautiously, and did not stare directly at herself. Otherwise, others might detect clues. After standing under the spotlight for a moment, Gervais stepped off the platform. The next competition still needs to be decided by drawing lots. However, in the face of Gervais's absolute strength, these noble young people had no choice but to rush into the street.
Harry Potter, please advise. Casey O'Sade, please advise. Boom! 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 Harry Potter! Kirkwood! Boom! Boom! Boom!
This rhythmic tapping sound continued until the sunset. The results of today's competition were finally announced. Gervais undoubtedly became the number one among the young people in the Principality of Alban. Cruel Harry. Giant Shield Maniac. This is the new nickname given to Gervais by all the little nobles in the audience. Because everyone who fought against Gervais lost too humiliatingly and without dignity. They just kept being hit by a big shield until they gave up. You must know that these last few people are all chosen one from a million. They are usually the proud ones, who are not elegant and elegant. But they were turned into bugs by Harry.
Ha ha! Today's competition was very good. It allowed me to see the excellence of our principality's youth.
King Hayden had a smile on his face, and looked at Gervais with more and more satisfaction. He decided to cultivate this young man with no background. The audience below couldn't help but twitching when they heard King Hayden's words. They saw the excellence of the giant shield maniac. Right. After all, the other people were only photographed as bed bugs.
Now the top 10 young people in the competition have been selected. And the first place is our Harry Potter. He will win the reward I promised. I will hold a banquet in the palace to wait for the arrival of your 10 warriors and reward you. And you, even if you fail to win the competition this time, don't use the air barrier. The stage of the principality has always been prepared for you. As long as you work hard, you will also have such opportunities in the future.
King Hayden's words were enough of a gesture to make everyone in the audience feel close to each other. Even the young people who were eliminated didn't have any resentment at all. After saying this, King Hayden left the city wall amid the cheers of a crowd of young people. Caroline on the city wall was also taken away from the city wall arm in arm by the female guard.
You little bastard! You are my knight!
When Caroline was taken away, she took the opportunity to look directly at the city wall pretending to be casual, and clearly and truly saw the little bastard in her heart. At this moment, she was filled with endless emotions and worries, because as long as you are not careful, Gervais' life may be in danger. Chapter 436 The Ruthless and Unjust Prince. After the king left, Gervais and others were quickly ushered in by several guards, who came out of the palace. This palace is where the king lives during non-war times. The king does not go to the castle on the mountain on weekdays, because the comfort of the castle is not as comfortable as living in this manor-like palace. Walking into the palace gate, it was different from the majestic atmosphere and solemnity that Gervais imagined. This place is more like a rich man's mansion. It is quiet, peaceful and beautiful. This is Gervais's first feeling. Living here will make you feel comfortable both physically and mentally. However, there is also an important factor in why the palace pays so much attention to comfort rather than majesty. That is, the towering castle on the mountain can already symbolize the majesty of King Hayden, so there is no need to add more. The palace occupies a very large area, surrounded by large flower beds and prune woods. The aisles are busy with many male and female servants passing by. There is a huge building further away. This building is 3 stories high and made of white marble. It has a very beautiful and unique shape, and the walls are carved with various reliefs. Gervais and the others were not taken to the building, but followed the guards toward the path on the right. After walking for 5 or 6 minutes, they turned around a small forest and saw a building again. This should be regarded as an independent manor. Although there are no walls, the manor has complete supporting facilities. There is a lawn in the front, a garden in the back, and a large lake on the left.
Sir, please come this way.
The guards led Gervais and 10 others to the entrance of the manor building. The male and female servants in the manor had been waiting in 2 rows for a long time. When they approached, they quickly stepped forward and saluted respectfully. Then 2 servants, a man and a woman, led Gervais and others towards the house. Because Gervais won the first place in the competition, he was at the front when he entered the palace. The other young nobles were also very sensible and took the initiative to take a few steps back and follow behind according to their ranking. After entering the manor house, Gervais was taken to the 2nd floor. The decoration in this room is naturally top-notch. The top-notch murals and gilt tile floors all reflect the grandeur of the palace. As for the furnishings, there are also a variety of exquisite porcelain and goldware on display, which is dizzying for everyone.
When I get rich in the future, I will live in a house like this.
Gervais really felt like a country bumpkin at this moment. The life of the most powerful man on the continent was beyond Gervais's imagination. And this was probably just a place to receive guests. Soon, 2 servants led Gervais to the door of a room at the end of the corridor.
Sir, this is your room.
The doors in this world's noble manor are basically double opening, so they are very spacious. The male and female servants quickly stepped forward, fully opened the left and right doors of the room, and then bent at 90 degrees to wait for Gervais to enter. Gervais was not polite and walked into the room under the respectful welcome of 2 servants. But when Gervais entered the room, his heart skipped a beat, and he saw a pretty figure sitting in front of him near the balcony with his back to the door. Without thinking too much, Gervais already knew who this woman was. Who else could it be if she wasn't Caroline? Her red wavy hair is casually hanging down, and her exaggerated undulating curves make people unable to extricate themselves. This is a stunner that makes all men fascinated.
Sir, the hot water is ready. Do you need me to help you take a bath now? No need. You go out first.
The person who asked was the valet. So Gervais immediately rejected his request. He was used to Anna's service when he was in the castle, but he was really not used to having a male servant take care of him when he changed clothes and bathed. Moreover, Caroline was already in the room. Gervais now needed to confirm the information with Caroline, so he directly cleared the 2 of them.
Yes, sir. If you need anything, you can summon us at any time.
The 2 servants bowed respectfully, and then carefully closed the door again. In an instant, only Gervais and Caroline were left in the large room. After the door closed, Gervais walked towards Caroline with a smile on his face. Now Caroline has changed her clothes. This should be the king's arrangement. She is wearing 2 clothes, but they are both very thin. There was a strapless long dress on the inside, and a black gauze on the outside. Together with Caroline's figure, Gervais couldn't help but feel his heart beat.
Why did you come to this royal city?
Caroline heard Gervais' footsteps and did not look back. When Gervais sat next to her, he shook a little, and then asked slightly nervously,
I said I came to save you. Do you believe it?
Gervais is not a straight man. Of course he is just talking nice, although he has no other plans in mind. It is also a kind of enjoyment to have a beauty owe him a favor. Of course, Gervais was not deceiving Caroline with his words. Gervais did rush to May City with the intention of rescuing Caroline. Otherwise, he could wait an extra day or 2 until the large forces of the Principality of Jean were about to arrive at the city before conducting a hostage exchange. In that case, he would not be forced to flee into the hinterland of the Principality of Alban by fire attacks. Caroline was shocked when she heard Gervais's joking words, and then suddenly turned around and looked at Gervais intently, her eyes gleaming.
I believe,
Caroline replied in a very solemn tone.
Cough! Cough!
Gervais was startled by Caroline's serious look.
This woman won't fall in love with me. Right.
Gervais made a bold guess in his mind.
Caroline, how could you be caught by the Thunder Knights? The eldest prince has successfully broken through.
If it was the scene that night by the river in White Rock City, Gervais might not mind taking advantage of the situation to collect some benefits from Caroline. But at this moment, Gervais could clearly see a different emotion in Caroline's eyes.
and he immediately didn't dare to tease her anymore. This was playing with fire. If it was just a friendly match, Gervais wouldn't mind. But if it were a formal match, Gervais was worried that he would be hung up and beaten to death by the Lord of the North. One is his granddaughter, and the other is his biological granddaughter. Gervais doesn't believe it if the Lord of the North doesn't beat him to death. Ha ha! The reason why I was arrested was because of Derek, a heartless and unjust person. After hearing Gervais's question, Caroline's attention was suddenly diverted, and she began to tell everything that happened that night. It turned out that Caroline was going to borrow a trebuchet from the eldest prince that day, but she didn't expect to be attacked by the Thunder Knights in the middle of the night. This is nothing at first. After all, the battlefield is a thin line between life and death. But the real reason why Caroline was captured was because of the eldest prince. That night, Wallace, the commander-in-chief of the Thunder Knights, led dozens of knights to attack the castle, while Caroline, the eldest prince, and others prepared to break out. A fight broke out in the vestibule, with Wallace's main target being the eldest prince. So I didn't pay too much attention to Caroline and the few guards she brought with her. Caroline quickly led a dozen people to break through to the gate of the castle. She only needed to rush out of the castle in one breath. Then she could escape. But at this moment, the eldest prince called out to Caroline, because the eldest prince and others were already surrounded and could not break out. In the end, Caroline had no choice but to lead her guards back and join the battle group again. This temporarily opened a gap for the eldest prince and others. However, the people of the Thunder Knights were also the elite among the elite, and they had a numerical advantage in the castle. Therefore, even if a gap was opened, their group was still unable to escape intact, and the men and horses from both sides were fighting together. In the end, the eldest prince actually took advantage of Caroline and others to resist from behind, while he took the lead in running away, ignoring Caroline and others. After the eldest prince retreated, the Golden Knight, who protected him, also fled away when he saw the situation. In the end, only Caroline and a few others were left fighting with the Thunder Knights in the castle, facing the Golden Knight and dozens of titular knights. The fate of Caroline and others was obvious. All the guards she brought were killed. In the end, she was captured by the Thunder Knights and brought to King Hayden City. Chapter 437, Interest is charged again. After listening to Caroline's story, Gervais was shocked. He thought that this eldest prince was really a man among men, and he could throw away his fiancée so easily. Even if he had to give up his car to protect his commander, he would still be throwing away some of his subordinates. Now that he is leaving Caroline behind, it is unclear whether he wants to add a colorful hat to himself. Is this the legendary coronation as king? Gervais thought to himself. But this is fine. The eldest prince will have to bear it when he returns this time. At least the Lord of the North will never let him off lightly once he knows the truth. Thank you, Gervais. After Caroline finished speaking, both of them were silent for a while. And finally Caroline continued to speak. I originally thought I was about to face an abyss, but you appeared. With that said, Caroline could no longer control her emotions and lay on Gervais's shoulder. Suddenly, Gervais felt only the warm fragrance of nephrite, and the light fragrance kept infiltrating into the tip of his nose. Cough! Cough! Caroline, don't worry. I have won the first place, and King Hayden will not give you to anyone else. Gervais didn't know how to comfort Caroline, so he could only pat her on the back and comfort her softly. Okay, I know. After being patted on the back by Gervais, Caroline's mood finally stabilized. And then she leaned on Gervais's shoulder and continued. Gervais, what are your plans next? I haven't thought about it yet. Now that King Hayden City has been sealed off, it's difficult to get out of the city, so we can only stay in the city for the time being. Gervais answered truthfully. He really had no good solution now, and could only wait for an opportunity. If you can't take me away, just leave alone. I won't blame you, Caroline said softly. Don't think blindly. I've already arrived at King Hayden City. How could I still leave you alone? I'm not the scumbag that the eldest prince is. Gervais didn't think much and said what he was thinking smoothly. Giggle! Caroline laughed happily, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. And then she gently pecked Gervais on the cheek. Gervais instantly felt like he was pecked on the face like a dragonfly. But before he could recall it, the touch had disappeared, and Caroline had left his shoulder and sat up straight again. Gervais, I'm serious. King Hayden didn't know your true identity, so he had someone give me the poison of bluebells. In the past few days, the fighting energy in my body will not be able to be used. If you take me to escape, it will probably drag you down.
After sitting upright, Caroline's expression returned to normal, and she became the wise woman again.
The poison of the bellflower?
Gervais was also a little surprised that King Hayden was so thoughtful, and even had someone feed the bellflower poison to Caroline. But this is easy to understand. Caroline is also a title knight after all. If he doesn't use this method, there is a high chance that the best young man he just selected will die in Caroline's hands.
Don't worry. I brought something that can detoxify hundreds of poisons. If the effect of the bellflower poison is still there when we prepare to escape, you can just take the powder inside.
As he spoke, Gervais took out a small wax pill from his arms. This wax pill contained powder scraped from the unicorn's horn. Ever since the unicorn took the second purple kiwi fruit, his intelligence has improved significantly. Although he cannot speak, he can feel and understand any instructions given by Gervais. So before entrusting the unicorn to Alice, Gervais asked the unicorn if there was a way to detoxify it and let Gervais take it with him. Originally, Gervais just asked casually, but to his surprise, the unicorn actually confirmed his idea in his mind. Finally, he rubbed his unicorn on a stone and told Gervais the specific method. The method is to scrape off some powder from the long horn of the unicorn, and then mix it with a little blood of the unicorn. When you need to detoxify, just take the unicorn powder mixed with blood. Although the effect is not as powerful as the unicorn's direct use of skills, it can still detoxify hundreds of poisons. But the effect time will be slower. Gervais was so excited when he found out that he immediately made 10 copies and sealed them in wax pills to carry with him in case of emergency.
Okay, Gervais!
Caroline immediately showed an expression of joy. Of course she would be happy if she could really escape. She just didn't want to make herself a burden to Gervais.
Boom! Boom! Sir! An official came to see you just now, saying that His Majesty's dinner will start in half an hour.
At this moment, a servant's voice came from outside the door.
Okay, I'll be there on time. Caroline, are you going to stay in this room later, or are you going to come with me? I'd better stay here.
Caroline was not planning to go to the banquet, because if she went along, she would definitely receive a lot of strange looks, which was unacceptable to her.
Okay, then you stay here.
Gervais nodded, understanding what Caroline was thinking.
Then I'll take a bath first, and you can rest for a while.
With that said, Gervais stood up and walked towards the bathroom. The guest rooms in this manor are like presidential suites in previous lives. They have large bathrooms, living rooms, and bedrooms, so Gervais can take a bath without leaving the room.
Gervais, wait a minute.
Just when Gervais was about to walk into the bathroom, Caroline seemed to have summoned up her courage and suddenly shouted softly to Gervais.
What's wrong?
Gervais was a little confused and turned his head. I saw that Caroline had stood up from the sofa at this time, and her already perfect curves became more alluring under the off-shoulder dress. Gervais couldn't help but swallow his saliva.
Let me help you.
Caroline walked up to Gervais, then said in an inaudible voice with a red face, Boom! Gervais's head buzzed as if he had been struck by thunder, and he felt a little dizzy.
This is not good.
Gervais looked at Caroline's graceful curves, swallowed his saliva and stuttered. Caroline did not answer Gervais anymore, but took action directly and gently pushed Gervais into the bathroom. Gervais could guarantee that this was not what he wanted. Just like the last time outside the White Rock City camp, he was forced. After all, Caroline is also a titled knight, even though she took the poison of the bellflower. Alright, there was no way to make it up. Gervais admitted that he really couldn't resist the temptation. After entering the bathroom, Caroline really started to take off Gervais's armor like a maid. And then, another 2,000 words have to be omitted here. Hee hee. 20 minutes later, Gervais, wearing an exquisite silk dress, was led by a servant to the dinner venue like a handsome and elegant man. Gervais was walking on the road a little absent-minded. He was immersed in his own thoughts at the moment. In the past, when Anna helped him bathe, change his clothes, and rub his back, Gervais didn't think anything of it. Maybe he was used to Anna's service, or Anna's little maid hadn't grown up yet. But when it was the turn of the beauty Caroline, Gervais really couldn't calm down. It only took 10 minutes to take a shower. And for the other 10 minutes, Gervais had been reliving the feeling of his hands outside the White Rock City camp that night. If Caroline hadn't been thinking about Gervais attending the banquet in the end, Gervais felt that he could relive the whole night. Chapter 438, he said in front of me that he wanted to capture me. The servant led Gervais all the way, and soon arrived in front of the magnificent palace that Gervais and others saw when they first entered the palace.
Sir, please come in.
After arriving at the gate of the palace, the matter of guiding
the way was handed over to several maids waiting at the gate. Following the maids, Gervais and others entered one of the most important buildings of the palace. Needless to say, the luxury of this marble palace is several times more exquisite than the manor where Gervais and the others were just now. The space inside the palace is also very wide. The height and width of the corridor alone reach more than 3 meters, and even 5 knights can pass through it side by side. Along the corridor full of relief murals, the maid finally brought Gervais and his party to a large door. It was now open, and looking in from the outside, there were already many guests inside. These guests were gorgeously dressed and behaved elegantly, and all of them were top nobles in the Principality of Alban. The level of this banquet is several times higher than those held by the Earl family. When Gervais and others arrived at the gate, the guests inside also turned their attention to them. Gervais and others were the protagonists of tonight's banquet, and naturally became the focus of the audience. And except for Gervais, the other 9 aristocratic young people are basically the children of the great nobles of the Duchy of Alban. Their parents and elders are probably among them. Naturally, they are very happy that their sons can attract everyone's attention. So they are all watching with a smile. Watching them. Just like that. Under the attention of everyone, Gervais and his party walked into the banquet hall with their heads held high, as if the time had been calculated. When Gervais and others walked into the banquet hall, the high-pitched shouts of the attendants came from behind. "His Majesty the King has arrived! His Majesty the King has arrived!" Hearing this shout, everyone in the hall quickly stood on both sides, leaving a wide aisle in the middle. Gervais did the same, walking to the front of the crowd and staring at the door of the hall. After a moment, the king's figure appeared in everyone's eyes. This was the first time Gervais had seen King Hayden up close. Looking at it from a close distance, King Hayden's body is stronger than expected, and he is also a burly man. Although he is over 60 years old, he looks like he is only in his 40s, with a golden peak knight. Worth the year. King Hayden wore a purple silk gown with a black and white exquisite cape made of unknown animal fur, which was extremely gorgeous. In addition, the crown on King Hayden's head is inlaid with gems of various colors and sizes, which shine brightly under the light. I'm afraid I can't buy this outfit without hundreds or even thousands of gold coins. No wonder they say that the man who becomes a king is the most domineering. If I am equipped with such equipment, I can also become the most handsome boy. King Hayden walked with a calm demeanor and a faint smile on his face. Next to him were a group of family members, and a beautiful woman also wore a small crown the size of a fist on her right side. Gervais guessed that this should be King Hayden's wife, the Queen of the Duchy of Alban. After the two, there are 2 men and 3 women, who are undoubtedly the Prince and Princess of the Duchy of Alban. I have met His Majesty the King. I have met Her Majesty the Queen. I have met His Majesty the King. I have met His Majesty the Queen. When the king passed by each noble, everyone bowed their heads and saluted respectfully. After the king and his family walked to the main seat in the banquet hall, all the nobles stood up and looked in the direction of the king again. Today's dinner is prepared for the 10 warriors who stand out today. Therefore, I specially allow my warriors to have dinner with me and the queen at the same table. Tonight's banquet is mainly a dinner party, so several huge long tables have been specially placed in this splendid hall. Each long table is more than 10 meters long and can easily seat a dozen people. The king, queen and their heirs sat at the main table of the banquet, while other nobles could only sit on the long tables around them. Being able to sit at the main table and have dinner with King Hayden is a great honor for Gervais and others. As a rule, the guests at the king's long table are at least 6 earls. Otherwise basically no one would be qualified to dine at the same table with him. But now Gervais and others can have dinner with King Hayden at the same table without even having a title. After the king finished speaking, several maids quickly invited Gervais and others to sit down. At this time, King Hayden and Queen were sitting at the head of the long table, and their children were sitting on the left side of the Queen. Gervais and others were arranged on the side of King Hayden, which was on the right side of King Hayden. As the first place winner in the competition, Gervais was directly placed in the first place. 1 meter away from him sat King Hayden, and directly opposite him was the eldest prince of the Principality of Alban. When Gervais sat down, everyone present cast envious glances at Gervais, thinking that from now on this little baron's eldest son named Harry would surely flourish. After King Hayden arrived, all the guests took their seats, and tonight's dinner officially began. Various delicacies were placed in gold and silver vessels, and delivered to Gervais and others. When Gervais tasted it, he discovered that all the meat was Warcraft meat, and even the fruits and vegetables served were actually magical fruits and vegetables. No wonder the number is so small. I thought the king was too stingy. Gervais was a little confused when he saw a large exquisite dinner plate containing only a solitary fruit. But now he finally understood. What follows is a flurry of feasting. Halfway through the dinner, King Hayden waved to the attendants on the side, and then spoke to Gervais and others in a peaceful tone. The bravery you guys showed today makes me very happy. So in addition to the promised rewards, I now invite you to taste the golden wine I treasure. Wow! In an instant, the guests in the entire hall turned their heads to look this way, and their eyes were focused on a silver wine bottle in the hand of the attendant. Several noble heirs beside Gervais also showed excited expressions and looked directly at the attendant. Only Gervais was a little confused. What was going on? Have your wines been sold to the Principality of Alban? Gervais knew that the first batch of golden wine was hard to find in the Principality of Jean, but he did not expect to see it in the royal city of the Principality of Alban. Do you know where this golden wine is produced? When the attendant poured out the purple-red wine liquid in front of the young people, several young people could not help but swallow their saliva when they smelled the aroma of the wine. King Hayden was very happy to see this. So he asked, Your Majesty, I know this is wine brewed by the Jones family of the Principality of Jean. I heard it is the only fine wine besides beer, and it tastes 1,000 times better than beer. A young man obviously knew something about this golden wine, and he immediately stood up and respectfully answered King Hayden. That's right. However, although this golden wine comes from the Jones family of the Principality of Jean, it is not brewed by the Jones family, but by the husband of the Jones family named Earl Alice. King Hayden naturally knew more information than these noble heirs, so he smiled and told more detailed sources about the wine. I heard that this wine is very rare even in the Principality of Jean. It's hard to find a bottle. You can't even buy a bottle with 5 gold coins. And I only have 10 bottles in my palace. Wow! Hearing the king's words, the noble guests below were once again in an uproar. Those who can come to the king's banquet are naturally the top nobles of the Principality of Alban. Although they have heard a few words about this golden wine before, they know very little about it. Especially the news that even 5 gold coins could not buy a pot was something they could not imagine. They had only heard that this golden wine was like nectar and jade liquid. Extremely delicious. Apart from King Hayden, there were probably only a few earls present who had tasted this golden wine. Several earls also tasted it at the last banquet hosted by the king, which is why these nobles had such a big reaction to the king giving out wine to reward Gervais and others. The reason why I am telling you about this golden wine now is to let you know the value of this golden wine. In the team that invaded the south of the Principality of Jean, the husband of the earl who brewed golden wine was also in the team this time. His name is Gervais Gale. So, if in this war, as long as you defeat the army of the Principality of Zion and capture this Gervais, then such delicious wine will belong to you in the future. I guarantee here that whoever captures Gervais, all the benefits he gains will belong to him. At this moment, King Hayden revealed his true purpose. In fact, this is also an incentive to change direction, whether it is these newly selected warriors or other nobles. As long as there are enough benefits, they will exert 100% of their power. And this wine can also be used as a booster to stimulate their motivation. It can be seen from the expressions of everyone present that King Hayden's plan was successful. Only Gervais felt bad after hearing King Hayden's words. He was speechless. Is this really appropriate? You told me in front of me that you wanted to capture me and then blackmail me. Chapter 439. The pot comes from the sky. After the attendants poured the golden wine for the 10 of them, the king raised his glass and invited everyone to drink together. The other 9 young men raised their silver cups and drank with excitement. After taking a sip of golden wine, these people all showed intoxicated expressions, which made the nobles at other tables gulp secretly. Next, the dinner lasted for more than an hour. An hour later, everyone was already full of wine and food, and King Hayden began to confer titles on Gervais and others. Gervais was the first, so he received the title of Viscount in the Duchy of Alban, while the other 9 noble youths received the title of Baron. After the investiture ceremony was completed, the nobles began the real banquet time and went to the center of the dance floor to dance to the beautiful melody. King Hayden did not leave immediately, but sat in the rest area with several earls, drinking beer and talking. And the 10 people like Gervais have become the favorites in the field. Many noble girls have set their sights on them and want to invite them to dance. Although Gervais's family heritage cannot be compared with that of several other young men, he has now attracted the attention of King Hayden, coupled with his handsome face. Many girls shyly want to invite him to join him dance. Unfortunately, Gervais knew that he did not belong to the Principality of Alban, so he politely declined the invitations of these girls. After all, the moment his identity is exposed,
he will definitely become a public enemy of the Principality of Alban. It would be too irresponsible to flirt with these girls now. Although Gervais has rejected several noble girls in succession, there are still many girls who are eager to give it a try. In the end, Gervais had no choice but to walk out of the hall to avoid the limelight for the time being. Gervais walked along the corridor to the entrance of the palace. There were gardens on both sides of the palace. Gervais wanted to walk in the garden and breathe some fresh air. There were many attendants and guards standing outside the palace. But they did not stop Gervais. Although this is a royal palace, the area near the palace can still allow guests to move freely. As for other areas, there are naturally other guard handles. When Gervais walked into the garden, there was no trace of the guard here. Gervais simply found a clean lawn and lay down. He has been in this world for so long, but he has not taken a good look at the starry sky in this world. So he plans to take advantage of this opportunity to see more. Not to mention, the stars in this world are much bigger and brighter than those in the previous life.
Are things arranged? It's been arranged. The second prince should start taking action soon. This time the organization has given a fatal order and must succeed. This is related to the future development of our organization. Don't worry. I have been following the second prince these days, and I have participated in all his arrangements. There is definitely no reason for failure. That's right. After the Land of God's Fall opens, do we really have a chance to enter? Of course. We have made great contributions to the organization outside here, and we will definitely have the quota to enter the Land of God's Fall. As long as the situation here stabilizes, we will naturally be able to go back. Hey! Okay. Then I'll leave first. The people of the Knights are still waiting for my news. You continue to follow the second prince and monitor his actions. Okay.
Gervais was a little confused. This was really a person lying on the ground, and a pot coming from the sky. He heard these words clearly. When the two people arrived just now, Gervais heard the footsteps and didn't pay attention. He thought they were guests hanging out. But when the two reached a flower bed only a few meters away, they started talking quietly. It was probably because Gervais was lying on the grass and covered by a protective tank. So the two people did not notice Gervais's existence. The Land of God's Fall. Organization. Go back. If others heard the message, it would probably be a bit confusing. But after hearing it, Gervais felt creepy. Because the words they spoke were not the language of this world, but the same language Gervais heard in the stairwell of Rose Castle.
Is it someone from the church? But isn't the relationship between the church and the Principality of Alban the closest? The reason why the Principality of Alban has been able to fight against the Principality of Jean and the Principality of Cesis over the years is that the church has made great efforts and continuously supported the Principality of Alban. But now it sounds like these people also have big plans for the Principality of Alban.
Gervais was a little confused. From what he just said, he could clearly tell that these people were cooperating with the second prince of the Principality of Alban to have some conspiracy. As for what the second prince's plot is so hidden from the light, Gervais will know what it is after thinking about it. Thinking of this, Gervais narrowed his eyes slightly and made a decision in his heart. Since you can't figure it out, why not catch this person and ask him clearly? Maybe he can also ask about other secrets. Gervais is now very interested in the background of the church and the world outside this continent. At this time, Gervais had heard the sound of footsteps leaving, which meant that there was only one person left on the other side of the flower bed. So Gervais stood up quietly, and then took a peek towards the flower bed. On the other side of the flower bed, a middle-aged man wearing a silk dress was seen in the garden, and he watched his companion leave. Gervais detected through perception that this man was just a junior knight of silver. This man waited until his companion's figure disappeared into the distance, and then he was ready to leave. At this moment, Gervais was ready to take action. He was going to sneak attack the man and catch him with the smallest movement, and then see if he could ask anything. But just when Gervais was about to activate his fighting energy, he was shocked to find that his fighting energy could not be activated.
The poison of the bellflower?
Gervais immediately thought of something. Only the poison of the bellflower can cause such an effect. Gervais experienced this feeling once, when he was in Roseburg last time.
Even the modus operandi is exactly the same. So I can't let you go.
Gervais looked fiercely. These people were definitely the people behind the orc attack in Rose Castle. What they did in the palace was exactly the same as in Rose Castle. After realizing the problem, Gervais quickly took out a wax pill from his arms, crushed the wax pill and took out the powder wrapped in paper, and poured the powder into his mouth without hesitation.
Your Excellency, please wait.
It would take several seconds for the medicine to take effect. But seeing that the man had already walked away, Gervais quickly walked around the flower bed and called out to the man with a smile on his face. The man in front suddenly trembled, then suddenly turned around and looked at Gervais with a frown.
Sir Harry, why are you here?
Obviously this person also came out of the banquet hall. So he knew Gervais. When he saw that it was Gervais, he relaxed slightly and took the initiative to walk towards Gervais.
It's too stuffy in the banquet hall, so I came out to hang out.
Gervais still had a smile on his face and stood there waiting for the man to approach. He was also very worried that this person would go far away. When the time came, there would be guards in the palace, and it would be impossible for him to take action.
Oh, I wonder why Viscount Harry called me. Oh, that's right. I have a few questions to ask you. What is the problem?
This man had already walked to a place 2 meters away from Gervais. After the last sentence fell, a cold light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and his figure suddenly shot towards Gervais. Chapter 440 Holy Continent. Boom! Only this man took 2 steps forward, and suddenly his whole body was shaken, and his whole body collapsed to the ground.
If it weren't for the sake of keeping the noise down, I would definitely give you a good beating. It's like a ghost.
Gervais stood beside the middle-aged man and retracted his fist. It was just a simple illusion that made this man lose his judgment about his position. And then Gervais knocked him to the ground with a punch. Looking at the middle-aged man in silk dress on the ground, Gervais looked around again. Although this palace was not a good place to interrogate prisoners, the place was quite spacious, and there happened to be a forest next to it. So Gervais dragged him indirectly. After dragging the middle-aged man forward, Gervais discovered that there was a lake deep in the woods. At this time, everything was pitch dark, except for the sparkling waves on the surface of the lake. So Gervais dragged the man to the edge of the small lake, and then directly pressed his entire head into the water. You.
Sir Harry, why did you attack me?
After the man woke up, he didn't yell, but looked at Gervais with some fear. Just after his attack failed, he knew that the identity of Harry in front of him was not simple, and he might use illusions. But illusion is impossible to have in this continent.
No need to pretend anymore. I heard all the conversation you just had. Now I have a few questions to ask you. You'd better answer them honestly. Otherwise you will know what it means to be unable to live and unable to die. Who are you?
The middle-aged man's pupils shrank instantly, and his expression became more frightened, because the words Gervais used at this moment were spoken in the language of their continent.
What do you think?
Gervais looked at the middle-aged man with a half-smile.
It's impossible. Except for the people from our new temple. It's impossible for anyone else on this island continent to discover this place again.
The middle-aged man turned pale and said excitedly,
New temple?
Gervais thought thoughtfully. Maybe this is the name of the church on that continent.
No. You are definitely not from the Holy Continent. Who are you? You don't understand what the new temple means to you. If you dare to destroy our new temple, no matter who you are, you will die.
Click. Woohoo. Gervais was very satisfied with the information he got. It seemed that the unknown continent was called the Holy Continent, and the people in front of him called themselves members of the new temple. Seeing that this man was dishonest, Gervais directly stuffed his clothes into his mouth, and then stepped on the man's foot bones.
I'm asking you now, not you asking me.
Gervais's eyes flashed fiercely, showing no mercy at all. These people were unscrupulous in doing things, and they must not be good people.
Now I'm asking you to answer. Do you understand?
Gervais continued to speak, but this middle-aged man was obviously tough-minded. He just looked at Gervais with resentful eyes and showed no sign of surrender. However, Gervais was not in a hurry and raised his foot again and stepped down. Click.
Do you understand?
There were 4 or 5 clicks in succession at the edge of the woods. The middle-aged man's expression was distorted, and he finally couldn't bear it any longer and nodded crazily.
Very good.
Gervais nodded with satisfaction.
Let me ask you, what is your church? Or this new temple?
For? As he spoke, Gervais took the clothes away from his mouth.
We are the servants of the new God. Preparing for the arrival of the new God? New God? What does new God mean? A real God?
Gervais hesitated. Could there really be a God in this world? In the past, he had said a lot about the God of glory and the God of glory, but that was just like in his previous life, treating the God of glory as a myth. But now, he is not sure whether there are gods in this world with fighting spirit magic.
The new God is omnipotent. He is about to come to the world.
This person must have been brainwashed, but he still has a pious attitude when talking about the new God. But obviously, his faith is not that deep. Otherwise Gervais probably wouldn't be able to ask any questions. So Gervais no longer studied this question, but prepared to take this opportunity to ask something else.
How did you get here? Is there a way to the Holy Continent? We came here using a special teleportation array. If we want to go back, we can only use the teleportation array because this island is very far away from the Holy Continent and there are sea tribes blocking it in the sea.
In order to avoid being tortured, this middle-aged man could only answer honestly. This answer is similar to what was recorded in the notebook Gervais found on the island. There is indeed a sea tribe barrier in the sea.
What is the purpose of your new temple coming to this continent?
Gervais is most curious about this. What exactly do the people in the new temple want to gain by pretending to be the church? According to the current power of the church, there is absolutely no need to subvert the interests of the nobles in this way. After all, they are already enjoying the benefits and can share half of the interests of the nobles.
Take control of this island continent and make it the rear of our new temple,
the middle-aged man replied.
Very good. Since you are so cooperative, let me ask again. Who?
At this moment, a group of patrolling guards came not far away. They had discovered Gervais' figure by the lake and immediately ran towards it. Gervais secretly said something bad. Originally, he wanted to ask what their plan was for tonight, but now he could no longer ask.
Go in peace.
After saying that, Gervais suddenly broke the man's neck and threw him into the small lake nearby. After everything was done, Gervais turned into the woods and left quickly.
You guys watch the people in the water, while the others chase after me.
When several guards saw someone entering the woods, they immediately drew their swords and chased after him. But at this moment, it was dark and the woods were dark, so they quickly lost sight of Gervais. Gervais walked through the woods and returned to the garden where he had just admired the night sky. Gervais then slowed down and walked leisurely towards the banquet palace. Gervais needs to go to the palace to show off and find an alibi. And big changes are likely to occur tonight. And Gervais is also preparing to let his servants take him back to the manor to rest. As for going back alone, it is likely to arouse suspicion. After all, the man he killed must also be a noble.
It's a pity that I can't leave the palace. Otherwise it would be safest to leave the palace quickly now.
In order to let Gervais and others feel his generosity, King Hayden specially allowed Gervais and other 10 people to stay in the palace for one night and leave tomorrow morning. So they must stay in this palace tonight. Walking slowly towards the entrance of the palace, Gervais didn't notice anything wrong at first. But when Gervais approached the door, he suddenly realized that something was wrong.
What a strong smell of blood!
Due to the enhancement of his 5 senses, Gervais can now distinguish the smell of blood. As soon as he approached the palace gate, Gervais smelled the smell of blood.
Sir, please come in!
Gervais stood at the door of the palace for a moment. More than a dozen guards at the door immediately looked at him warily. These people were all titled knights, while several maids on the side looked at Gervais with respectful tones. A gesture of invitation. At this point, even if Gervais doesn't want to enter the banquet hall, it's not okay. Unless he storms out and leaves immediately, he can only enter obediently. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Gervais finally took steps into the palace. Chapter 441 The Compiler. Of the dozen guards at the door, only 2 were silver knights. So they really couldn't stop Gervais. But at this time, he was in the palace, and Gervais was not sure that he could escape from the towering city wall. The title knight is not a god, so he cannot fly. He just says that if he is blessed with fighting spirit, he can jump higher than ordinary people. Today, Gervais can jump to a height of more than 4 meters with all his strength, which is already the limit. The palace wall is more than 20 meters high. Gervais estimated that even the Golden Knight would be suffocated unless there are other auxiliary methods. Under the leadership of the maid, Gervais walked through the corridor. Gervais did not find anything special in the corridor, but there were many more guards guarding him. And when Gervais walked to the door of the banquet hall, he saw what exactly happened. At this moment, a young man in the hall actually sat on the seat that originally belonged to King Hayden, while King Hayden looked ashen and sat on the chair below under the supervision of 2 title knights.
Father, you don't have to scold me. You forced me to do this. I was only born a year later than my good-for-nothing brother. How could he be the heir? But I have been better than him since I was a child. But I will never get this throne.
The young man was the second prince of the Principality of Alban. Gervais did not pay much attention to him when they were just eating, because the second prince remained silent during the meal and had no contact with any of them. Through the words of the second prince, Gervais knew that what was going on in the palace tonight was a drama of prince compilation. Gervais was standing at the door of the banquet hall. No one inside paid attention to him. Only a few guards at the door looked at him warily. Gervais was also aware of the situation, and was ready to see how things would develop first. So he slowly walked to the back of the crowd of nobles, under the watchful eyes of several guards. At this moment, the expressions of all the nobles in the banquet hall were gloomy and uncertain. It was obvious that the second prince's ascension to the throne was something they had not expected. And it frightened them quite a bit. Of course, not all nobles are like this. Gervais can see two earls standing on both sides of the second prince at the moment. It is estimated that these two people support the second prince.
You beast! He is your brother! How can you do it?
King Hayden's eyes were scarlet, and veins popped out in his hands. But there was nothing he could do at this moment. After hearing this, Gervais discovered that there was a man lying in a pool of blood next to King Hayden, although his face could not be seen. From the clothes on his body, Gervais knew that this person was Albin, the great prince of the principality. The eldest prince had been sitting across from him just now, and had raised a glass to share a drink with the 10 of them. Unexpectedly, he would die at the hands of his younger brother. Speaking of which, this second prince was so ruthless that he actually killed his brother in front of King Hayden and a group of nobles, and then prepared to seek the throne.
I'm sorry, Father! I can't feel at ease until he dies. But don't worry. I won't hurt his wife and children.
The second prince looked calm.
Then you kill me too. Otherwise, if I find a chance, I will definitely kill you. You evil beast.
King Hayden was very excited, and no longer had the calm aura that Gervais had seen before. But this is easy to understand. No one can accept the tragic death of his son Xiao Chong in front of him.
Father, I will not kill you, because you are my father. I want you to witness with your own eyes how I defeated the Principality of Jin, how I ruled this continent, and established the glorious hegemony of our Herald family. Then you will know why everything I do is for.
At this time, the second prince stood up, opened his hands, and spoke out his ambitions very confidently. Gervais didn't know if the second prince of the Albin Principality really had such ability. But he was certain of one thing. This second prince must be a paranoid and self-centered person. This kind of person is the most dangerous. He does things by any means, and without regard for the consequences. After talking about his ambitions, the second prince probably didn't want to say anything more to King Hayden. So he started giving orders to several guards.
Take my father down and take good care of him. Don't let any accidents happen. Yes, Your Highness.
As the second prince's order was issued, several guards took King Hayden, the queen and others down. At this time, the second prince turned his attention to Gervais and the others.
What happened at today's dinner was indeed a bit rude to you. Now, I, Arlot Herald, am here to express my sincere apologies to you all.
The second prince a lot changed his arrogance when he was talking to King Hayden and instantly became polite. There was no clue that this man had killed his brother just a moment ago.
My father is old and his energy has been eroded by time. This is why our Albin Principality has been invaded by the Principality of Jin over the years. And I'm ready to change all that. Not only will I make the Principality of Jin pay for their banditry, I will also conquer the entire continent. So, I have no choice but to do this. Only when I become the king of the Albin Principality can I truly lead the Albin Principality to prosperity. Now, I want to know your thoughts. Are you willing to follow me and lead the Principality of Albin to glory?
The second prince a lot's words became passionate, and his elegant speech was no less impressive than those of the politician orators in his previous life. When the nobles below heard what the second prince said, they all looked at each other, and they all looked at each other in shock. In their hearts, they did not believe that the second prince could lead the Albin Principality to prosperity and conquer the mainland. But now the second prince's intention is very clear, which is to let everyone make a choice. Choose to be loyal to him, or become his enemy. The nobles present can be said to be the top nobles in the Principality of Albin, and each of them can influence all aspects of the Principality of Albin, as long as they are loyal to the second prince. It is very likely that the second prince will succeed in usurping the throne. The second prince saw that the nobles below were still silent, so he started to move, walked down the high platform with a long sword in hand, and came to the front of the crowd. When all the nobles saw this, they couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Only 3 earls among the crowd remained still and faced the second prince. The second prince walked up to them with interest, his eyes scanning the faces of several earls one by one. Puff! Suddenly, with no one on guard, the second prince stabbed an earl through the body with his long sword. Under the disbelieving gaze of the earl, he slowly pulled out the long sword, and then thrust it in again. After stabbing the count 4 or 5 times in a row, the count finally couldn't hold on any longer. when the second Prince Arlet pulled out his long sword. His whole body collapsed and fell into a pool of blood.
Ah!
Some of the female relatives at the scene finally couldn't help but scream. Fortunately, the second Prince Alot ignored these exclamations and continued to say to the crowd,
"Now you have two choices. Either be loyal to me, or disappear forever like the Kinney family."
The Earl lying dead on the ground was the Earl of the Kinney family, Canchil's father. The Kinney family was originally a staunch supporter of the eldest prince, and had had many conflicts with the second prince in the past. At this time, it happened to be the chicken that the second Prince Alot killed to scare the monkeys. And since the second prince killed the Earl of the Kinney family, there will definitely be a coherent method later, and the fate of the Kinney family can be imagined.
We, the Baisang family, are willing to be loyal to His Highness the second prince.
As the first one stood up to express his position, other nobles also spoke out due to the situation. At this time, they had all taken the poison of the bellflower, and their fighting spirit could not function. The second prince wanted to kill them as if he were killing a chicken. Having learned from the past, these people naturally chose to give in.
Ha ha. A very wise choice. In the future, you will feel lucky for the choice you made today. Pass my order to hold a coronation meeting in the palace tomorrow. Yes, Your Highness.
Since then, the second prince has been in high spirits, and the sword in his hand has been sheathed. As long as the coronation is completed tomorrow, he will become the real king of the Alban Principality.
If God wants people to perish, He must first make them crazy.
Gervais didn't know what the second prince was thinking. Now that the enemy was facing him, he actually did such a thing. Even if he takes the throne, he can still be the king for a few days. The Principality of Alban originally had only 6 earls. But now, Earl Ashar of Wheatleaf City was seriously injured, and the Earl of the Kinney family was also killed by him. And the king also took the poison of the bluebell. It can be said that the strength of the Alban Principality was weakened by more than 1/3 in an instant. The Principality of Alban was originally unable to withstand the Principality of Jean, and now it may be even more difficult to resist.
Unless there are other arrangements.
Suddenly, Gervais remembered an important role, and that was the man behind the church, New Temple. Gervais felt that the second prince must be relying on something to be so unscrupulous, and his reliance should be the church. But Gervais didn't believe that the church would really help the second prince so selflessly.
Most likely, this is just a trap set by the church.
Chapter 442 Caroline's Guess. Next, the banquet was naturally unable to proceed, and all the nobles were escorted by the second prince to the manor where the guests were resting. Gervais was naturally among them. What the second prince wanted was the allegiance of several great earls and other great nobles who controlled various powers in the Principality of Alban. A newly promoted viscount like Gervais, who did not have the backing of his family, just casually said that he was willing to be loyal to the second prince. And the second prince's eyes left his body. After Gervais was sent back to his room, he rubbed his temples and laid down on the sofa.
Gervais, are you back? I thought you would be later.
Caroline was probably resting in the bedroom when she heard a noise in the living room. She walked out of the bedroom in surprise and asked Gervais on the sofa.
Something happened at the banquet, so I came back.
When he saw Caroline coming out, Gervais was immediately distraught. After she came to his side, he hugged her.
Lil rascal,
Caroline exclaimed, then leaned on Gervais's shoulder.
What happened at the banquet? It actually interrupted the king's dinner.
After sitting down, Caroline ignored Gervais's rudeness and asked about the banquet out of curiosity. As the heir of an earl, Caroline knew best that a banquet of nobles could not be interrupted without major changes, because it was related to the host's face. As for matters that are more important than face to nobles, the seriousness is self-evident. Caroline is a scheming woman, so she is quite curious about this aspect.
There was a drama of usurping the throne at the banquet.
Gervais became more serious when talking about tonight's events. Of course, he was not serious about the affairs of the Principality of Alban. It was because of the church. Gervais didn't know what the church was trying to do, so he was so uneasy. You must know that the church is a huge behemoth to him now. The reason why he can leisurely be his noble Seignior and then work hard to grow is because he has the Principality of Xian as a shield. If the shield of the Principality of Jean is gone, then Gervais will definitely be in trouble. At least for now.
What? Usurping the throne? How is this possible?
Caroline seemed to have heard the fantasy and acted even more surprised. If Gervais had not known in advance that the church was behind this, Gervais might have been as surprised as Caroline.
I'm also surprised. But this is the truth. The second Prince Alot killed his brother and then put King Hayden under house arrest. He will be crowned king tomorrow,
Gervais said with a wry smile. After listening to Gervais's words, Caroline frowned and fell into thought. And then suddenly said after a while,
Gervais, do you think this is a conspiracy of the church? Huh? What do you say?
Gervais was a little surprised, but he didn't expect Caroline to guess the church.
Actually, this is just a guess on my part.
Caroline saw that Gervais had a strange expression and thought he was confused about how to involve the church. So she slowly explained.
The reason why I have this guess is actually related to our second prince Chat of the Principality of Jean. The eldest Prince Derek and the second Prince Chat have been fighting openly and secretly for several years. They have placed spies around each other over the years. Before the southern expedition, a spy placed by the eldest Prince Derek next to the second Prince Charter sent back news that a mysterious stranger had been communicating with the second prince recently. Chat contact. Later, the spy sent back the news again, saying that this mysterious man is probably from the church. Originally, the eldest Prince Derek wanted the spies to find out what happened when people from the church came into contact with the second Prince Chat. What he didn't expect was that since the second news was sent back, there has been no news from the spies. As if in the world of human beings, it's like evaporating. Later, the eldest prince activated other spies to continue chatting. But unfortunately no other abnormalities were found, because there was no evidence. The eldest prince did not say anything. He thought that if he got the news again in the future, he could rely on this matter to completely make the second prince lose the trust of King Lawrence. So I'm guessing whether the usurpation of the throne of the Principality of Alban was instigated by the church. It's really possible. After hearing what Caroline said, Gervais first lamented that Caroline's intuition was accurate, and she could associate it with just such a few things. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel shocked. The second Prince Chat was left in the Principality of Jean. If the second prince was also bewitched by the church at this time, the entire continent would definitely be in chaos.
I hope it's not such a coincidence. But I have to mention it to the Lord of the North and the others after I go back.
Gervais felt that things in the Principality of Jean were different from those in the Principality of Alban, because King Lawrence and the Earls of the Principality of Jean were not plotted against. Even if the second Prince Chat wanted to usurp the throne, he would not be able to succeed. However, since the church has been in contact with the second prince, it has to be on guard. Gervais is now deeply aware of the church's ability to confuse people, whether it was Alice's former commander-in-chief, Roar, or the second prince of the Alban Principality, Arlott. They all did these things because of the church's instigation. Next, Gervais and Caroline continued to talk for a while, and then went back to rest, because a while later, they heard faint shouts and screams coming from a distance. This should be the unstable factor in the cleaning of the palace by the second prince Alott. Alright. Gervais admitted that it was because the hand felt so good that he wanted to take a rest early. So, I didn't count how many words were omitted. Early the next morning, because he had been on high alert all night, Gervais yawned again and again after getting up. Caroline looked at him with a look of resentment.
Cough. Cough. Caroline, the second prince is going to be crowned king today, so I'll go first. I'll have the maid come in to serve you later. So just have a good rest.
After saying that, Gervais left the bedroom as if fleeing. The poison of the bellflower on Caroline has not yet been lifted, so Gervais's bravery was a bit unbearable. Gervais knew that he was in the wrong, so he ran away reluctantly. Gervais came to the living room, called the servant, and asked the maid to take care of Caroline, while he walked out of the room after breakfast. At this time, many nobles had gathered outside the manor, and there was a team of hundreds of guards guarding them nearby. They also vaguely heard the shouts of death and screams in the middle of the night last night. So these nobles didn't look good when they woke up in the morning, and they obviously couldn't sleep. After the nobles gathered together, under the protection of nearly 100 guards, a group of nobles went to the main hall of the palace, where the second Prince Alott would ascend the throne and be crowned king. Chapter 443. Gervais feels like he's about to die. The main hall of the palace is located in the middle of the entire palace. It is the largest and most majestic building in the palace. The outside is supported by a total of 18 marble pillars, and the inside is a single-story building with a circular dome, with a total height of more than 40 meters. At this time, the hall has been redecorated, and the exterior is full of colorful flags fluttering in the wind, indicating that a major ceremony will be held here today. In addition to the colorful flags, there is a red carpet extending straight into the hall 100 meters away from the main entrance. When Gervais entered the main hall, he was immediately shocked by the vast space inside. This was the first time he had seen such a towering building that captured the sky. The highest point of the circular dome was at least 30 or 40 meters high. Looking up, I suddenly felt extremely small. Right in front of the hall, there is a high platform with a total of 12 steps. Above the stairs is a gorgeous king's throne. The throne is carved with a long sword and a giant dragon, symbolizing power and conquest. Perhaps the second prince could not wait to be crowned king. So Gervais and the others did not wait long after arriving at the palace. The second prince arrived from the front of the palace with a group of guards. The second prince put on a luxurious silk purple dress today, and also had a cloak behind him. Before last night, King Hayden was the only one in the palace wearing this outfit. However, because he had not been crowned at this time, the second Prince Alot did not have a crown on his head, and he also had the king's scepter in his hand, which symbolized supreme authority. The second Prince Alot walked slowly along the red carpet in the center of the hall. When passing in front of a group of nobles, all the nobles bowed and saluted to show respect. As the nobles saluted and greeted each other, the second prince's demeanor became more calm, with his head held high, his eyes looking directly at the throne in front of him, and a vague smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. When the second prince came to the steps in front of the throne, he couldn't help but pause for a moment, turned around and looked around, as if he wanted to remember what it felt like to stand under the high platform of the throne. Because after he is crowned king, his position will be on the high platform from then on. After a moment, the second prince withdrew his gaze. His eyes became firm, and he walked towards the high platform step by step. It took more than 10 seconds for the second prince to climb up the high platform at a slow speed and arrived in front of the throne. Then he turned around gracefully and cast a look at the guards below the stage. After receiving the look from the second Prince Arlet, the guard immediately stood up straight and shouted loudly to all the nobles, "The coronation ceremony has officially begun." After these words fell, 2 attendants holding trays quickly came to the center of the hall from both sides, and then walked cautiously towards the throne with their heads lowered and holding the trays. When they stepped onto the throne, their bodies were as low as possible, and they bowed at 90 degrees and raised the tray above their heads in front of the second prince. The 2 trays contained the crown and scepter. At this time, the second Prince Alot no longer hesitated. He first picked up the king's crown with both hands and slowly raised it over his head, and then put it on his head. After putting on the crown, the second Prince Alot took the scepter shining with golden light and inlaid with various gems in his left hand. "From now on, I am king!" The second prince, Arlet, wore a crown on his head and held a scepter in his hand. He sat on the king's throne with high spirits and shouted at all the nobles below, "Meet His Majesty the King! Meet His Majesty the King!" Seeing that the coronation of the second Prince Alot was completed, all the nobles below bowed to pay tribute. "Ha ha! Okay. From today on, I will lead the Principality of Alban into glory. Now, pass on my first order. All nobles assemble their troops and prepare to leave the city. Set off immediately 1 hour after lunch. I will lead you to defeat the invader Lawrence." Hearing the honorific title of king, Alot could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart and laughed loudly. After the laughter subsided, he issued his first order after ascending to the throne. Wow! The nobles were relatively calm a moment ago. After all, Alot's crowning as king was a foregone conclusion last night. But the new king's first order shocked them. Even when the old King Hayden was here, they could only be passively beaten when facing the Principality of Jean. What's more, now that they have exhausted so much internal strength and have to go out to meet the enemy, they feel that this is no different from committing suicide. A group of nobles looked at me and you below the high platform, but none of them immediately accepted the order. Among them, perhaps only Gervais hopes to leave the city, because only in this way can he have a chance to escape. "Your Majesty, the Principality of Zeon has at least 80,000 troops, and their weapons and equipment are better than ours. Could you please consider it again? We will defend in the city first, and after consuming some of the strength of the Principality of Jean, we can go out to attack." After a while, an earl finally stood out from the crowd below and carefully made his suggestion. "Humph! Now I have become your king. This is my first order after becoming the king. Anyone who dares to object will be like the Kinney family, and there is no need to exist anymore." Arlet snorted coldly, glanced down with cold eyes, and spoke word by word. "Now, I say it again. Gather the army and get out of the city." The nobles below heard Arlot's words and broke into cold sweats when they recalled what happened to the Earl of the Kinney family last night. They immediately saluted and replied in unison, "Yes, your Majesty. I know that the Principality of Jean is stronger than us, But I said that I will make the Principality of Alban the only kingdom on the mainland. So you can rest assured that if I dare to let you go out of the city to meet the enemy, you will be sure of victory.
Alot also knows how to use both kindness and power. After the nobles surrendered, his tone became calmer, and he assured the nobles below.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Regardless of whether these nobles believed the situation at this moment, they could not refute it. Next, Alot released a group of nobles in the palace and asked them to return to their camps to make arrangements for leaving the city. Originally, Gervais was a little surprised as to why Arlott dared to directly release a group of nobles. Wasn't he afraid of their rebellion? Only when they left the palace did they realize that Arlott had completely mastered King Hayden's 3 elite legions. 2 of them are infantry regiments of 5,000 people, and the other is the Thunder Knights of more than 1,000 people. Although Gervais didn't know how Arlott conquered these legions, once Arlott mastered these powers, he really didn't have to worry about a group of nobles going back on their word. When Gervais left the palace, he first went to the manor where he stayed last night and took Caroline out directly. Gervais originally thought that Arlott had just been crowned king and had extremely lofty ambitions in his heart, so he had no time to pay attention to his little viscount. But what surprised him was that Arlott actually remembered what happened between Caroline and him, and sent a herald to him, asking him to take Caroline with him when he went on an expedition. It was obvious that Arlott was still prepared to use Caroline to humiliate King Lawrence and the eldest prince of the Principality of Jean.
This is going to be a bit difficult. My cheap wife and the Lord of the North will definitely be there when the time comes, if they know that I gave Caroline too.
In an instant, Gervais shuddered all over and felt that he was going to die. After taking Caroline back to his camp, Gervais anxiously began to give orders to Ike and others to get ready to leave.
Gervais, what's wrong with you? You look like you're out of your mind.
Since leaving the palace, Caroline's eyes have been on Gervais, as if he was the only one in the world. So Gervais's abnormal behavior was immediately noticed by Caroline.
It's okay. It's okay.
Of course Gervais would not tell Caroline what he was worried about.
Oh, is everything okay?
Caroline's beautiful eyes blinked, with a half smile on her face.
It's okay, no problem.
Gervais felt bitter in his heart and forced a smile to confirm. Chapter 444. The two armies meet. In the afternoon, the entire streets of Hayden King City were filled with teams ready to go, and all the nobles, big and small, had assembled in accordance with the orders of the new King Alot.
Your Majesty has an order. Let's go now. Your Majesty has an order. Let's go now.
As the messengers who kept galloping on their horses conveyed orders, the mighty team began to come out from the 3 gates of King Hayden City. The army of the Principality of Alban filed out of the royal city, and the Principality of Jean was also advancing steadily forward. At this time, the army of the Principality of Jean was less than 100 miles away from the King's city of Hayden. According to normal speed, it only took 2 days. It can be reached within days. Early the next morning, on the road 60 miles away from King Hayden, King Lawrence summoned 8 of his earls to attend an emergency meeting, because at the previous moment, King Lawrence received a report from the Rangers and found a huge camp 40 miles ahead, which was the main force of the Principality of Alban. Regarding the uncharacteristic behavior of the Alban Principality's army, King Lawrence certainly had to be cautious, worried that there might be a trap in it. This time the Principality of Zion is marching southward with the whole nation. If anything goes wrong, the power of the 3 principalities will be completely reversed.
This morning, the Rangers detected that the Alban Principality's army did not intend to defend our attack in King Hayden City, but appeared 20 miles ahead. I am calling you here now to discuss whether there is anything here. It could be Hayden's conspiracy.
At this moment, the entire army was still packing up its equipment and preparing to set off. This time, the parliament was placed directly on a flat grassland. The king and 8 earls sat at a long table in the open air.
Your Majesty, have the Rangers determined the size of the Alban Principality's army?
Hearing the news that the Duke of Alban had taken the initiative, several earls were obviously very surprised and began to ponder. After a while, Avery was the first to ask.
Because the Principality of Alban also sent a large number of Rangers, and the terrain here is flat and there is no commanding heights. So our Rangers cannot determine the specific number of the Principality of Alban's army. However, according to the inspections of 3 teams of Rangers, the Alban Principality's army in front is at least 30,000 in number. Your Majesty, if that's the case, then there is nothing to worry about. Their main army is right in front, no matter what tricks they have. As long as we advance slowly, it will be useless even if the Principality of Alban has any tricks.
The Duke of Alban's army, including nobles and nobles, is only about 50,000 people at most. And there are definitely more than 30,000 people here. This means that the Duke of Alban has indeed given up guarding the royal city, and is preparing to fight them to the death in the wilderness. In the face of absolute power. Even if there are any conspiracies and machinations. As long as the Principality of Jean follows the steps, and does not take advantage of success, there will be no risks.
Your Majesty, do you think King Hayden is supported by other forces?
At this moment, the Lord of the North suddenly spoke.
Who can Hayden join forces with? Is it the Church? Count Gust, you are thinking too much. The Church only dares to secretly support the Principality of Alban. If he dares to help Hayden openly, the Principality of Xisus will not agree. When the time comes, our two principalities will simultaneously. Don't they consider the consequences of cutting off the tax revenue paid to the Church every year?
Avery immediately retorted, thinking that the Lord of the North was deliberately trying to antagonize him. However, Gus paid no attention to Avery, but looked straight at King Lawrence, waiting for his words.
Actually, I have the same concerns. After all, the actions of the Principality of Alban this time are too unreasonable.
The king agreed with the Lord of the North's guess, and Avery's face turned extremely ugly at this moment, feeling like he had been slapped loudly.
I think there must have been some changes that we don't know about in the Principality of Alban. Otherwise it would be impossible to make such a sure-failure move. So we need to be fully prepared, no matter whether there is an accident or not.
Next, King Lawrence revealed his plan, which was to draw 200 people from the elite knights of each family. And King Lawrence himself would provide 400 people to form a 2,000-person knights as a reserve force. In addition to the 2,000-strong knights, King Lawrence is also preparing to leave his own elite legion of 5,000 people, so that there will be a total of 7,000 people as a trump card. This trump card must not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. The plan made by the king directly caused the Principality of Xion's army to lose 7,000 elites. If we were to fight Alban's army without these 7,000 elites, we would have to pay a higher price than before to defeat the enemy. And this loss was passed on to several major earl families. So the king had to summon several major earls to discuss. Otherwise, if he were to be arbitrary, it would probably make several major families feel grudges. The next battle will determine the final victory or defeat of this southern expedition. King Lawrence must eliminate all hidden dangers. After hearing the king's plan, several earls understood the pros and cons and fell into thinking.
Your Majesty, the Welton family has no objection. Your Majesty, my Jones family has no objection.
His Majesty, the Lord of the North had doubts. So he took the lead in agreeing to King Lawrence's plan. And Alice has no objections. Since the Lord of the North agrees, she will naturally support it. Seeing the two people expressing their opinions, several other earls also expressed their agreement. Although this may cause them to lose more soldiers. Soldiers are like leeks. After one crop is cut, there will be another crop. The most important thing now is to ensure victory in the war. At that time, their harvest was unprecedented. After determining the next plan, the king dismissed the earls, and the army was about to move on.
Alice, you have to pay more attention to your health. You are the only bloodline of the Jones family now. That slick boy Gervais will definitely come back safely. He may be plundering somewhere at this time.
After the meeting was disbanded, the Lord of the North looked at his granddaughter, who was obviously looking haggard, and couldn't help but persuade her with distress.
Well, I know. Don't worry. Grandpa!
Alice heard the Lord of the North's words, and reluctantly showed a smile, and nodded in response to the Lord of the North. The Lord of the North has said such words to her many times recently, and even Gandalf has persuaded her several times. But Alice knew in her heart that if Gervais was really safe and sound, he would have returned to the team long ago. Now 60 miles ahead is the royal city of the Principality of Alban. But there is still no news from Gervais. There is still no news about Gervais. And Alice speculates that there are only two possibilities. Either Gervais has been captured by the Alban Principality, or he is. So no matter how others tried to comfort her, Alice could not stop worrying.
Grandpa, how's things going with Caroline?
Seeing that the Lord of the North was about to continue talking about Gervais, Alice continued to smile reluctantly and changed the subject.
Alas, there has been no news about Caroline since the attack on Maze City. King Hayden does not agree to replace those small nobles, but wants the Principality of Jean to stop attacking and withdraw its troops. So there is no possibility of compromise on this. It's all my fault that I couldn't bear her pleading and let her come to join the southern expedition.
Speaking of Caroline, the Lord of the North shook his head helplessly. He could already predict that his granddaughter would be in trouble. And now he only hoped that she would suffer less. One day later,
It was 40 miles away from King Hayden's city. At this time, the army of the Principality of Jean and the army of the Principality of Alban were already looking at each other from a distance. The two sides were located at opposite ends of the horizon. They were like two ferocious beasts with a bloody mouth, about to start a life and death showdown. Chapter 445 Bishop Ferdinand. The armies of the two principalities are 5 miles apart, compared to the armies of tens of thousands. They are already close at hand. In the center of the camps of both sides is a flat grassland, which will soon become the main battlefield for a decisive battle between the two sides. Seeing the Principality of Jean's camp appearing at the far end, Gervais was a little excited and a little nervous. The arrival of the army from the Principality of Jean showed that he would soon be able to escape from the tiger's den, return to the arms of his cheap wife, and then live a life of shamelessness with the ransom. He was also worried. He didn't know how to tell everyone about Caroline for the time being. As for pretending that this incident had never happened, Gervais felt that he couldn't do it. Although he might be a bit scumbag, he was not scumbag to the end. So he still has a little sense of responsibility. At this moment, Gervais was outside Arlot's camp, because just now, Arlot sent a messenger to summon Gervais and other 10 young people. Obviously, although the king has changed, in some aspects of the plan Arlot seems to be prepared to follow King Hayden's plan. For example, let Gervais and others participate in the night duel between the two sides, such as using Caroline to humiliate the face of the Principality of Jean. Gervais and others had been waiting outside the tent for nearly 10 minutes. There should be someone in Arlot's tent, so they were not summoned immediately. After waiting for about 5 minutes, 5 or 6 people finally walked out of Arlot's tent. "Hello, commanders!" When they saw these people coming out, one of the young men, Gervais, greeted them politely. He must have known the person who came out of the tent. "It turns out to be Devine. Ha ha. I should call you Baron now. Baron Water congratulates you. By the way, I want to convey my regards to your father." This Tawani is the second son of an earl. His father stood in line the day before yesterday to support the second prince Alot. Now that Alot has really become the king, their family's rise to prosperity is definitely just around the corner. Therefore, these commanders were extremely enthusiastic about Devine, the second son of the earl. "Okay, commanders, I will definitely convey your greetings to my father." After listening to the conversations of several people, Gervais realized that the people walking out of the tent were the chief and deputy commanders of several major legions in the Principality of Alban. However, Gervais's focus at the moment was not on their appearance, but on the things in their hands. Because at this moment Gervais finally knew why these people switched to Alot's hands. Because each of them held a wooden box in their hands. And Gervais had seen this wooden box once before, and also owned one. Gervais's one was found from Roar's house. And Alice later gave it to Gervais, so that he could contain the aura liquid that would surely make the White Shadow Peak Knight break through and become the Golden Knight. What is the church's plan? Having 5 or 6 more Golden Knights in the Principality of Alban will definitely not be of any benefit to them. Right. Gervais's mind was spinning rapidly. 5 or 6 bottles of spiritual energy liquid meant that the Principality of Alban would have 5 or 6 more Golden Knights within a year and a half. This would not be of any benefit to the church. Moreover, the church was willing to give away such a precious thing, so there was definitely no reason to make a loss-making deal. Gervais felt more and more that the church's plot this time was absolutely huge. At the same time, there was one thing Gervais couldn't figure out, and that was that judging from Arlot's words and performance in the past few days, Arlot was definitely not the kind of puppet who was willing to be manipulated at will. He didn't believe that the church didn't know this. "Viscount Harry, your majesty lets us in." Just when Gervais was deep in thought, the urging sounds of other young people came from beside him, and Gervais finally reacted. I found that the commanders had left. So Gervais put aside his doubts and walked into the tent. "The 10 of you are outstanding young people who won the competition, so I will still take you to this duel with the Knights of the Principality of Zeon. If you perform well, the fiefdom will still be indispensable." When Gervais and others entered the tent, Arlot sat on the throne and bluntly stated the purpose of coming to them. "I pledge allegiance to your majesty to the death. Please rest assured, your majesty, we will make the people of the Principality of Jean look good." Several young people immediately saluted excitedly. Originally, they thought that after changing the king, the fiefdom matter might not be settled. But now Alot once again stated that the reward was still the same. So their chance was still there. Because Gervais was standing at the front, he could only lower his head and open his mouth to lip sync. "Very good." Arlot nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at Gervais. "Harry, I heard that you don't have full body armor yet. You can go to the logistics manager later and choose a suitable full-body armor from him. As the #1 youth in our principality. Don't let me down. Yes, Your Majesty.
Gervais responded immediately. He was worried that he would be recognized by his cheap wife and the Lord of the North when he saw them later. It would be great if Alot gave him a full-body armor now.
Also, take Caroline with you when we set out later. The Principality of Jean invades our Principality of Alban every year. Let's see how I humiliate them this time, and then wipe them out in one fell swoop.
The eldest prince was full of confidence, as if victory was right in front of him. Seeing the performance of the eldest prince, Gervais felt more and more that the church had a big conspiracy.
Is it possible that you want to trap the Principality of Alban and the Principality of Jean at the same time?
Gervais suddenly had such an idea. Because even though the Principality of Alban has a close relationship with the church in private, it is impossible to truly come together. After all, neither King Hayden nor the nobles, big or small, would let the church get on top of him. The current cooperation between the two parties is just because they have a common enemy. They both want to eliminate the Principality of Zion, the most powerful principality, first. Otherwise, the Principality of Zion will be a dominant one and have the capital to unify the continent, which will be of no benefit to anyone. After explaining to Gervais and others, Arla dismissed a few people and asked them to go back and prepare well. This afternoon they will go to the front of the battle to start the first battle with the army of the Principality of Zion. After Gervais and others left, there were only 2 people left in Arlet's tent. Arlet and a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man is dressed in a white linen robe, has short hair, and has a peaceful face. He can make people fall in love with him at first sight. If the dead leader of the Jones family, Roar, saw this man in linen and white robes, he would definitely recognize him as the one who came to his mansion to deliver the original liquid of spiritual energy. This middle-aged man had been hiding behind the screen of the tent, so Gervais and others did not notice it.
Bishop Ferdinand, the murderer of Lear has not been traced yet. Do you think our affairs will be exposed?
After Gervais and others left, Arlet frowned and asked Ferdinand. Although he was full of confidence in front of Gervais and others, the Principality of Jean was so powerful that it would be impossible without a little worry.
Your Majesty Alot, don't worry. Isn't everything going in the direction planned? Now that the army of the Principality of Zion is right in front of us, even if they really know something, what use will it be? In the face of absolute power, any resistance is futile. You will surely become the king who rules this continent, and the Principality of Alban will become the only kingdom on the continent like the Snow Eagle dynasty.
Ferdinand had a warm smile on his face, and his words sounded extremely convincing. After Arlet heard his words, his brows finally relaxed, and he regained his confidence.
That's right. Then I'll ask Bishop Ferdinand this time. If the church really helps me unify the continent, then I will set aside 2 fertile lands for you, and transfer millions of serfs to you. I keep my word,
Arlet said solemnly. Although the churches of the church are spread across the 3 principalities, the real foundation of the church is only the size of a barony. And there is only one holy city that no one has ever seen. It is precisely because of this that all nobles can tolerate the existence of the church to the greatest extent. Otherwise, if the church not only has a vast land, but also has tyrannical strength, then all the nobles will definitely have trouble sleeping and eating. This time the church provided help to Alot, and its request was to obtain enough land and population. In exchange, the church will help Alot unify the continent. Of course Arlet is willing to do such a deal. If he really unified this continent, he wouldn't care about such a small amount of land. More importantly, if the strength is enough, what is the difference between the church and other nobles? He still has to obey him as the king. Chapter 446 Confrontation between the 2 armies. After leaving Arlot's camp, Gervais directly parted ways with several noble youths. However, he did not leave the eldest prince's camp immediately, but began to wander around the king's main camp, because he needed to go find himself a pair of full-body armor. In addition, Gervais is deeply worried about this war. He already knows a lot of details about the church, and the ultimate goal of the church is to rule this continent. Therefore, Gervais is very worried that this time the church wants to wipe out the 2 principalities in one fell swoop. Therefore, Gervais is going to do something. Although this matter may be a bit troublesome for the Principality of Jean, in order for him to be the Seignior safely and have enough time to grow, Gervais still has to do it. That is to free King Hayden. No matter what the church's plan is, their plan this time needs Arlet to be implemented smoothly. So as long as Hayden returns to the throne, the church's plan will definitely not be able to be implemented. At this time, King Hayden happened to be in the camp. in order for Alot to let Hayden see him defeat the army of the Principality of Jean, and to prevent accidents from happening. King Hayden was also brought here and imprisoned in the camp. Soon, Gervais came to a huge carriage. This carriage looks very ordinary. But according to Gervais's careful observation, this carriage is not that simple. Judging from the metal bars on the window, Gervais knew that the carriage's body was made of mithril. Gervais casually passed by a few meters outside the carriage, and the two guards on duty beside the carriage immediately looked at him warily. However, I found that Gervais was just a bronze knight and was just passing by, so I didn't pay much attention to him. After walking past the carriage, Gervais began to recall the details of the carriage and found that the windows of the carriage were not sealed for ventilation, except for the few mithril iron bars blocking the carriage. There were still many gaps in the windows of the carriage. At least one arm. It can still be freely expanded and retracted. However, Gervais does not need to reach in. Nor does he need to get too close to the carriage. He only needs to inadvertently throw the wax pill containing the antidote into it. King Hayden will naturally discover the medicine by then. Thinking of this, Gervais stopped delaying and continued to take a few steps forward, wandering around, and then turned back again. Gervais walked straight towards the two guards in the carriage this time. After the guards noticed Gervais's movements, they immediately shouted and asked, "No one is allowed to come near this place." "Hey! Two guards. I am Viscount Harry. I mean no harm. His Majesty just asked me to go to the logistics director to ask for a pair of full-body armor, because I will go out to participate in the night duel in the afternoon. But I am not familiar with this camp, so I want to ask you too. Where is the logistics manager?" With a smile on his face, Gervais explained to the two guards with some embarrassment. "The logistics director is not here. You are going in the wrong direction. The logistics director is at the back of the camp." When the two guards saw that Gervais was smiling and that he was a viscount, and when they heard that His Majesty Alot had asked him to ask the logistics director for full-body armor, they calmed down their stern expressions and softened their tone. "Are those two guards over there?" Gervais suddenly understood, then raised his left hand and pointed toward the back. Both guards subconsciously looked in the direction of Gervais's finger. At this moment, Gervais flicked the fingers of his right hand slightly, and a white wax pellet flew out from his fingers quietly, and flew in through the window of the carriage accurately. "Yes, it's over there." The two guards glanced into the distance, then nodded affirmatively. "Oh, thank you both. I won't bother you anymore." Gervais smiled even brighter, thanked the two of them, and turned to leave. At noon, there was a big movement in both the Alban Principality camp and the Jean Principality camp. Groups of fully armed soldiers and horses began to assemble under the leadership of their respective seigneurs, and then slowly left the camp, with tens of thousands of soldiers and horses from both sides lined up outside the camp. The vast grassland that was originally 4 or 5 miles wide has become slightly crowded. The endless military formation filled the grassland with a chilling atmosphere. All the birds and animals had already fled, and only the colorful flags of the two warring sides rustled in the autumn wind. At this time, the distance between the armies of both sides was less than 2 miles. After the army formation was completed, Arla took several counts, Gervais and others, and rode towards the front. Hundreds of knights also rushed out of the military formation of the Principality of Jean, heading towards Alot and others. The two sides galloped all the way, and finally stopped in the middle of the grassland, looking at each other 100 meters apart. "Where is Hayden? Why didn't he come? Is he afraid? If so, let him come and beg me for mercy now. Maybe I will spare his life." When King Lawrence of the Principality of Jean arrived at the center of the battlefield, he found that there was no figure of King Hayden in the enemy team in front. So he calmly rode forward alone for several dozen meters to look at the people of the Principality of Alban. "Ha ha! Lawrence, you are too ignorant. My father has passed the throne to me. Let me deal with you, this greedy old guy. I am now the king of the Alban Principality." Arlet was not afraid of Lawrence's level of cultivation. He also rode forward dozens of meters to confront Lawrence face to face alone. "The throne was passed to you? You are Arlet, his second son. How could he pass the throne to you?" Lawrence had not seen Hayden just now and thought that Hayden had some plan. So he deliberately used provocation to find out the situation. However, no one could have imagined that in just a few days, the Principality of Alban would change its king, and the person who became the new king would be Hayden's second son. This surprised him more than any other news, and it made him feel that the situation in the Principality of Alban was strange. "Because my incompetent brother cannot lead the Alban Principality to glory. And I will defeat you here. Lawrence,
I remember the crimes that your Principality of Jean has committed against the Principality of Alban over the years. Now it's time for you to pay the price.
Arlott was wearing a golden full-body armor. His words were sonorous and powerful, and his momentum was no worse than Lawrence.
Ha ha! Ignorant young man. Although I don't know what Hayden's conspiracy is, but in front of my 80,000 army, all conspiracies are useless. Then fight.
Until this moment, Lawrence still didn't believe that Hayden would pass the throne to Arlott. He was very suspicious that there must be some conspiracy here, so he was not prepared to talk to Arlott, a boy under 30 years old, and rode towards his team after saying a word.
Then we'll see. Lawrence!
Lawrence's contempt made Arlott a little angry, but thinking that he would defeat the army of the Principality of Jean later, Lawrence would also become his prisoner. So he shouted and returned to his team. The kings of both sides are aiming to completely conquer the other side. So this meeting is more like a mutual provocation before the war. When both of them returned to their respective teams, a knight in full body armor rushed out from the Principality of Jean. This knight held a 4 to 5 meter long knight spear in his hand. After he came to the center of the two sides, he shouted towards the Alban Principality team.
Girls from the Alban Principality, who dares to come out and fight?
Chapter 447 comes to the finale. Hearing the knight's provocation, the young people in the Alban Principality couldn't sit still. Without any words from Arlott, a young man immediately rode out with a knight's spear. He also responded loudly.
Bug from the Principality of Jean. Tell me your name and let me see if you are worthy of fighting me. Ha ha. You soft-footed shrimp. I am Critch of the Butte family, one of the 8 earls of the Principality of Jean. I will accept your head.
Critch, who was the first to provoke, said his name with sarcasm on his face.
Then let's see if you have what it takes to take my Morse's head.
Both sides are fighting young men around the age of 20. And Gervais has already investigated that Critch from the Principality of Jean is also a peak bronze knight. At this time, it is really not certain who will win and who will lose. The two provoked each other, and then walked with their backs to each other. They rode their horses until they had traveled hundreds of meters before turning their horses' heads to look at each other. The first stage of the duel between knights is still spears stabbing each other. After this wave of mutual sprints, if both sides survive, then the real close combat will begin. Although the two are young, they both have strong confidence in themselves to be the first to play. In the end, both sides took a look at each other, then directly closed the visors on their helmets, raised the knight's spear in their hands, and prepared to start charging. Hiss! As the two men clamped down on the horse's belly at the same time. The horse underneath him neighed and began to gallop with all its strength. Tap tap tap. Under everyone's gaze, the speed of the two horses in the field became faster and faster, and the distance of more than 200 meters was reached in an instant. Boom! Boom! At the moment when they got close, the two knights' spears hit each other at the same time, but they were also blocked by the shields in their hands. Due to the huge inertia, the two fell from their horses at the same time. However, as title knights, even if they fell from their horses, they could not be harmed. The two of them did not hesitate the moment they landed. They immediately stood up and drew the swords from their waists and continued to fight. As the two sides continued to fight fiercely, Gervais had already predicted the outcome of the battle between the two. Gervais saw that Morse in the Principality of Alban was going to be defeated, because Morse was smaller in stature and not as strong as Critch. Every time he fought with Critch, Gervais was anyone who can tell that Morse is at a disadvantage. In the case of equal strength, sometimes just a small advantage can become the key to defeating the enemy. For example, the speed is faster, or the strength and size are dominant. It didn't take long for Gervais's guess to come true. Critch from the Principality of Jean suddenly shouted and found the right moment to activate his secret technique.
Thunder Shield Strike!
When Morse slashed with his sword, Critch did not block it with his sword as before, but directly raised the buckler in his hand and hit Morse directly. Boom! Only a huge muffled sound was heard, and Morse, who was unprepared, was directly knocked away 3 or 4 meters away.
There is such a secret skill!
Gervais was a little surprised to see Critch's successful shield attack. Most of the secret skills he had seen before were related to long swords or other offensive weapons, and there were very few secret skills like using a shield to attack. After all, even if the shield strike hits the opponent, it may not be able to directly kill the opponent. When the time comes that you have consumed too much fighting energy, it will be dangerous. However, in this night duel, the strength of the two sides was almost the same, and there was no one else involved. But Critch's attack worked wonders. Morse, who was hit by the shield attack, was lying on the ground struggling, but was unable to stand up.
The full armor on his chest had been dented to a large extent, and at least several bones inside were broken. And Creech didn't pause at all, and quickly came to Morse's side the moment he fell. "I told you! I will accept your head!" Creech lowered his long sword slowly, and inserted it through the gap in Morse's full-body armor's neck. Morse was unwilling and wanted to resist, but Creech stepped on his chest with one foot. No matter how much he struggled, it was in vain. Puff! In the next second, Creech suddenly pressed down the sword with force, and the slender sword blade directly penetrated Morse's neck, harvesting his life. During this period, everyone in the Principality of Alban all peeked at Arlott. But Arlott did not make a sound. So no one stopped Critch's move and directly asked Critch to kill Morse. Killed on the spot. In fact, it was customary for the knights to surrender before the war. But the decision required the respective monarchs to make the decision in person. If Alot had just said that he would keep people under his command, then Creech would not have killed Morse, but could redeem him by handing over 500 gold coins. Of course, this also meant that Arlott was disgraced. So Arlott did not speak out to stop him, but watched Morse being killed. Honor goes with death. You need to remember this. If you win, I will give you generous rewards. But if you fail, it can only be because you are too weak. So do you want honor and rewards? Or should you are a weak and incompetent noble? Everything is yours to choose. It can be seen from Alot usurping the throne and killing his own brother that he is a man with the potential to be a hero. So such a person obviously will not have unnecessary mercy. After Morse died, Arlott turned his head expressionlessly and said something to the noble young man. Ha ha. Girls from the Principality of Alban. Who else? Come out and let me kill you. After the victory, Creech did not leave the field directly and make substitutions, but he was still shouting on the field. At this time, Arlott looked at Gervais and the other 9 people, and his face was a little ugly. Your Majesty, I am willing to fight. Under the watchful eye of Arlott, a young man took the initiative to ask for help. Arlott glanced at the young man and nodded silently. Then the young man picked up the knight's spear and urged the horse to rush out. This time, I brought up a makeshift one. The one named Morse just now has only 3 ounces of meat and is useless at all. Creech opened his helmet visor and continued sarcastically. Today you will be my stepping stone. The second young man to appear in the Principality of Alban is called Devine. He is the young man who greeted several commanders outside the Alot camp in the morning. He is the second son of an earl. Dewani had calculated his choice of playing at this time. He knew that if he won this duel, he would definitely win Alot's favor. At the same time, Creech's fighting spirit has been exhausted, and he should be able to take advantage of it by playing at this moment. After a few sarcastic remarks to each other, the two separated to prepare for a new round of battle. It is still a spear duel, but under the condition of equal strength. It is rare for a spear duel to directly determine the winner, and the same is true at this moment. After the two fell off their horses one after another, they fought with long swords. This time, Devine was stronger than the dead Moors, and was evenly matched with Creech. The two sides continued to fight for more than 3 minutes while slashing each other with swords. Devine originally wanted to use delay to kill Creech's fighting spirit, but he didn't expect that after fighting for so long. Creech showed no sign of exhaustion, and instead became more courageous as he fought. This made Devine regret a little why he didn't wait for a while before playing again and let others consume some of Creech's fighting spirit. However, there is no regret medicine in the world. As time went by, Dewani became more and more anxious, and the method of swinging the sword began to become confusing, and he was slightly at a disadvantage. Go to H.L. One after another. When Devani gradually fell into a disadvantage due to panic, Creech took advantage of the victory and found a gap to get close to Devani's side, and then slashed Devani with his sword. Hearing a squeaking sound, Devani was powerless to block Creech's sudden blow, and was directly stabbed in the ribs by Creech's sword. Even with the protection of the full body armor, the astonishing power erupted by the title knight still tore through the full body armor and slashed directly into Devani's body. Although the injury was not serious, it had frightened Devani, who had little experience in fighting on the battlefield. I give up. I give up. Devine ran away quickly while shouting. Unfortunately, the duel between knights in front of the battle was only effective if the monarchs of both sides shouted out. So Creech still did not stop. Hearing Dewani's begging for mercy, veins popped up in Arlott's fists, and he almost vomited blood from anger. Although Dewani's father was also in the team. Seeing Arlott's face, he could not help him plead for mercy. Soon, The frightened Devani was caught up by Creech and died directly under the sword. When they arrived here, the young men beside Gervais all changed their minds. As soon as they went up, 2 of them died in battle, which filled their hearts with fear. The Principality of Jin conducts its southern expedition every year, and the nobles will take their children to participate. So these young nobles have also experienced the baptism of blood. However, the Principality of Alban is in passive defense every year. Their noble youths rarely have the opportunity to fight on the battlefield, whether it is their mental quality or life and death experience. They are simply not comparable to the youth of the Principality of Jin. Compare. These people are not trembling with fear at this moment, which is already a good performance. Ha ha! A lot. Do you have any more powerful young people in the Principality of Alban? If not, I advise you to surrender directly. Otherwise, all the heirs of the nobles will die. At this moment, Lawrence's hearty voice came from the other side. 2 people died in a row, and Arlott was already disgraced. If he really lost this duel so miserably, the prestige he had built up in the past 2 days would be gone. Harry! Go up! If you win, I will reward you with the richest land in the Principality. Originally, Arlott wanted to use Gervais as the finale. And by the way, he would drop the bombshell of Caroline at that time. However, the plan could not keep up with the change. Seeing the ugly faces of those young people, Arlott directly sent Gervais. At least there was a chance to save face. If even Gervais is useless, then there is really no need to continue today's duel. It is better to go back and prepare for the battle. Yes, Your Majesty. Gervais was helpless. At this time, his subordinates were still in the main camp of the Principality of Alban. Naturally, they could not escape directly. He could only respond, and then rode his horse to the field. Ha ha. The end of the Principality of Alban. Okay. Don't worry. I'm tired of hearing it. Let's get started. Well, Creech, who originally wanted to make a few words of ridicule, was directly interrupted by Gervais, leaving Creech at a loss for words. Gervais ignored Creech and simply turned around and rode away 100 meters away. Gervais specifically covered his helmet and visor before setting off, so no one in the Principality of Jin discovered his identity. Then, the 2 sides raised their spears and started charging at each other, more than 200 meters apart. Boom! As a muffled sound came, the 2 focused on each other at the same time. But the result of this spear duel was somewhat beyond people's expectations. Carriage, who had just won 2 games in a row, was knocked off his horse, while Gervais was sitting on the horse intact. Gervais had just made a false move, and at the last moment he poked Carriage's helmet directly. But Carriage's spear was skillfully deflected by Gervais' round shield. Wow! There was an uproar among the teams on both sides. They could clearly see what Gervais had done just now, which also shocked them to see how powerful this man named Harry was. Not only did he plot against Creech in an instant and stab him in the head with a spear, he was also able to estimate the precise impact point of Creech's spear and skillfully bounce it away. After falling off the horse, Creech did not stand up immediately. Instead, he was dazed for a moment, and then stood up shaking his head. Although protected by a helmet, such a large impact would definitely cause short-term dizziness. The reason why he didn't faint on the spot was because the title knight had a super strong physique. Seeing Creech stumble to his feet, Gervais unhurriedly dismounted and walked towards Creech. When Creech saw Gervais approaching, without any hesitation, he directly drew his sword and struck with it. Gervais just dodged slightly to avoid Creech's slash, and at the same time stretched out a foot to trip Creech down again. After Creech fell to the ground, Gervais didn't want to waste time. It was too boring and a bit like bullying a child. Even the combat effectiveness of Carriage in his heyday is not enough for Gervais now. So, Gervais knelt down, held down Creech's body as he tried to get up again, and then inserted the long sword into his full body armor. We admit defeat this round. Suddenly, a shout came from the team of the Principality of Jin, and it was the voice of King Lawrence. At this point, Gervais retracted his sword and stood aside leisurely. At this time, a soldier quickly ran up from the team of the Principality of Jin. This soldier was holding several small cloth bags in his hands. When the soldier arrived in front of Gervais, he handed the bag directly to Gervais. It was used to exchange for the ransom of Creech. 500 gold coins. Gervais glanced at Arlott. After all, he still had to pretend to be Harry, and he still had to pretend on the surface. At this moment, Arlott smiled because of Gervais's easy victory, and nodded to Gervais very kindly. Gervais put the gold coins into the saddle with a smile, then got on the horse. Seeing this,
The remaining young people in the Alban Principality all looked at Gervais with envy, because Gervais won his first victory at this time, regaining face for Arlott. The reward of the thief was definitely secured, and he also received a ransom of 500 gold coins.
Ha ha! Lawrence, how are you? Do you have any gold coins to give to this subordinate of mine?
Gervais did not have a fiefdom, only the title of Viscount, so he could not be called a vassal. This time it was Arlott's turn to shout. The Principality of Jean on the opposite side naturally couldn't stand this tone, and immediately sent another person to fight.
You're pretty good. What's your name?
This young man was a bit big. When he arrived at the field, he said to Gervais with a smile,
Harry!
Gervais was too lazy to say anything more.
Very well. Remember my name. My name is Lenny.
The young man also reported his name, but the next moment, he suddenly felt the hairs on his body stand up. Gervais also didn't expect that he would meet an old neighbor here, and he was an old neighbor with a grudge. Just taking a closer look at Lanny, Gervais turned the horse's head and headed into the distance without saying anything. Gervais was thinking about whether to take this opportunity to kill Lanny, but in the end, he rejected it. Even if he uses Harry's identity to kill Lanny, he will still be exposed when he returns. Even with the favoritism of the Lord of the North and Alice, he will definitely not feel comfortable. Anyway, with his own strength, he would have enough time to deal with Lanny after he returned. So Gervais was not in a hurry. This Lanny has been quite honest during this period, because the king directly warned the 7 earls not to have any more ideas about the Jones family. Therefore, under the strict order of Earl Kerwin, Lanny has been forced to temporarily stop the reconstruction of the camp in the buffer zone. This is also the reason why Gervais did not find Lanny's misfortune before setting off. Of course, capital crimes can be left until later, but living crimes need to be avenged now. After running far enough, Gervais and Lanny turned their horses and charged at each other with their knight spears. With a thud, Lanny still landed, and Gervais was intact.
What's going on? Who is that person, and why is he so powerful? Yes, I hit other people's heads both times, but I was unharmed. What's even weirder is that that person seems to be an intermediate bronze knight. Oh my god! I wouldn't have discovered it even if you didn't tell me. But he is really just a bronze intermediate knight. How is this possible? How did he do it?
If he just picked off carriage, it can be regarded as an extra layer of luck. But to take Lanny away in the same way, it shows that Gervais's strength is extremely terrifying. And many people in the people of the Principality of Jean are already secretly talking about it, especially after they knew the strength of Gervais' bronze intermediate. They were even more unbelievable. Even Lawrence and several earls were looking at Gervais carefully. Unfortunately, not only did Gervais have a visor covering his face, but the full body armor was not tailor-made after all. It was still somewhat different from Gervais's original figure, so they couldn't tell any clues. Gervais dismounted again and came to Lanny. After Lanny stood up, he swayed left and right, and also drew his sword and struck at Gervais. This time Gervais did not dodge or trip Lanny with his feet, but directly slashed at Lanny with his sword.
When? Bah!
As the swords collided together, Lanny's strength could not be compared with Gervais's. Lanny's sword was instantly deflected, and then Gervais's sword slashed Lanny's chest. I saw that Lanny's full body armor was instantly cut with a gap, and blood was already coming out of it. Gervais controlled the force just right, not putting Lanny's life in danger, but still leaving a deep and long enough wound on his body. After succeeding in one blow, Gervais was not ready to stop, but wanted to strike 2 more blows.
We admit defeat this round.
It's a pity that the Principality of Jean did not give Gervais a chance, because everyone knows that Lanny is no match for Gervais. If he continues to fight, Lanny will only be slashed a few more times. So he simply admits defeat. After hearing Lawrence's words, Gervais could only stop his hands angrily, expressing his helplessness. Soon, the soldiers of the Principality of Jean delivered 5 black bags again, which were filled with golden coins. As Gervais accepted the gold coins, Lanny was quickly helped back. After Lanny left, Gervais continued to wait in the field. At the same time, he secretly glanced at his cheap wife from time to time. Only then did Gervais realize that his cheap wife seemed a little haggard.
It's not because of me, is it?
Gervais felt heartbroken. Chapter 448 Choose a Man for Her.
Ha ha. Lawrence, send someone up quickly, and send some more gold coins to this subordinate of mine.
This time it was Arlott's turn to be proud and proud. The depression that had just suffered 2 consecutive defeats was gone. Gervais won so easily, which was an absolutely effective counterattack against the arrogance of the Principality of Jean. In the camp of the Principality of Jean, Lawrence looked a little unhappy.
and he couldn't help but look at the young people. It was customary to fight before the battle, and Lawrence was certainly prepared. However, among these young people, Critch was already regarded as the top one. Lawrence didn't know who else to send up, but Arlott on the opposite side was shouting again that if he didn't send anyone up, he would have no choice but to leave in despair. Your Majesty, I am willing to go up and fight that Harry. At this moment, among the young people of the Principality of Zeon, there are also those who are active and want to seize the opportunity to make great achievements. So they take the initiative to ask for help. Good. When someone came forward, Lawrence immediately agreed without being picky. Seeing that another person from the Principality of Jean came up, Arlott did not taunt him anymore. Everyone looked intently at the field to see if this powerful Harry could complete his third consecutive victory. My name is Delenn, and I will definitely defeat you today. After the young man from the Principality of Jean came on stage, he came to Gervais and said loudly, Darren! Right! Move faster! I want to go back! Gervais rolled his eyes. No matter which one of them came up, it was the same. None of them was enough to torture him. He really wanted to end this duel quickly, and then sneak back to Jean with his subordinates and gold coins while the battle was going on. The Principality's large army. You are so arrogant! Delenn was extremely angry at Gervais's impatient tone. This was a sacred life-and-death duel, but Harry in front of him seemed to be playing child's play. That Harry is too arrogant. Delenn, kill him! Yes, kill him! Similarly, Gervais's operation also made the nobles of the Principality of Jean gnash their teeth at him, and they wanted to come up and beat him now. Hearing the shouts of killing coming from the team of the Principality of Jean, Gervais was a little helpless. Brother, I'm on the same level as you. Okay, we're one of our own. How could I be so arrogant? With my strength here, you can't let me stretch my neck and chop it off for you. It's so hard for me. Of course, Gervais would not dare to say these words now. Next, there is another fast-paced battle. No, it should be said to be a torture. Gervais's strength was there. This man named Delenn was still not Gervais's enemy, but he was pushed to the ground and rubbed by Gervais in less than half a minute. We admit defeat this round. King Lawrence had already said the words of surrender 3 times with a dark face. And standing on this battlefield, Gervais was a little excited every time he received the gold coins. Another golden income of 500 gold coins. If he hadn't been from the Principality of Jean himself, Gervais would have had some ideas about whether he should be shameless and provocative. Then he deceived and defeated those noble youths, and harvested some wool from the Principality of Jean. The gold coins were so profitable. It was easy, comfortable and risk-free, with only some side effects. However, I am forced to have no choice at this time, and I believe that those nobles will not care too much when the time comes. In this way, when Delenn was easily defeated, the team of the Principality of Jean was once again in embarrassment. But the morale of the people of the Principality of Alban was greatly shaken. Alot was even more smiling. Lawrence, do you know that in addition to his strength, this Viscount Harry also has a very interesting thing related to him? Taking advantage of this cold opportunity, Arlott spoke again. He needed to earn enough face in this duel, so that he could better gain the allegiance of the nobles of the Alban Principality in the future. Of course Lawrence over there would not answer Arlott, and remained silent. Arlott didn't mind and spoke again. Do you still remember Miss Caroline who was captured by the Thunder Knights? Buzz. After Arlott finished speaking, there was a burst of discussion within the team of the Principality of Jean. Of course they knew about Caroline, and it had spread throughout the entire Southern Expedition team. She was the fiancée of the eldest prince, and the granddaughter of the Lord of the North. Gervais also heard Arlott's words, and couldn't help but look at his cheap wife and the Lord of the North guiltily. Alot, if you are willing to hand over Caroline, I can make the decision now and exchange her for 20 noble children. King Lawrence also spoke. I'm so sorry. Lawrence, I can't exchange Caroline to you now, because he is no longer my prisoner. Arlott watched with interest the reactions of the people in the Principality of Jean across from him. When Hayden chose to use Caroline as a reward for the young man who came first in the competition, he was waiting for this moment to humiliate the Principality of Jean. What did you do to Caroline? If anything happens to her, you will be buried with my granddaughter. After the Lord of the North, who had been silent until now, heard these words, he suddenly became furious and his pressure showed. Oh, it turns out to be the Lord of the North. We didn't hurt Caroline. Arlott paused for a moment before continuing to drop the bombshell. It's just that you chose an excellent man for your granddaughter. Wow. In an instant, the team of the Principality of Jean was in an uproar,
and everyone looked at each other in confusion. If what Alot said was true, it would be a great shame for the eldest prince. The face of the Principality of Jin will also be lost. The eldest prince's face was now distorted. Not to mention how ugly it was. If it weren't for the fact that he was not qualified to interrupt here, and if he had another scruple, he would definitely curse. Of course, the eldest prince Derek was worried about leaving Caroline and running away alone. If the incident came to light, he would definitely not feel comfortable.
Alot, if you dare to say it again, believe it or not, I will kill you now.
Lawrence was really angry this time, and his eyes were full of coldness. This was a great shame and humiliation for the Jin family. At this time, there are 6 Golden Knights and 2 Peak Golden Knights in the team of the Principality of Zeon. As for the Principality of Alban, there are no Peak Golden Knights. As for the Golden Knights, there are only 4. There is a huge disparity in strength between the two sides. If Lawrence and others suddenly took action, even if Arlott could escape, only a few of the hundreds of people in the team would not be able to escape.
Ha ha. Lawrence, you can try to see if you can kill me.
Obviously, Arlott must have some support for daring to come so close to humiliating the Principality of Jin. And he is not worried about the threat from Lawrence.
Where is Caroline now?
The Lord of the North also asked coldly with a gloomy face at this time. He didn't care whether the eldest prince was humiliated. He only cared about whether Caroline suffered or was safe.
Ha ha! Lord of the North, I have brought Caroline. And Caroline's man is here too. It is this Viscount Harry.
Alua was in high spirits. Not to mention how happy he was. The Principality of Jin has been the nightmare of the Principality of Alban over the years. But he can feel proud as soon as he ascends the throne. He thinks this is a good start. He will definitely become a king who will leave his name throughout the ages in the Principality of Alban in the years to come. After Alot's words fell, the Alban Principality's team opened a path, and a woman wearing a veil rode slowly on a war horse. Caroline was just at the back of the team, but because she was wearing a veil and blocked by the crowd, the people from the Principality of Jin did not notice her presence. Chapter 449, Breaking the Face.
Harry? Caroline?
After hearing Alot's words, the nobles of the Principality of Jin were completely detonated. This is simply a super big trick. Unheard of. At this moment, all the nobles looked at the eldest prince with strange eyes. Because whoever Caroline was given to by Arlott actually had no real relationship with nobles like them. Only the fiancée of the eldest prince had a huge relationship. Now his fiancée has not only become another man's woman, but more importantly, she has also been told in public. It can be expected that this disgraceful thing will accompany the eldest prince throughout his life. Even after he ascends the throne, the eldest prince's expression became ferocious at this time, with veins bulging out.
Alot, I must make you pay the price. And that Harry, you must die too.
The eldest prince may not care about Caroline, but now someone has directly slapped him with a colorful hat. He knows that this colorful hat will accompany him throughout his life, and he cannot get rid of this hat even if he finds a new wife. Nobles care about face the most, not to mention the eldest prince, the heir to the king.
Father, please stay for me and kill them all.
The eldest prince begged Lawrence, who looked gloomy. But before Lawrence could take action, the Lord of the North rode directly towards the Alban Principality's team. Seeing the Lord of the North rushing over single-handedly, the guards and several earls beside Arlott all stepped forward and were on guard.
Everyone, please step back. Don't be nervous.
However, Arlott didn't seem to be worried about his own comfort. Instead, he called everyone back, allowing the Lord of the North to come to Caroline.
Caroline, are you okay? Grandpa, I'm fine.
Caroline replied with a slightly aggrieved sob.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm taking you back now. With my grandfather here, no one will dare to hurt you again.
With that said, the pressure on the Lord of the North was released. His eyes swept over Arlott and others, and finally stopped on Gervais.
Caroline, do you want to kill this kid?
Gervais had already returned to the team when Arlott said that Caroline was given to him. He did not want to be suddenly attacked by the Golden Peak Knight. Hearing the words of the Lord of the North at this moment, Gervais's face was full of black lines. And in the end, he could only squeeze towards the back of the crowd, for fear that he would be killed instantly by the Lord of the North later. And then he would die unjustly.
You are really wrong by Grandma. I was the one who rescued your precious granddaughter. Okay? Don't kill him. Grandpa.
When Caroline heard the Lord of the North's question, she was immediately startled. She was afraid that the Lord of the North would kill Gervais because he didn't know his identity. So she quickly waved her hand to stop the Lord of the North from taking action.
You're lucky, kid.
Although he didn't understand why his granddaughter was so nervous, the Lord of the North felt sorry for Caroline. When he heard that Caroline wouldn't let him kill Harry, the Lord of the North withdrew his gaze and dispersed his murderous intent.
Caroline, let's go back.
In the eyes of the Lord of the North, there is no Golden Peak Knight among Arlot's group, so no one can stop him from taking Caroline away safely.
No, Grandpa. I want to follow Harry. You go back first.
However, what shocked the Lord of the North was that Arlott and others did not stop him from taking Caroline away, but his granddaughter was unwilling to leave.
Caroline, don't be so petty. Grandpa knows that you are resentful for being captured this time. But this is a battlefield after all. You can't blame anyone.
The Lord of the North thought that Caroline had resentment in her heart and allowed her to be kidnapped, and he and others did not rescue her immediately.
No, Grandpa, I have no resentment. It's just that I don't want to go back now.
Caroline shook her head firmly.
Caroline, what do you mean?
The Lord of the North would still try to persuade him with good words, but the eldest prince, the fiancé who wore his colorful hat securely, went crazy. He was originally worried that his escape alone would come to light, but now he no longer has any worries. Originally, Arlott and others deliberately humiliated him, which was still an irresistible factor. Now, Caroline actually said that she would follow that Harry, which made the eldest prince Derek unable to bear it. It's like a light spell was added to his colorful hat. It's so dazzling. Therefore, the eldest prince questioned Caroline with a beast-like roar.
What do you mean? Derek, listen carefully. It means I want to break off our engagement with you. We will never have any relationship again.
Hearing Derek's roar, Caroline, who was already filled with the eldest prince Derek, could no longer hold back and started to compete with the eldest prince. In an instant, both the nobles of the Principality of Jean and the nobles of the Principality of Albin were all confused.
What's going on? Can anyone tell me what happened? Isn't this on the battlefield? Why are you talking about family affairs?
In such doubts, everyone couldn't help but cast their eyes on Harry, because they just heard clearly that Caroline seemed to say that she didn't want to go back and wanted to follow this young man named Harry. Even Arlott couldn't help but look at Gervais a few more times. He didn't expect that his subordinate was not only powerful, but also had great skills in seducing women. It only took about 2 days to make a woman follow him with all your heart. Several young people next to Gervais almost knelt down, wanting to learn this craft from Gervais.
Caroline, you bitch. Say that again.
The eldest prince couldn't believe his ears. He didn't even have time to say that he was breaking off his engagement with Caroline. But this woman actually brought it up in public. This was a slap in the face, which completely disgraced him.
Ha ha. Derek, you are a coward. Do you dare to tell me how you escaped the day the Thunder Knights attacked the camp? Of course, I escaped through the siege because of the protection of Commander Xena.
The eldest prince's face looked a little strange, but he paused for only a moment before he confidently stated a reason.
Derek, aren't you ashamed of this? You actually lied in front of me. Since you don't want to say it, let me tell everyone.
Caroline glanced at Derek with disdain, and then said to all the nobles of the Principality of Jean.
That day, we were attacked by the Thunder Knights. The eldest prince and I were both in a baron's castle. The main purpose of the Thunder Knights was to capture the eldest prince. So not many enemies paid attention to me. I led a dozen guards to break out of the encirclement and arrived at the castle gate. Originally, I could break out as long as I escaped from the castle gate. But, at this moment, Derek, who was surrounded by the Thunder Knights, stopped me and asked me to help him. I could only lead the guards, who had broken through and charged back towards the castle. After I helped Derek and the others open the encirclement, Derek, a coward, ran away alone, leaving me and my guards behind with the Thunder Knights. Fight as a team. The dozen or so of my guards all died in that castle because of Derek.
Caroline gritted her teeth and told what the eldest prince had done without hiding anything. This was a real break with the eldest prince. After people listened to Caroline's story, the nobles were in an uproar. It's despicable enough to abandon one's comrades, not to mention the comrades who helped them break out. And Caroline is his fiancée. In an instant, everyone present looked at the eldest prince with strange eyes. Even the nobles here in the Principality of Albin are the same. But they despise the eldest prince Derek openly.
Caroline, are you telling the truth?
At this moment, the face of the Lord of the North also darkened. If Derek really did such a thing to Caroline, then his grandfather must seek justice for Caroline. Except for the Lord of the North. King Lawrence, who had been silent, also frowned. It's just that Derek is his heir after all. Now in front of everyone. He can't show dissatisfaction with Derek under any circumstances. So he can only remain silent for the time being.
You are so slanderous. Caroline. You bitch. You must have done something unfaithful to me with that guy named Harry. So you deliberately framed me.
Seeing that this matter was about to be confirmed, the eldest prince immediately refuted loudly.
Ha ha. Derek, you are not only a coward, but also a hypocrite. You are not worthy of being a knight.
Caroline sneered and mocked the eldest prince Derek, and then looked at Commander Cinna, the Golden Knight, who was originally sent by the king to protect the eldest prince.
Commander Xena, you have been following Derek that day, and you are also a Golden Knight. I hope you can say something fair. If I had not returned to rescue him that day, would I not have been captured?
In an instant, everyone turned their attention to Commander Xena.
Miss Caroline, I'm very sorry. I was focused on fighting Wallace of the Thunder Knights that day and didn't notice other situations. So I can't testify for you.
Cinna's expression was a little abnormal. And finally he said something that was not offensive. Although China's excuse was a bit absurd. At least it didn't prove that the eldest prince really did such a shameless thing.
Did you hear that? Caroline! Commander Cinna didn't pay attention to it. Now you are spitting blood. You bitch.
The eldest prince now tried his best to get rid of this scapegoat. So he did not just accept the situation, but continued to bite Caroline back.
Cough! Cough! Everyone, please allow me to say something fair.
At this moment, Arlette suddenly spoke.
Actually, we in the Principality of Albin have the most say in this matter. Because Commander Wallace of the Thunder Knights is here. Let him talk about what happened that night. And everyone will know better.
After speaking, Arlette winked at Wallace. Then, regardless of the reaction from the Principality of Jean, Wallace stood up and said loudly,
I can promise the God of Glory that every word I say is true. What happened that night was exactly as Miss Caroline said. The purpose of our attack on that camp was to capture the eldest prince of the Principality of Jean. And our plan was almost immediately successful. Your eldest prince of the Principality of Jean has been surrounded by my subordinates in the castle, and is unable to fly. However, I didn't expect that Miss Caroline came back with her guards after hearing his request for help, broke our encirclement, and rescued your eldest prince. Of course, even if the encirclement is broken, because of our large number, they still cannot escape smoothly. At this moment, your eldest prince actually escaped on horseback alone, leaving Miss Caroline and her guards behind. After your eldest prince escaped, the Golden Knight responsible for protecting him also left. In the end, we killed all the resistors present, leaving only Miss Caroline and brought him back to our royal city.
Wallace's voice spread through the ranks of the Principality of Jean. And by this time, the eldest prince's face had turned pale. Because although Wallace is an enemy, he has just sworn to the God of Glory. So his words have a very high degree of credibility. Even if the eldest prince wants to continue to refute, I'm afraid no one will believe him anymore. Chapter 450 Teasing Alice.
Your Majesty, I hope you can give me an explanation. At this time, the truth and falsehood were clear. The Lord of the North finally knew the reason why his granddaughter was captured, and spoke to Lawrence with suppressed anger.
They are in the same group. Father, they are in the same group. You have to believe me.
The eldest prince met the Lord of the North's murderous gaze, and was so frightened that he trembled. He quickly begged and argued with Lawrence, losing the calmness of the former young master.
At this moment, he had lost face in front of the nobles of the principality, and was afraid that Lawrence would ignore him, or take away his inheritance in anger.
Shut up!
Lawrence ignored the plea of the eldest prince Derek, and slapped him on the cheek instead. At this moment, Lawrence wanted to kill his useless son with a sword. When he ran away, he didn't take his fiancée with him. This is only a pig's head to do this. He didn't know that the enemy would definitely not kill a noble child like Caroline. What? Moreover, as long as Caroline was taken away, and the guards came to deal with it, today's incident would not have happened. The eldest prince was slapped by King Lawrence, and he was completely covered. He covered his cheek, and stood there in a daze.
Guster, don't worry. I will definitely give you an explanation after the matter is over. Now that the enemy is facing us. For the sake of my face, don't worry about it.
King Lawrence assured the Lord of the North in a calm voice. The Lord of the North is currently one of the only 2 Golden Peak Knights in the Principality of Jean. King Lawrence is unwilling to let the Lord of the North feel grudge at this time. And the slap he just slapped the eldest Prince Derek in public was for the Lord of the North to see.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Although he was still angry, the Lord of the North also understood the priorities. responded to King Lawrence, and then looked at Caroline.
Caroline, my grandfather will help you vent your anger after the southern expedition. Let's go back now.
Unfortunately, Caroline had already made up her mind to go back with Gervais. In her mind, Gervais came to save her. So there was no way she could abandon Gervais and run away first. Facing the stubborn Caroline, the Lord of the North had no choice but to return to the team of the Principality of Seignior with an ugly face. At least for now. Caroline has not been abused. So the Lord of the North can only temporarily obey Caroline.
Ha ha! What a good show. But Lawrence, today's duel is not over yet. Have you prepared more gold coins? If not, just admit defeat. Ha ha! Ha ha!
As soon as Arlott said this, the nobles in the Alban Principality also laughed. Not only did they humiliate the face of the Jean Principality today, but they also defeated the opponent in the night duel, making the Alban Principality feel proud.
Your Majesty, I have a request for your permission.
Gervais' thoughts were spinning in his mind, and he suddenly came to Arlott and said to Arlott, who was overjoyed,
Harry, if you have anything to say, just tell me. You have made a great contribution today. As long as it is not excessive, I will promise you.
Arlott was in a good mood and valued Gervais' future achievements very much. So he waved his hand and asked Gervais to speak directly.
Your Majesty, I hope you can allow me to challenge that woman.
Gervais said it immediately, pointing his arm at Alice in the team of the Principality of Jean. Arlott and others looked in the direction pointed by Gervais, and saw the peerless beauty Alice.
That woman? Harry, that's the Junior Silver Knight. No matter how strong you are, you will definitely be defeated.
Arlott turned on his senses to investigate, and immediately shook his head, and said to Gervais, although Gervais has won 3 games in a row at the moment, if they lose to the Silver Knight later, their previous victory will be in vain. After seeing the strength of the young people in the Principality of Jean, Arlott knew that without Gervais, the young people on his side would definitely lose more than they would win.
Your Majesty, although she is a Junior Silver Knight, don't forget that she is a woman. And look at the sword on her waist, which is thin and short, and decorated with gems. Someone who uses a sword. I have absolute confidence in defeating her.
As he spoke, Gervais deliberately showed a greedy look in his eyes, as if he had some ulterior motive for Alice. Arlott could see Gervais' expression clearly, but this made him feel more reassured. Gervais is so good at fighting and training, but he has a lustful habit, which can be better controlled by him in the future.
Harry, you are sure you can defeat her? Look at the flag next to that woman.
She should be the Countess of the Jones family. Your Majesty, I am very sure, Gervais assured, patting his chest.
Good. Arlott agreed. Just now Gervais defeated the other young men with great ease. Those young men also had the cultivation of peak bronze knights. And if Gervais really defeated a White Shadow Knight, it would definitely be a huge blow to the morale of the Principality of Jean. Thinking of this, Arlott shouted loudly towards the team of the Principality of Jean.
Lawrence, your Principality of Jean is becoming less and less good. The young heirs of the nobles are not as good as the last generation. But I have just ascended the throne now. In order to show my magnanimity, I am going to let Harry choose a silver knight among you to challenge. It's considered a concession to you.
Ha ha. Wow. The nobles of the Principality of Seignior felt that today's decisive battle was an unprecedented impact. First, a bronze intermediate knight defeated the peak bronze knight in succession. Now it is even more embarrassing. And he is still thinking of using bronze intermediate knights to deal with silver knights. It is because the world has changed. Or the people of the Alban Principality are too arrogant. Gervais did not wait for the people from the Principality of Jean to respond, and immediately rode forward more than 10 meters, and then said to Alice,
Beautiful lady, I wonder if I am honored to know your name.
In an instant, both the nobles of the Principality of Jean and the nobles of the Principality of Alban cast disdainful glances at Gervais. Although this person has good strength, his character is too bad. That Caroline is still there. He started hooking up with other women again. The people in the Principality of Jean were not angry because Alice was already married. The anger was also caused by the missing Gervais. Some people even wished that Alice could be seduced by Harry like Caroline and give Gervais a shiny colorful hat. Roll. Alice's face was cold. She didn't even look at Gervais, and a word popped out of her mouth, which directly chilled people's hearts.
Wow. My cheap wife can be so cold and cold. But I like it.
Of course Gervais was happy that Alice was so cold to others.
Beautiful lady, don't reject people thousands of miles away like this. Otherwise, I will challenge you now. Let us cultivate our relationship well. Maybe you will fall in love with me later.
Gervaise's tone was frivolous, like a young master teasing a little girl. This was the reason why Gervaise asked Arlette to challenge Alice. He needed to get in touch with Alice. A big war will break out soon after the duel between the two principalities. At that time, thousands of troops will fight. If Gervaise leads dozens of his men to the team of the Principality of Xi'an, he will probably be killed before they get close, being surrounded by the team of the Principality of Xi'an. Therefore, he needs to talk to his cheap wife in advance and ask Alice to take care of him and others. The other nobles did not recognize Gervaise's family flag, but Alice and others did. Whoosh. But not long after Gervaise's teasing words fell, he heard a whooshing sound, and the arrow feathers were shot straight towards him. Extremely sharp.
Holy crap. You can't tell a person by his appearance. My cheap wife is also a ruthless person, and she will kill her if she disagrees with her.
Fortunately, Gervaise discovered it early and immediately hung on the saddle sideways. The arrow flew past his head and disappeared into the grass behind him. Seeing that Gervaise had dodged the arrow she shot, Alice rode out of the team of the Principality of Jean. That beautiful face combined with the exquisite full-body armor gives Alice a unique sense of beauty.
Since you are looking for death, then I will help you,
Alice said coldly. She couldn't tolerate a scumbag like Harry being frivolous about her. And at the same time, she also wanted to get rid of Harry and make Caroline change her mind. Although Caroline and she didn't get along, they were the granddaughters of the Lord of the North anyway, so Alice felt the need to help her, which was considered to be helping the Lord of the North.